Xiao Mo, I'm sorry, Chen Zhengxi began to murmur, looking at the man on the opposite side looking thin, and forgot to completely forget the lines in the morning. He couldn't help but be at a loss. He met Lin Mo when he was 21 and had been together for almost 12 years. When he was frivolous, he came out of the cabinet for him and his family, and he did not hesitate to stand with him with a strange look. At that time, he was rebellious and frivolous. He started from scratch in order to get Lin Mo out of the house. It was a series of family business that was blocked by the family for a while. At that time, they passed through the difficulties in life together. And have a good time. But since when did Lin Mo, who had nothing to say to him, became cold? Since when did they become distracted? He couldn't help thinking of seeing a sentence in a book, "No more time for love." His relationship with Lin Mo finally came to an end. Lin Mo rarely showed a smile. Guo Suya, Miss Guo's eldest son, British talented student. I saw her once in the shop last time. The person is beautiful and very temperamental. I'm well with you, congratulations. Small ink, don't do this. I don't know why Chen Zhengxi saw Lin Mo's appearance, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. Seems sad, seems angry. Lin Mo chuckled, blinked his pretty phoenix eyes, and said innocently, "So what do you want me to do? Have a big trouble with you, or treat you with shamelessness around you? Master Chen, a sadistic lover, the play code is not suitable for us." Lin Mo looked down, sighed slightly, and smiled without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "So, let's get together." The words, "good gathering and scattering," pierced Chen Zhengxi's heart like needles, dense and painful. He was staring at Lin Mo. His beautiful face was too much as when he first saw it. The time seemed to pass by, without leaving a trace on it. Then, whether or not, this relationship between them did not leave a trace in his heart. What about ripples? He admitted that he had made many mistakes in this relationship, but he was sorry for Lin Mo. But if Lin Mo could be less indifferent and less proud and stubborn. Chen Zhengxi suddenly remembered that 12 years ago, in that golden and brilliant club, 18-year-old Lin Mo could not hide the tension and fear in the clear and clean phoenix eyes. He remembered the green bloom under his body, the surprise when he returned to school, the cheap rental. In the house, I thought about how cute and tough I was when I lived in the house. I remembered how he used cheap ingredients to prepare food for him, and how excited he was when he became a boss, with his own funding. At that time, Lin Mo's eyes were full of trust and admiration. At the moment, Lin Mo's eyes were cold, and no trace of sarcasm could be found. Chen Zhengxi had to admit that he personally destroyed this trust, and then buried this love. Lin Mo, after all, has changed. He also changed, and they were destined not to return to the beginning. Chen Zhengxi's voice was a little trance. Good. Lin Mo took out a document from his briefcase and placed it in front of Chen Zhengxi. I have already sold it in the Tang dynasty. It was your investment in the beginning. It has been my business for all these years. Selling half of us, of course, if you I don't mind if you use this money as a breakup fee. Chen Zhengxi's heart burst into pain, and the low, full of magnetic sound was a bit sharp. You sold Sheng Tang. Lin Mo sat on the sofa and hooked his lips. Yes, a Hong Kong agent bought it, and 5 shops added a brand, and the net after tax was 200 million. I will let someone transfer it to your card. These are the transaction contract documents and the proof of your capital injection. Chen Zhengxi's eyes were flushed, and the fists on both sides of the enlarged leg were clenched to death, and the blue muscles burst out. Why? The prosperous Tang was Lin Mo's hard work. At first, in order to make Lin Mo happy, he gave Lin Mo 5 million to let him do business on his own. Lin Mopen set up a small club with a good environment and transformed it into a high-end catering club. From 1 store to 5 stores, Lin Ma Sheng Tang had more thoughts on him than he did, and then they slowly walked away. Ridiculous to say, once he joked that Sheng Tang was his rival, and he wanted Lin Mo to take Sheng Tang out of the way. But at this moment, when Sheng Tang was really taken out, he was like a knife in his heart. Lin Mo stirred the dark coffee in the cup lightly, but hadn't drank it, and his mouth was full of bitterness. I plan to go to settle in the continent. ICA and rest assured that Xiaoshu is alone. Are you going? Okay. Will you come back again? Probably not. Lin Mo's thoughts drifted far away, and he smiled when he recovered. Don't you think it's because of you? Don't be passionate. Lin Mo also wanted to ridicule. Suddenly, sharp pain came from his lungs, which almost made him unable to hold his face. He quickly picked up the tissue on his hand, coughed a few times over his mouth, and no one could see the spread of despair on the scarlet liquid tissue. Are you okay? Why did you cough so badly? Chen Zhengxi flashed a bad feeling in his heart, which made him unable to catch it. Since the last Cold War, they have been separated for several months, even when he was sick. Lin Mo crumpled the paper towels and threw them into a trash basket under the table that was as beautiful as an artwork. After thirsty, the coffee calmed down. If nothing happened, he said, what can I do? I'm old, I've got a bad air in the past 2 years. It's getting worse, and it's really hard to stay for a moment. Do you just want to leave me? I can't help you if you want to think so. Lin Mo reluctantly smiled. Have a good time with Miss Guo. She is a good person and deserves your cherish. You can't wait to push me into the arms of other women. Lin Mo's face was suddenly cold. Chen Zhengxi, I don't want to quarrel with you. The person who proposed to break up is you, and the person who is full of marriage in the newspaper is also you. What is your complaint about the complainant's face? Get together. I still have something to go. Let's go first. Lin Mo took the bag without turning his head away. Chen Zhengxi sat on the sofa and watched his thin back, unable to recover for a long time. He and Lin Mo had been together for 12 years. They had quarreled and even had hands, but never said break up. This time, they were really over. Chen Zhengxi looked at the documents on the table, and his eyes were sore after the lens. Suddenly he thought, maybe he loves Lin Mo more than himself. 10 years ago, he was willing to define no return to chase the past, but now. Chen Zhengxi's father's head was full of silver and silk, and his mother was sad and crying. Now that the Chen family can't get through the difficulties with hundreds of millions of dollars, if you want to survive this political earthquake, you have to form an alliance with the standing team. Marriage has been a good way of alliance since ancient times. Guo Suya, Chen Zhengxi sighed deeply, and gathered all her thoughts. Just after Lin Mo walked out of the elevator and walked into the underground parking lot, he saw 100,000 people who did not want to see anyone. Han Shuan leaned against his car, turned his phone boringly, and when he saw him, his eyes lit up suddenly and he smiled arrogantly. Lin Xiaomo, I warned you a long time ago, let you stay away from Zhengxi. How? Isn't he leaving you yet? I regret it now, are I sad? Deserve it. Han Shuan is the cousin of Chen Zhengxi's Yuanfang. Lin Mo has known him for more than 10 years. This man has always been cheap, and he is too lazy to take care of him. Lin Mo is very uncomfortable now, and does not want to talk to him at all, perfunctory ly saying, it's quite sad, rest assured, I will never entangle him again in the future, can you give me a moment, I have an urgent matter. Han Shuan grew up abroad and is a typical banana man. He has wheat-colored skin, high nose and peach blossom height of 185. He has an excellent figure in the gym. Not only are his facial features more delicate than Chen Zhengxi, but he adds a wild beauty. In the eyes of a guy, Han Shuan is a superb beauty, but Lin Mo knows his tongue and mouth is so cheap. Every time he encounters him, he will be unlucky, and he hopes to bypass him, but he is Chen Zhengxi who can't reach far. Cousin Fang and his friend are always annoyed to meet him everywhere. Han Shuan leaned on the door of the cab and didn't move away at all. He even smugly lit himself a cigarette. The Tang dynasty made you sell it. What else can you do? The smell of pungent smoke made Lin Mo feel a little uncomfortable and miss some. He hasn't started smoking in 2 or 3 months since he was diagnosed with the disease. This is even more uncomfortable for a smoker older than 10 years. Lin Mo used his hand to disperse the smell of smoke in front of his nose, frowning and asking, how do you know about the Tang dynasty? Han Shuan saw Lin Mo's face flushed with smoke, and thought that he would always run to the hospital near him. While accusing him of being cheesy, he smothered the smoke, because I bought the Tang dynasty people, it was me. The prosperous Tang was Lin Mo's hard work. In the past, Chen Zhengxi always complained that he was not as important as the prosperous Tang. But where did Chen Zhengxi know that he worked so hard to build Shengtong, just to stand up to him, and to be able to go far with him? Never thought that when Shengtong developed, and his cold-hearted love had turned away hug, but the distance between them is far. After so many years have passed, he has long been indifferent to the relationship between Chen Zhengxi and his injuries. It was not until today that I decided to leave him, but it was because a trace of delusion broke down in my heart. He asked himself, he didn't hate Chen Zhengxi. If he wasn't the one he met, he would probably still return to a cheap club. When he was old and decayed where would there be achievements today? He is very realistic and grateful. Chen Zhengxi gave him a violent love and gave him a life. If he just made a ridiculous man who complained about women because of this broken relationship, he could not do it as a big man. What's more, it's really a pitiful look to make Han Shaoran laugh at him, which is more uncomfortable than letting him die. If I knew it already, I should check the agent. It was a miscalculation that Sheng Tang actually fell into the hands of Han Shaoran. Lin Mo complained secretly, with a sincere smile on his face. Really, that is really congratulations to you. Han Shuan looked at him with a smile, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed for a while. He was obviously reluctant to laugh anymore. He had a funny hair. If he had a soft heart, would he die? Han Shuan didn't know which one of his ribs was wrong. From the first sight of Lin Mo, he didn't look good, especially when he was with Chen Zhengxi. He couldn't see Lin Mo's fake smile in front of him. He wanted to reveal his fake skin. He could beat him, he could not. On an opportunity, Han Shuan finally realized that he just hated Lin Mo, but he couldn't help it. Why wasn't Baosha Lin Mo the same in that upstart club? Why can't he talk like Chen Zhengxi's sweet talk? Every time he opens his mouth, he can't help but sting Lin Xiaomo, so that Lin Xiaomo always hides him when he sees him, and treats him as an enemy. It is really annoying. At the thought of Lin Mo and Chen Zhengxi finally breaking up, Han Shuan's mouth turned upside down uncontrollably. He threw the cigarette on the ground and stepped on it. Thinking of the next proposal, he felt a little nervous, and he did not blink his eyes when he led a merger and acquisition of a multinational company a few days ago. Han Shuan silently spurned himself. He quickly stretched his arrogant face, and slowly said, Sheng Tang is somehow your hard work, just to sell it for a man who doesn't want you, is it worth it? This man was born to spread salt on his wounds. Lin Mo chuckled. I dumped Chen Zhengxi, anyhow I have to pay a breakup fee. Although Han Zunming knew that this was not the case, but after hearing, I dumped Chen Zhengxi, he still couldn't help but feel a little happy, thinking that Chen Zhengxi's old and affectionate old man should have dumped long ago. Well, at this moment Han Shuan completely forgot, and he was the same year as Chen Zhengxi, only a month younger, and the old man had his share. So what do you plan to do next? Han Shaoran's ears were all raised. What's your business? There were too many cars in and out of the parking lot, and the bad smell of smoke made Lin Mo's face start to hurt again. It doesn't matter to me, Han Shuan finished and found himself seemingly ambiguous. Immediately concealed with the usual meanness, Junshi is finally living a normal life. I certainly don't want you to bother him again. That's good, you come to work in Shengtong, I will count your shares and supervise you along the way. The severe pain made Lin Mo dizzy. He could hardly hear what Han Shuan said. The cold sweat on his back gradually soaked the thin shirt. At this time, even if the lights in the underground parking lot dimmed again, Han Shuan also found Lin Mo abnormal. He looked at Lin Mo's suddenly pale face, so terrified that he couldn't hold it anymore, and grabbed Lin Mo's hand, and found that his hand was abnormally cold, and his body actually shivered slightly. Lin Mo felt so painful that he couldn't speak a word. His eyes were dark and he suddenly lost consciousness. Han Shuan caught Lin Mo's brain blank for 2 seconds and hugged Lin Mo up. He found that he was lighter than he thought, and his heart was tingling. At the same time, his heart flashed unpredictably. He took Lin Mo into the car step by step and drove to the hospital at a speed while contacting a familiar doctor. He prayed silently in his heart, Lin Xiaomo, don't be okay. Lung cancer, advanced stage. Sitting in front of the hospital bed, Han Shuan's mind echoed with the doctor's slightly regretful voice. He was just like the paranoid in the movie. He repeatedly recalled the doctor's words and every subtle expression of the doctor. It seems that as long as a flaw is found, overturn this ridiculous conclusion. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. Seeing a doctor who was used to life and death, talking about a life and death is just like saying that the weather is not good today, with a little regret. A common regret, with a little professional pity and numbness. Han Shuan stared at Lin Mo for a while. He was still the same as he was when he first saw him. His face was white and small, his nose was tall, his nose was light, and his lips were slightly pale. He liked that his eyes slightly raised the eyes of the eyes, unlike almond eyes. It's so innocent and charming, not as confusing and affectionate as peach blossom eyes, mostly without concealing stubbornness and heartfelt pride. The plain white makes his standard beauty face give a different taste, showing exquisiteness, and inadvertently letting he lost his soul and lost his heart. Lin Mo's eyelashes are very long, dense and curled, and I don't know how many times they look better than those women with false eyelashes. He was quietly closed at the moment, and Shi Wei came out of the window. He cast a fine shadow on his pale face, and actually had a magical illusion. When Han Shuan came back, his fingers were lightly touched. He cautiously tapped it. It was due to the psychological factors that caused him to withdraw his hand like an electric shock. Somehow, his eyes suddenly turned red. Lin Mo woke up from the pain in his lungs. He stared blankly at the pale ceiling, His mind gradually returned to the cage, and the smell of disinfectant water made him understand that he should be a hospital at the moment. He tilted his head and saw that he had always avoided Han Shuan. Wait, what's the matter with Han Shaoran's eyes so red? Isn't this sorry for him? Lin Mo blinked hard with his eyes, as if it was normal, it should have been his own eyes. Lin Mo was a bit sorry, but he felt that this was normal. Han Shuan always hated him so much. If he was really sad for him, it would be more uproar than last year, but nothing happened. Han Shaoran still has 2 points of conscience, at least didn't let him see a gloating face when he woke up. You're sick, why don't you tell me? Han Shuan's voice was stiff and hoarse, with a little bit of uncertainty about the unknown emotion. Lin Moqi said, why should I tell you? Seeing Han Shuan suddenly stinking into the face, and the deep injury in his eyes, he suddenly felt like he was a little too much, so he explained dryly, actually, I knew it only 2 months ago. There was a brief silence in the ward. After a while, Han Shuan spoke again, does Chen Zhengxi know? Lin Mo felt that Han Shuan was very strange today. Was it because he died that he suddenly saw himself pleasing to the eye? What is this awkward concern? I didn't tell him. Are you going to hide from us like this, from all of us? One quietly. The word, death. Han Shuan couldn't say anything, a pair of peach blossom eyes stared upright, almost it's like frying. Lin Mo chuckled. Han Shuan, did you secretly watch a lot of Korean dramas when you go to work? Are you brain improving, too? Anyway, who said I plan to calmly die? I have contacted Professor Robert of the State. Why? He saw my case and said that there is still hope for advanced target therapy. How old? A little more than 25%. Lin Mo has always been optimistic, conscious that this probability is quite large. Han Shuan said with a black face, I have just asked you to contact Professor Guo Daniel, he is the authority on target therapy, and he can certainly cure you. I made a reservation for the flight ticket to the country the day after tomorrow. Go to the country together. During this time, Lin Mo found someone to check a lot of cancer treatment information. Professor Daniel is the originator of target therapy and a tutor of Professor Robert. However, there are a lot of people in the world who have the power to line up and find him to treat patients. Don't say that a small person like him can't get on the line. Even if he gets on the line, it is estimated that he hasn't been lined up with him yet, so he will go to see the Buddha first. Han Jiaguo has been developing for decades, and the energy there is not small, but it would take a lot of effort to make Professor Daniel like this a shot. Lin Moshi didn't expect Han Shuan to help him like this. Did Han Shaoran forget to take medicine today? Han Shuan was stunned by Lin Mo's eyes, and his face was black. Forget it, he was too lazy to care about this little asshole. The dull and depressive atmosphere in the ward made Han Shuan want to take a cigarette soothingly. He just pulled out the cigarette case from his pocket and slapped it back. You're sick, I haven't told Chen Zhengxi yet. Lin Moden nodded calmly. I didn't intend to tell him about this. Why, is Chen Zhengxi really worth your love to this point? He is plainly occupying the position of his lover, but he doesn't even know that you are suffering from terminal illness. Why should he? The evil fire in Han Shuan's heart rose again. There is no reason. Lin Mo was as calm as if he was not talking about himself. It's my own business to live, die, and die. There's no need to involve an outsider. And I can't stand his face. He paused. Say, don't you always want him to live a normal person life? If he is about to marry his wife and have children, let him know that I'm dead. What would you do with his temperament? If I'm doomed not to survive this hurdle, then I hope that I can at least spend this time calmly. Han Shuan opened his mouth, but he couldn't find a rebuttal, but he said, you will be fine. I think so too, and I want to watch my little book get married. Lin Mo couldn't help but think about his younger brother, he couldn't help but be sad. Han Shuan's heart began to sore and swollen and painful. Outside the window, a ray of Shiwei was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, without turning on the light. The ward suddenly became dark and dark, choking and suffering. Will this 10-year-old crush end in such a way? If he doesn't love his face so much, if he doesn't pay much attention to his brother's righteousness, if he confesses his heart earlier, will the ending be different? Obviously, he likes Lin Mo so much. Obviously, he met Lin Mo no later than Chen Zhengxi. Obviously, he can give Lin Mo a good life, and even Chen Zhengxi's life cannot give marriage and family blessings. He was so secretly looking forward to the breakup of the two of them. When they really broke up, when he had compiled a big net and waited for Lin Xiaomo to take it home, he waited for such bad news. He was unwilling, really unwilling. Han Shuan grabbed Lin Mofang's quilt with his outer hand and held it tightly. He wished to rub him into his body with all his strength, but he was afraid of hurting him. Finally, he used both hands to hold Lin Mo's thin palms on his palm. Lin Xiaomo, I like you. Lin Mo was choked by his slobber in shock, and he coughed in embarrassment, and his lungs came again with severe pain, which made Lin Mo experience the heartbreaking lung again. Before the coma, Lin Mo's thought was that Han Shuan didn't take medicine today, but the cliff was taking the wrong medicine. Han Shuan panicked and called the doctors and nurses. Lin Mo was taken away by the fish, and there was only a large piece of bright red left on the white bed, which hurt his eyes. When Lin Mo woke up again, he found that the nurse had changed to a blonde babes, and a bearded man rushed in from the outside in a hurry, making him almost unrecognizable. Han Shaoran, don't you always dress up all kinds of Sao Bao? Is this a decadent wind? Xiao Mo, do you feel uncomfortable? Hello, Han, are we two so familiar? Lin Mo later realized that he had almost embarrassed that he hadn't choked himself to death. He unconsciously looked away and opened his mouth to say that he was okay, only to find that his throat was dry and sore, and he could not make a sound at all. Han Shuan was wrong and immediately asked the nurse what was going on. After a brief discussion, he comforted Lin Madao. Xiao Mo, don't worry, you just coughed too much and hurt your throat. Wait a while after a thorough inspection, just drink some water. Lin Mo was scared by Han Shuan's tenderness to pinch out the water to scare Goosebumps. Dear, can we not? Can we be normal? You still speak in the same arrogant and cheesy way as before, so you will suspect that I have become ill and have hallucinations. Lin Xiaomo, don't you not be honest as soon as you wake up? What are your eyes moving around? Look at me honestly and cooperate with the nurse to check. Don't think you are sick, I won't dare to clean you up. Han, as soon as Shuan saw Lin Mo's unwillingness, he became angry. Right, that's why I know Han Shaoran. Han Shuan was relieved by Lin Mo. He was so angry that he almost spurted out the old blood. Forget it, what do you care about with a sick guy? The nurse hasn't finished the examination yet, and Han Zunqi has disappeared. When the nurse left, he began to take care of Lin Mo diligently, from 3 meals a day to a trivial life. At the beginning, Lin Mo felt very embarrassed. He was sick when he first arrived in the country, and he needed help from the bath and toilet. The doctors and nurses in the hospital were somehow bewitched by Han Shuan's demon's words, and even Han Shuan's mischief did not agree to find him a special care. His phone was taken away by Han Shuan and no one could be contacted. Guan Hanzun never had any over-the-moment actions, and Lin Mo felt conservative in his heart. He tried to reason with Han Shuan, and Han Shuan did not play a rogue word. He tried to go back through a cold and violent road, and Han Shuan began to reason with him patiently. Grinding so much, he has worn away his temper. Gradually, Lin Mo was moved by Han Shuan's move. As the saying goes, there is no filial son in front of a long bed. He never thought that the young master of Han's family, who grew up in Jinyu food, could do this for him. Even Chen Zhengxi could not do it. It is deceptive to say not to be moved. If Han Shuan is just for his appearance, then he is now shaving his bald head, even his eyebrows are off, his body is pale and puffy, and his face is thin and deformed. The whole person looks like an alien monster. He didn't dare to look in the mirror himself. As for money, there is no need. In the eyes of ordinary people, the money in his hand is enough to spend 3 lifetimes, but for Han Shuan, the money is not enough for him to buy 2 decent yachts or private jets. There is really no Han Shuan who can covet something. However, it was such a pure sentiment that he was at a loss. Han Shuan looked at him in response and laughed. Lin Xiaomo, if you feel owed to me, you should try to accept me. When you are ready, I will take you home to see my parents, then, let's go get the marriage certificate together. Lin Mo did not say, it's strange that your parents don't lame your legs. Han Shuan raised his eyebrows and helped Lin Mo cover his feet with a hot diaper. He proudly said, do you think my parents are so unreasonable? They don't care if I find the other half male or female, as long as if you can find someone you like early and settle down, they will be happy. Such a tall and open family, even the country is difficult to find. Don't your parents want grandchildren? Although Lin Mo had known Han Shuan for many years, he had a lot of frustration. His knowledge of Han Shuan's family was limited to other people's introductions and occasional reports in financial magazines. At best, they knew that their family had money, has the right to do it again, and what really happened to their family, I really don't know. Once he had quietly slandered, and could bring up such a nasty guy as Han Shaoran, Bao Zun would not be a good person. Looking at it now, it is clear that Han Shaoran is too awkward, and twists his correct judgment of people. My eldest brother, second elder brother, third elder sister, and fourth elder sister's children are enough to form a football team. Every time those bear children gather at home, it is a disaster, especially those few children. When they come, the family must have if a family doctor is staying, it will prevent my parents from being troubled by them. Really exaggerated. Absolutely more exaggerated than you want. Han Shuan put the cold towel aside and put Lin Mo's warm feet on the quilt. But anyway, don't the older generation pay attention to having more children and more happiness? Even if these children are noisy, they still like it. Han Shuan walked up to Lin Mo and smiled badly. Lin Xiaomo, don't worry about the child. My family really won't mind. If you really want a child, we can be a test tube baby. Listen to my friend, with the current technology, there is no problem in having a baby with the genes of both of us. So, you are at ease to nourish the disease and wait for you to get well, whatever you want. Lin Mo looked at the man in front of him who didn't resemble the annoying asterisk in his memory, a little dissimilar, and a frozen corner at the bottom of his heart, as if suddenly burned by boiling water. Han Shuan, don't take advantage of me verbally. Okay, when I bathe you tomorrow, I'll take a little more. Be good, go to bed early, I will be with you next to me. Lin Mo didn't say anything, and turned sideways silently, confused, he thought, if Han Shaoran could get earlier. Lin Mo woke up suddenly. What was earlier? Chapter 3, Dreamy. Lin Mo received more than half a year of treatment. When he was in good health, he was able to go out on the street with Han Shuan. When he was bad, he could only stay in the intensive care unit for 10 days and a half. The target treatment process was very painful. Every time, when he saw Lin Mo trembling with pain, Han Shuan wanted to replace him with his body, but he could just hold Lin Mo's hand and pray for him silently. Even so, Professor Daniel told him later that Lin Mo was in a bad situation. The cancer cells in his body showed resistance to the target drugs, and the cancer cells had already spread to the stomach. He must undergo surgical treatment. With Lin Mo's physical state, it is likely to support incomplete surgery, and even if the operation is successful, Lin Mo's hope of recovery does not exceed 3%. For a time, Han Shuan was completely ignorant. Why is this so? Even though these days are the same for Lin Mo as torture, but he really cherishes and enjoys such an intimate life with him. He even feels that Lin Mo has begun to accept him slowly. He even lives where they married all arranged. He originally planned to wait for Lin Mo to recover, so he proposed to him. When Han Shuan's 6 gods had no master, a phone call came in. Chen Zhengxi probably drank high, and his voice sounded drunk. He asked sharply, "Where did you get Xiaomo? Did you go with Xiaomo? Xiaomo is me, why do you follow him? Together, friends and wives cannot be bullied. I treat you as a brother. How can you be sorry for me?" As soon as Han Shuan heard the fire in his head, he jumped up and said, "Chen Zhengxi, you heat mom still have a face. I don't remember I moved Guo Suya a finger. Xiaomo has broken up with you, he is now with I had a very good time together. When he finished his birthday, I would take him home to see his parents and receive a certificate. I can hold his hand to hold a wedding in his upright church with blessings from family and friends. You can give him these. By the way, I almost forgot. It seems that you only married Ms. Guo last month, and you, a married old man, do'n't hang around with little ink, so you do'n't have to look ugly when you go out. Xiaomo and I want more. I remember Xiaomo paid you a 100 million breakup fee. Wouldn't you be enough? Chen Zhengxi, looking at our friends for a while, I advise you to be content, do'n't eat the bowl and look at the pot, and then drop a bamboo basket to fetch water." Han Shuan said such a long list without breathing. Because these words hold back his heart, he wanted to say it already. Perhaps, long ago, he was playing against the guise of Chen Zhengxi against his heart, and occasionally stabbed Lin Mo to attract when he noticed. He wanted to scold Chen Zhengxi for a good meal. Chen Zhengxi shook his hand while holding the phone. "I don't listen to your nonsense. Where is Xiaomo? You give me back Xiaomo." "Chen Zhengxi, why are you so young? I'm playing crazy. Xiaomo now likes me to be someone, he won't see you. You let Xiaomo listen to the phone. How could Xiaomo like you, Xiaomo Mingming, then love me?" Chen Zhengxi didn't know how much wine he had drunk, and he and Lin Mo once had a happy time in his mind. He clearly knew he can never go back with him, but he is not reconciled. Han Shuan wanted to hang up the phone directly, but after listening to Chen Zhengxi's words, his anger could no longer be suppressed. Why should such a man accept Xiaomo's peace of mind? Why is he? Chen Zhengxi, I just now know that you, Heat Mum is a scum. Do you want to hear that Xiaomo refused you? Would you be satisfied? Yes. No, no, Xiaomo won't refuse me. They all blame you. You cheated Xiaomo, you hid Xiaomo, you returned Xiaomo. Han Shuan felt that he was crazy before he could get entangled with a drunkard. Okay, I'm satisfied with you, I will let you hear whether Xiaomo likes me or you. Han Shuan finished speaking, hung up the phone and walked back to the ward. What's wrong? His face is so ugly. Lin Mo was in a good spirit today, lying in bed and watching a Western food show. Chen Zhengxi called. He had to say that I hid you, and I told him that we are now in a relationship. He had to let you call him personally, and he was willing to give up. Han Shuan said and handed the phone to Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at him helplessly. How could I not know what is the relationship between us? He answered the phone without dialing the phone book and dialed the well-known number directly. Xiaomo, is your love my right? Did you come back? I used to be sorry to you, shall we start again? I promise I will never do sorry to you again, really, I swear. Chen Zhengxi drank after drinking too much wine. His tongue was stiff and he could not utter clearly, but this did not prevent him from thinking that he was sober. Just like the drunken man never thinks he is drunk. Chen Zhengxi, you have a good time for yourself. It's over between us. Why don't you make everyone unhappy like this? Unhappy? You're not with me, hiccups, how can I be happy? Xiaomo, I was wrong, I really knew I was wrong, you come back. Chen Zhengxi, it's impossible between us. Lin Mo didn't want to be entangled with Chen Zhengxi anymore, and his voice grew colder. Yes, hiccup, because Han Shuan. Yes, this person is still the same as before. Once something goes wrong, he never wants to find the reason on his own. Dare you swear that you like Han Shuan? Chen Zhengxi, are you funny? Do you dare to say? Chen Zhengxi was reluctant, and he was confused in his mind. He only knew to persecute Lin Mo and forced him to express his heart. Lin Mo suddenly felt that Chen Zhengxi was so boring. He could not because of Chen Zhengxi's kindness and kindness to him, and he didn't hate to care about his irresponsible relationship with them. You can even give Chen Zhengxi several times the amount of money spent on him over the years to make a breakup fee, not only because others do not seem to understand the ridiculous self-esteem, but also want to clean up this relationship. Even once he really loved Chen Zhengxi very much, but now he was really tired and really not at all, he just wanted to spend the rest of his life calmly. Lin Mo knows Chen Zhengxi very well. He knows that if he is not allowed to die completely, he will continue to struggle like this. Lin Mo calmly said, why don't I dare to say? I like Han Shuan, I will live a good life with him, I hope you don't come to disturb us again, I don't want Han Shuan to misunderstand what else between us. As soon as Lin Mo Gang finished talking, Han Shuan took the phone directly and said proudly to Chen Zhengxi, so, you're stubborn, when I and Xiaomo hold a wedding, I will solemnly invite you to come. Chen Zhengxi has not recovered from the shock. Han Shuan has hung up the phone. He turned his head serious and said to Lin Mo, Lin Xiaomo, I will be your boyfriend formally from now on. You must listen to me later, understand? Lin Mo rewarded him with a white eye, is your daydream? Hey, you have just admitted to being with me. Han Shuan finally revealed his sinister intentions. Lin Mo turned over and pulled over the quilt, burying himself in the quilt. Han Shuan jumped angrily, not reluctantly. Lin Xiaomo, you install less garlic, you must be responsible to me. Have I done anything? Humph. How much tofu was eaten by Lao Su during this time? If you don't speak, I will assume you. It's up to you. Lin Xiaomo. Guan Lin Mo said nothing. The people in the hospital seemed to think that Han Shuan was like his boyfriend. Whatever his boyfriend said, what did your boyfriend say, your boyfriend was so kind to you, and many more. Lin Mo refuted several times, and everyone ignored them directly, and he was too lazy to justify. Gradually, everyone is subtle. Lin Mo also thinks that it seems to be a good boyfriend who is so kind. If Han Shaoran is not so overbearing and his mouth is not so poisonous, it will be perfect. Another month later, Lin Mo's condition worsened. He spent most of the day in a lethargic state. When he was awake, his body was always in pain. The painkiller gradually lost its effect. Because the cancer cells continued to spread to the stomach, causing him to eat and spit out, in just 1 month, he has lost weight sharply, 1 meter and 7 or 5 sons, and now only 90 pounds is less than that. He looks at the person in the mirror, can't help but laugh at himself. It's really ugly, like a skeleton shelf covered with leather. Han Shuan looked anxious in his eyes, and he endured the discomfort in his heart, so he relaxed and comforted and said, even if you become a skeleton of skeletons, my heart is also beautiful. Lin Mo grinned at him. Small Han, are you sure you are a comforter? Also, Don't be so nauseated, I feel uncomfortable. Han Shuan was dissatisfied and said, why are you so hard to serve, Lin Xiaomo? Hey, in this world, even I can bear you, I think it's not easy to think about it. Little Han, can we not be so narcissistic? I vomited, you have the skill to show me. A minute later, Lin Mo really vomited. At noon, Tang Quan spit it out without saying anything. He bowed and kept vomiting, and almost vomited all the bile. Han Shuan quickly called the doctors and nurses, tossed for a little while, and did not know what medicine was injected into Lin Mo. He finally calmed down. Lin Mo was lying on the bed, and his cold sweat had made Han Shuan dry with a drape and put on a clean sick suit. In the middle and late October, he was covered with a thick duvet, and his body was still cold from the inside. Stop shivering. Even if Han Shuan kept hiding from him, his physical condition, he knew that he might not be able to survive this hurdle. Originally open-minded, he was almost indifferent to life and death, and looking at the red silk under the eyes of Han Shuan, his heart was light and unwilling and sad. In case. Everyone assumes if, but how many ifs in this world? Lin Mo had to bow his head to destiny again, and the quiet ward seemed to be full of destiny smiles. Xiaomo, don't worry, Professor Daniel has arranged the surgery. You will get better when you have the surgery. By then, I will have 5 meals a day, and I will guarantee you to be white and fat. Even if you have been like this, I won't dislike you. 5 meals a day, what should you do to feed the pigs? Lin Mo smiled and looked at Han Shuan quietly. You can help me contact the small book, I have something to tell him. Han Shuan couldn't suppress the panic. When the surgery is done, you are getting better, and it's not too late to tell him. You now, he will worry when he sees it. It's comforting, it sounds strange even to him. Where do you want to go? I just haven't seen the book in half a year and I miss him a bit. Lin Shu is his half-brother, more than 5 years younger than him. When his family was in trouble, Lin Shu was only 10 years old. The two brothers could almost be said to grow up together. Originally, Lin Shu had some knots because of some things. Later, after being communicated by Lin Mo, the brothers' relationship became better. Because Lin Shu went to study in Y country, he is currently working hard to complete his doctoral course 1 year later. Lin Mo encountered too many changes this year. The brothers cannot find time to come. The last time they met was New Year. Han Zuna opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, and finally nodded casually and agreed. Lin Shu had an extremely important experiment at a critical stage, and he could not move away time. Lin Mo did not say anything specifically, only to let Lin Shu come to the country to gather with him. Lin Shu thought that it would be Lin Mo's birthday for another 3 or 4 days, when the experiment came to an end, and it happened to celebrate his brother's birthday. So, the two brothers made an appointment to meet on their birthday. However, the night before Lin Mo's 31st birthday, his body suddenly deteriorated suddenly, and Professor Daniel had to temporarily decide to advance the operation. On the morning of January 24th, Lin Mo woke up early. I don't know if it was because of the injection of special drugs last night. He seemed to be more energetic than some time ago, less comforting and nervous. Han Shaoran. Waiting until 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shu still failed to arrive, presumably because he was still on the plane and his mobile phone was still unreachable. Lin Mo could only bring a little regret and was pushed into the operating room by the nurses. In fact, he didn't want Lin Shu to see him like this. He had promised Lin Shu that there would be nothing to hide from him in the future, and he apparently said again. If he escaped this disaster, I believe that Xiaoshu will forgive him. If he could not hide, then Xiaoshu would forgive him. Okay, just play him again after him. Immediately before entering the operating room, Han Shuan suddenly stopped the nurses. He threw himself in front of Lin Mo, and heavily kissed his lips. At the same time, he took out an exquisite and simple small sandalwood box, opened it, and quietly laid 2 snow-white sheep-fat jade rings. The style of the ring is extremely simple, not even the pattern, but even the uninitiated can see the 2 rings at a glance. Han Shuan took out one of them and carefully put Lin Mo on his ring finger. He held Lin Mo's hand and said with a smile, I told you my parents not only did not object, but also gave me this pair heirloom. Now I'll bring it to you, you are my wife-in-law. When you get the surgery, I will take you home to see my parents, they will love you. Steady, faintly choking. Lin Mo stared at Han Shuan, and he had lost a lot of weight in the past 6 months. How could Han Shaoran's spirit shine brightly? For a time, Lin Mo's heart overflowed with infinite sourness and many unclear emotions, and his eyes turned red. If he can know early that Han Shaoran is uncomfortable, will the ending be different? Lin Mo told him, okay, but his throat kept pouring sweetness, and he couldn't even speak half a word. He could only nod hard. Even though he used all his energy, the outsiders seemed to move his brain slightly. The bag, but Han Shuan understood what he meant. However, he hadn't had time to rejoice. Next moment, a large stream of dark red blood poured out from Lin Mo's lips. Lin Mo, Lin Mo. Lin Mo faintly heard a heartbreaking voice and kept calling his name. He wanted to respond, but his consciousness gradually drifted away. Before he fell completely into eternal darkness, the haggard sad face of Han Shuan appeared in his mind. The instrument shrieked and screamed, as if mourning for the leaving life. The doctors took orderly first aid measures, but in the end could not recapture the young life from the death. In the busy, no one saw Lin Mo's eyes tearing down, no one noticed his thin ring finger. Yu Shui cleared the ring and fell down, shattered on the pale floor. At the same time, Han Shuan didn't have time to bring his ring finger to his ring, and it suddenly broke without warning and turned into powder. Han, villain, don't make trouble. Lin Mo fans were confused and felt that someone was shaking him, and the brain flowers in his head seemed to be stirred into batter by chopsticks, and the dullness was dull. Brother, you wake up. Wu, why did Xiaoshu cry? No, he seems to have forgotten something important. Lin Mo tried hard not to listen to the brain and finally remembered that he seemed to have an operation today. However, Xiaoshu was crying so sad. Did the operation succeed or fail? Anyway, he still has to wake up first. He still has a lot to say to Xiaoshu. Lin Mo felt that his eyelids seemed to have been glued together with 52 glue. He put all his milking power on, and then barely opened a gap to see 3 ghost images. Brother, you're awake, so good, so good. The sound of a child sucking his nose with a crying voice is really unpleasant. Wait, kid, suck your nose. Lin Mo's eyes widened in an instant. It took a long time to recognize the old white sweater in red and white, the thick black cotton suit in the suit, and the thick black cotton coat on the face. The face was full of crying marks. This unscientific. Lin Mo's mood at the moment is like someone pouring a small pot of water into a large frying pan, and the whole is fried. He looked around blankly. The room was only 11 squares, the walls were painted white, the roof was also nailed with a milky white patterned ceiling, and a long brown flower line was hanging on the ceiling silk lamps. Dim light is only enough to make people roughly see the furnishings in the room. An old brown-black 3-door wardrobe with glass, a large box of the same color, and a large table of the same color, as well as a large wooden bed of the same color, covered with yellowish mosquito nets. Compared to this room, Lin Mo is familiar with these furniture. Some of the memories deep in my mind gradually recover and then gush out. Is this 15 years ago? He returned 15 years ago. Shouldn't this kind of thing only appear in popcorn dramas and ***** logic novels? Lin Mo suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly looked hard, and he quickly asked, how about Dad? Lin Shu cried with a, wow, Dad, Wu, Dad hospital. Things have already happened. Lin Mo sighed silently in his heart, and as he sorted out his thoughts, he asked, what day is it today? Lin Shu choked and said, number 3. In this era, children as big as Lin Shu generally only have the concept of today's day of the week in their heads. He can remember today's date entirely because of the old days of nagging adults. Number 3. Dad had an accident on the afternoon of the 1st, and it took more than a day. In less than 2 days, my father's legs might be saved. How? About your mother. Mom, my mom went to my grandma's house the other day to borrow money. Lin Shu's eyes were slightly uneasy. Lin Mo's face instantly turned black, and he hammered the bed angrily, and the bed squeaked in disrepair. Damn it, let the woman run away again. Lin Shu saw his brother's face sullen, and it looked like he was eating. He was scared and took a step back. He shouted cowardly, brother. The child was very sensitive, and Xiao Linshu felt his brother obviously it seems to be different from the past. How about our grandma? Lin Mo couldn't carelessly dizzy his head at this moment, and moved his aching arm and legs slightly, struggling to get up and get dressed. I have to say that when I was young, my body was more comfortable than the oil lamp. Grandma's hospital took care of her father. She asked Uncle Wang to come back to find her mother, and let her mother quickly carry the money. Uncle Wang said that his father was very sick and needed a lot of money. He has a good memory, even if there are too many changes in the past 2 days, he can still tell the adults everything. Lin Mo washed a pair of white sneakers over the feet. Do you remember how much money Grandma said she would bring? This incident happened more than 10 years ago, and Lin Mo was unwilling to touch a memory. He could not remember many details. Lin Shu thought about it carefully and wrinkled his chubby face and said, 10,018. My brother didn't come back from the hospital yesterday morning. Why did he ask him how much money his father needed? Also, didn't my brother go to my grandma's house to find her mother yesterday? In the case of 18,000, judging from the current price at the beginning of 1998, it is indeed quite a lot. My father taught junior high school mathematics in the township. His monthly salary plus bonus was less than 5 yuan a month, and he earned 5 or 6,000 yuan a year. Their family had just repaired a small building on the ground floor of this building, together with the large courtyard outside, and the whitewashed walls. It took a total of 45,000. It is precisely because this building was repaired in the middle of last year that the family still owes relatives and friends nearly 10,000 yuan. My father also owed his love when he went to repair the house. He helped a family member of the village to demolish the house and accidentally fell off the wall. Both legs were broken. This family is actually very kind. When encountering this kind of thing, they did not shirk it at all. Even if they are not rich people, they took out the repair room for 12,000 yuan and gave it to him. Stepmother, that is, Lin Yan's mother Wang Yanyan. Wang Yanyan only took $2,000 to let his dad go to the city hospital first, and then let her grandmother take care of her dad. She went home and took some money, and then passed away in a while. In their hospital, they waited and waited until there was no one waiting. The doctor said that the operation must be done in the case of his father, otherwise the two legs would be abandoned. There were a lot of people in the village, but everyone put their pockets in the sky, and then they couldn't make up less than $1,000. Even if those $2,000 were added, it was only 3,000. The hospital was also lacking in ethics. Because he had no money, he gave his father a few injections of painkillers, hung him 2 bottles of water, and hung it. Others do'ent say you do'ent have the money and do'ent operate on you, but tell you very gently that the doctor can't arrange it now, so you have to wait first. But everyone is not a fool. Can you see this trick? But even if you see it, what can you do with the initiative hospital? You can still bring the knife to the attending physician and put it on your neck to force people to perform surgery on you. It's serious to get the money together. Although the hospital is hateful, Wang Yanyan's approach is shameful. She said that it was true that she went home to get the money. Not only did she take only 3,000 yuan from her family to pay back the money, she also asked the uncle and several families to make good family and father and colleagues borrowed nearly 5,000 yuan, and then took the money. Qian Tufu abandoned his son and ran away with a widowed young man in the neighboring village. He did not return until his father died. Later, Wang Yanyan heard from somewhere that he had made a fortune, and shamelessly wanted to ask him for alimony. However, this matter was also used by intentional people, so Chen Zhengxi also lost a big face and made the Chen family want to kill him. I have a heart. He was clenching his teeth to bear the pressure of all parties, and did not give Wang Yanyan a penny. Even Lin Shu broke the mother-child relationship with the woman. In fact, at that time, he had begun to take shape in the Tang dynasty, and there was no shortage of 1.8 million at all. He simply hated Wang Yanyan too much. I hate her for being too cruel, too selfish, for her ridiculous extramarital affairs to ruin their father and son all 3 lives. If it weren't for her to steal the giant money, her father's legs would not be amputated after a high leg amputation due to mistreatment time, and later had to be sold at a bargain because of the huge debt. It took less than half a year to repair the house. Fortunately, the village head looked at their father and son as a pity, and gave the village a dilapidated old processing workshop for them, so they had a place to stay. My father had been depressed and unhappy because of this, plus all the inconveniences after losing his legs, and later because of lack of care for a long time holding urine. From nephritis to uremia, the whole family just got a little better life, and fell into desperation again. Then later, Father, it's because I don't want to drag myself down and choose to take poison. This pile, piece by piece, makes it impossible for Lin Mo to hate Wang Yanyan. Even Lin Yan, Wang Yanyan's biological son, wished he had never been such a selfish and vicious mother. Before this happened, no one had expected that on weekdays they would like to talk about jokes, and people were particularly kind and kind. Wang Yanyan would actually do such a chilling thing. In his last life, before Lin Mo suffered a cataclysm, he was just a nerd filled with the own gold house in the book. They asked someone to come back and couldn't find Wang Yanyan. As a result, Lin Shu told him that Wang Yanyan went back to her mother's house to borrow money. Lin Mo and Feng Chen's servant stepped on a bicycle and ran nearly 100 miles to find Wang Yanyan's mother's house. Lin Mo was ignorant at that time and hurried back overnight. Because of the cold and exhausted heart, he was ill for a long time, and then later became alive with pneumonia. In this era, pneumonia was not fatal, but Lin Mo's illness left his roots because of his poor health. Every time he caught a cold, he was always tortured to death. However, because of the pressure of life, he became addicted to smoking, and his fragile lungs were pitiful. No longer erupting in silence, he became abnormal in silence, so his lungs mutated. He is now 15 years old, so did he die at the age of 31 because of failed surgery? Han Shaoran. Lin Mo couldn't help but the heartbreaking cry emerged. He closed his eyes and stabilized his mind, ignoring the unclear sourness in his heart. Everything is natural, and the top priority is to find a way to raise my father's surgery fee. How can we raise this money? Wang Yanyan was wholeheartedly trying to elope with her sister-in-law, and now 1 day and 2 nights have passed. I am afraid there is no hope to find them in a short time. When Wang Yanyan came to ask for alimony, in his last life, he specifically found someone to investigate her past. They should have gone to Province G at this time, but they didn't know if they were going to the address in memory. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and skipped Wang Yanyan's line for the time being. For the rest, the only way is to find someone to borrow. Who should I borrow and how should I borrow it? The family already owed 10,000 yuan of money. Wang Yanyan asked the acquaintance to borrow 5,000. She also made a personal loan with her father's name. The money was taken away by her, but the account must be repaid. In my last life, I sold a house, and every day I ate whitewater porridge. I also paid a lot of money owed to my relatives and friends. Debt repayments are justified, and there is nothing to shirk. Their village is not particularly remote, but they can only rely on farming and outside work for a few days. How much money can everyone have in their hands? It can be said that it is a great graciousness that people can lend out the money to you, so even if the money is borrowed by Wang Yanyan, they must also return it. But Wang Yanyan borrowed all the money that he could borrow. Where should he go now to find someone to borrow the nearly 20,000 yuan, huge money? It's a penny that won't kill the hero Han. In his last life, Sheng Tang put a table at random for more than this amount of money. Lin Mo really didn't even dream about it. He would worry about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a day. Lin Mo sighed softly and said that he had owed them 3,000 yuan to the extent that the uncle had stole the door. If they let them know that Wang Yanyan had run away the money, the first door-to-door account would definitely be their couple. Don't look at the two of them running diligently in the hospital these 2 days. They are purely looking at Grandma. If they are afraid of Grandma, they will save the little coffin she saved and give it to her father. All along, the uncle's family complained about Grandma's partiality. Yes, that's right, Grandma is partial to Dad and the two of them, but they are too prepared. On weekdays, even if the grandmother quietly stuffed his pocket money with him and Lin Shu, neither of their brothers ever took it. On the contrary, every time Dad receives a salary every month, he will buy some fish, meat, etc. and send it to Grandma to improve her life. Grandma is used to frugality, and every year her children are reluctant to spend money on filial piety, plus she usually grows some vegetables and sells them in town to save some money. But after careful calculation, how much money can an old lady in her village without a pension save? In my previous life, I learned that Wang Yanyan had run away. The villagers knew that my father's legs were completely abolished. There were only 2.5 children left at home, and they were not happy to lend money to their family. Grandma took him and Lin Shu, door to door, to ask for crying. Dad and colleagues also donated some money. Grandma also took out the coffin she had saved for 3,000 yuan, so she barely got enough money for the operation. Just for these $3,000, Uncle actually had a big argument with Grandma. Since then, he refused to pay Grandma alimony for 2 or 3 years. After being mediated by the village cadres, he took the action of Uncle. The $3,000 were given back to Grandma, and the matter was settled. Grandma originally lived for half a year with their uncle and their family. After their house was sold, the family of 3 lived in a processing workshop. Their 2 brothers had to squeeze a nest. Where can the elderly live? Although Uncle doesn't pay Grandmother's maintenance, he doesn't dare to sweep the old lady out of the house, but his father's legs are amputated. The 2 brothers work part-time and study. Dissatisfied. It's not easy to think about Grandma's generation. When I was young, my grandfather was not in good health. When the children are grown up and have a family, they have to think carefully. They like to be proud and filial all her life. Her younger son has become crippled. Lin Lao still needs to be punished by his son's wife. It was so sullen that she died also 2 months after her father committed suicide. In this life, in no case can my grandmother live such a life. Lin Mo swears silently in his heart. As for Ergu, I'm afraid I can't borrow any money. Lin Mo didn't know why. Anyway, in memory, Ergu had never been close to her maiden. She was originally married to town, but later made a fortune in the building materials business at home, and moved to the city again. In his previous life, Grandma took him and Xiaoshu to borrow money from her house. After crying for one morning, he only borrowed 5 yuan. At that time, Grandma was desperate and helpless. As for the uncles in the family, Lin Mo thought for a while, either he could not help, or he had already borrowed money from Wang Yanyan, and then I went to find them again, fearing that he would not be able to borrow any money. Lin Mozi came and went, and Qingtong village could make such a large sum of money at once, for fear that it was only the village head. Counting it, he had to call the village chief 3 grandpas. The village chief and his grandfather were still cousins. The relationship between the two was very close. The main point was that the village chief was the father and Wang Yanyan matchmaker. This kind of thing happened in the countryside on their side. The matchmaker usually couldn't get away with the responsibility. Even if something went wrong in the last life, the grandmother went to the village head's house to make him lose face, and later borrowed the money, but the village head borrowed the big head, and later resisted the rumors in the village, and gave the village public house to the family of 3. Brother, Lin Shu shouted timidly, calling back Lin Mo's confused thoughts. In memory, Lin Shu always looks like a black skinny. He can't remember that Lin Shu was a chubby kid when he was a kid. The black and white eyes are looking at you with big eyes, and he can soften your heart. Who? Lin Shu clutched his stomach, and the chubby face was wrinkled, more and more pitiful. I'm hungry. Lin Mo loved and touched his head. Lin Shu rubbed his brother's hand and nodded pitifully. The leftovers at home finally let him eat up yesterday. At night, he didn't wait for his brother to come back and fell asleep. He was hungry in the morning. Come on, my brother will give you the following article. Good. Lin Shu nodded happily, and Chubby's paw held Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo hooked the corner of his mouth. He had a good relationship with Lin Shu. Because of Wang Yanyan's things, Lin Shu became somber and sensitive, and he did not rely on him so closely. Unexpectedly, God's favor turned him back to the starting point of all misfortunes. He will make great efforts to make his loved ones live a happy and carefree life. The Lin's kitchen is not large. It is a common stove in the southwestern countryside. There are white tiles around the stove surface. Next to the stove, there is a large honeycomb coal stove, which has been extinguished for a long time. I'm going to burn the pot. You go outside and pick a few green onions and wash them in. Well, Lin Shu focused on his head, ran out of the smoke to the yard, picked a small handful of green onions, took off the yellow leaves of the onion tips, went to the water tower, unscrewed the faucet, washed the green onions, and shook his hands Sheng Shui, running back to the kitchen with her fat legs. Lin Mo ignited the fire with dead leaves, and stuffed some fine dry wood branches into the stove, and the fire ignited in a moment. He took some water from the wooden scoop, washed the pot, and poured some oil into the pot. When the oil was hot, he took a basket from the top of the cupboard. 10 eggs were lying in the basket. He took 3 out and put the basket back. He beat the eggs into a large bowl, put a little salt to adjust, poured into the pot while the oil was hot, and fry a few times. Before the eggs were completely condensed, they went into a half scoop of water. Brother, the onions are washed. Put it on the cutting board, help me watch the fire, don't burn too much. Okay, don't look at Lin Shu's 10-year-old, thanks to Wang Yanyan's incompetent mother. It doesn't matter to wash the fire and wash the dishes. Occasionally, you can still steam something. Lin Mo cut the chopped green onions. The water in the pot was already boiling. He sprinkled some salt and pepper noodles. Without trying the taste, he dropped a small handful of dried noodles, and halfway through the water, he added it once in cold water, wait for the noodle soup to boil again and cook it a little longer. He picked up the noodles and put them in 2 bowls. He scooped the yellow-orange eggs and the noodle soup into the bowl. Sprinkle with green onions, and come out with a scent. It's a pity that this noodle is not good, and there is no broth, so I can only let Xiaoshu eat a bowl of ordinary eggs and pot noodles. Brother, it's delicious. Lin Shu smacked his mouth, not satisfied. Lin Mo washed the pot, throwing a few pieces of **** into the pot and cooking it. You can eat more if it's delicious, not enough to pick it from my bowl. Lin Shu shouted noodles in his mouth and said vaguely, no. The valley is. Lin Mo walked out of the kitchen, sat next to him, and put most of the egg flowers in the bowl into Lin Shu's bowl. Eat. Lin Xiaochu's greedy cat licked his mouth and smiled with big eyes. Brother, you are so kind to me. Lin Mo smiled and said, that is, who made me your brother? Eat it. Lin Shu was really hungry. After a while, he wiped out a large bowl of noodles. There were no drops of soup at the bottom of the bowl. He sat beside him and burped. After a while, he didn't know what he thought of, as if he had spent courageously on the chubby face, timidly asked Lin Mo, "Brother, Mom, does Mom not want us?" Lin Mo was shocked and looked at him with surprise. "How do you know?" Lin Mo regretted the words as soon as he spoke. Subconsciously, he regarded Lin Shu as a doctoral student after more than a decade. However, when I think about it, Lin Shu will know about this sooner or later. It is better to know from my own than to hear the hurtful gossip from outsiders. Lin Shu's eyes suddenly turned red, and the tears fell off. Lin Mo felt very uncomfortable when he watched the little fat baby cry, but when he thought of the future, he was wearing frameless glasses and was taller than him. His younger brother was crying miserably. Funny. Well, he admits that he is a little kind. But isn't this kind of creature like younger brother bullying occasionally? Not to mention, when Lin Shu was a kid, this chubby white and tender appearance was quite rare. What is it in the words of later generations? Meng, yes, it is quite cute. That day I saw my mother go with Uncle Chen. She said they would go to Grandma's house to borrow money to see Dad for treatment. I want to go with them. They won't let me. Mom, woo, Mom still beat me. Uncle Chen also asked my mother if she didn't take me away. My mother said no. Brother, do'n't you and my dad not want me? I'll be obedient and whine in the future. Wang Yanyan also said many harsh words. Lin, the books are all remembered but instinctively unwilling to say in front of my brother. Lin Shuhua made Lin Mo feel like he was stabbed in the heart. He did not expect that Wang Yanyan could be so cruel to her biological son for her ridiculous extramarital affairs. Little book, don't cry, brother and dad won't want you. Lin Mo hugged Lin Shu tightly and comforted softly. The young man's soft hoarse voice seemed to pierce the little fat baby's disguise. The child opened his throat and cried out as if crying out of all the grievances and fear of panic in the past 2 days. Lin Mo sighed softly and waited for Lin Shu to cry enough before patting Lin Shu on the shoulder and looking at his chubby face covered with tears and saying, Wang Yanyan took all his family's money away, and his father was in a hurry to ask money, sees a doctor. After a while, I have to go to my grandfather to borrow money. You go with me. Lin Mo hadn't finished speaking yet. Lin Xiaofan just stopped her tears and came out, sobbing. Brother, don't sell me. I will be obedient. I will really obedient, woo. Lin Mo heard a black thread. My brother, when did I say I would sell you? Lin Xiaopong looked at his brother pitifully. Isn't it always acting like this on TV? Chapter 6. Borrow money. Lin Mo sighed with the TV series. Destroy the man. He drank a large bowl of soup, rode his bike that rang everywhere except the bell, and went out with his brother. Suddenly from the 4-wheel era to the 2-round era, Lin Mo was really not used to it. He almost took Lin Shu into the ditch several times. He stunned him to drive a sports car and Chen Zhengxi occasionally to drive a car for someone. Scared of sweat, Lin Mo once again stabilized the car and shook his head to meditate. It is still the old saying that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to extravagance. However, God is willing to give him a chance to be reborn, not to mention this situation, even if it is harder than 1,000 times and 10,000 times, he is still very happy. Qingtong village is located in a small county town in the southwest of China. It is not far away from the provincial capital of Tianfu. The climate is pleasant, and the winter is not colder than 2 degrees, and it rarely snows. Looking around at this time, there were green oilseed fields everywhere, adding a little bit of green life. The cold wind gently blowing, Lin Mo's heart was a lot lighter and lighter. The village head's house is next to the main road, and the small cottages are usually ordinary. The main house is also converted into a small grocery store. The translucent windows are filled with many miscellaneous brands or even no-brand daily necessities, as well as dried noodles with salt and MSG pepper. For 2 peanuts, you can buy 3 bags of small snacks for 50 cents, and a bag of crispy noodles and cat shrimp strips for 50 cents is the expensive snack here. In the village, only the village head's family opened a grocery store, and the business was not bad. It has been operating for many months and can work as a person outside for a long time. In Qingtong village, there are no special products and no factories. Most of the villagers rely on farming and migrant workers to maintain their lives. Lin Changqing, as the head of a village, has no oil or water to catch, and most of them are only a few villagers in Yutang. To give him some chicken, fish or something, you have to sneak in. Without those tangled interests, everyone lives in a village for generations and generations, and it is necessary to have a close relationship. Lin Changqing is quite fair, and the villagers are very convinced. It's also important to note that Lin Changqing's son is particularly capable. He hasn't read a lot of books, but his brains are so good. He was confused from a small bricklayer into a big foreman. He can also get involved in several small government projects through his family's relationship. Pack a little bit, who doesn't call boss Lin outside? When his son became a boss, Lin Changqing naturally had no shortage of money. If any family in the village encountered something, he could always help him, so that the cadres could not find them with lanterns. Xiao Mo, Xiao Shu, why did you two get here with Grandpa? Lin Changqing said, grabbing a handful of peanut candy from the sugar jar, and stuffed it into Lin Shu's hand, squeezing his chubby face. Lin Changqing feels that he is better in this life than he did not know how lucky he is, but the only regret is that his daughter-in-law failed to give birth to a grandson, and the little girl is still used to being spoiled by his wife in the city. This tiger-headed tiger brain looks rare. But after all, Xiao Mo and his little girl didn't look as good as Lin Mo's. They were printed with his mother's stamp. Fortunately, it was a boy, and if it was a girl, Lin Changqing shook his head quietly. Did your mother give the money to your dad? Is the money enough? If it's not enough, the three grandpas can give you some more here. Lin Changqing is not tall and has a fat figure. The old people of the same age in the village are younger, smiling all day long, like the Maitreya Buddha. It was still very early at this time, and it was cold in winter. Everyone was at home, and basically no one could be seen outside. Lin Mo didn't turn around anymore and said in a dumb voice, "Three grandpas." Wang Yanyan took the money and ran away with the old man in Hongling village. He changed his name to call her mother, but after experiencing the things of the previous life, how could Lin Mo even shout out the word, Mo? What? Lin Changqing almost didn't stare out his eyes. What are you talking about? Wang Yanyan ran away with Chen Chensen. Lin Mo's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. She told Xiaoshu that she had borrowed money from her mother's house. I went there yesterday, and her mother's family said that she never went back. When I came back, I asked Xiaoshu. He walked away with Mr. Chen and beat him up. You see, he is still green on his arms. Lin Mo rolled up Lin Shu's sleeves, which were all covered with blue and purple marks. At first glance, they were screwed out, and there were still them. When he first saw it, Lin Mo wanted to raise a knife to kill Wang Yanyan. Lin Changqing looked at Lin Shubai's fat arms and pinched his arms, and his heart didn't hurt, but he wasn't impulsive. He asked Lin Shu what his mother said. When Lin Shu thought of home, his brother explained that Wang Yanyan and Chen Chensen had spoken and repeated it roughly. Lin Changqing's face changed greatly after listening to it. Lin Mo preempted. Three grandpas, my dad is still waiting for money in the hospital for surgery. Can you borrow us 20,000 yuan first? I also brought the collective land use certificate. Let me put you here first. When my father sees his legs well, we will find a way to pay back the money. Even if we sell the house, we will not owe you a penny. After finishing, Lin Mo put a thin plastic bag wrapped Xiao Hongbin into Lin Changqing's hands. In this era, there was no real estate certificate in rural areas, and the collective land use certificate was equivalent to the real estate certificate. Lin Changqing took the hot little red book, and then looked at Lin Mo's stern eyes, and then looked at the ignorant Shaolin book, and shook his head helplessly with a sigh, and returned the little red book to Lin Mo's hand. Here you do and lose it when you collect it yourself. Money, Grandpa borrows you, it's important to look at your father's legs first. I do and have so much cash in my house. Wait a while, let's go to the town credit union, withdrew the money, I'll send it to your dad with you. Speaking of this, Wang Yanyan or I will take care of your dad. I didn't expect her to be such a person. I'm sorry your dad, I want your grandma to know this, I am afraid I have to expose my old skin. When Lin wrote, Lin Changqing was so angry that he couldn't say that it was too obedient. Three grandpas, I know that I can't blame you. You can lend us money. It's kindness. I will persuade my grandma. Lin Mo said it was all true, no matter whether it was in the past or this life. When their family was in trouble, Lin Changqing extended his helping hand. Even if his grandmother scolded him so much that he couldn't even get his head up, he only had to reveal his old skin, as he said. Afterwards, he helped them a lot. Lin Changqing patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said, I'm relieved if you say this. Who doesn't know that Lin Mo's grandma hurts him, not even Lin Shu, the little grandson. Lin Changqing has always been generous, but his wife is notoriously stingy. She heard the words clearly in the house, and Lin Changqing cursed with an old face as soon as she entered the house. Lin Linson, are you crazy? Do you want to borrow 20,000 yuan to borrow it? Do you have a say? Money is earned by my son. My son gives me flowers, I love how to spend and how to spend, you control me. Hey, are you back today, right? How do you love how to spend? How beautiful do you want to be, and tell me who is in this family? Who is in charge? I have the final say, Lin Changqing said sternly. Dare you say it again? The old lady almost didn't jump up. Shouted by his wife, Lin Changqing was bearish again. Well, you have the final say. But what should you do? Just watch Lin Jian hospital waiting for death. Don't forget, Lin Jian's marriage, that's why you choked me to be a big match. If this happened, can we ignore it? Lin Changqing chatted a lot of words, and his voice was high and low, and his voice was frustrated, and Lin Mo couldn't hear clearly outside. Grandpa San is good at everything, but he is a little afraid, and Grandma is a strong one. She usually said that he would not dare to say too, and the villagers did not ridicule his ears. Facts have proved that men raking ears is beneficial to family unity, especially clever raking ears. On the surface, it seems that their wives made them obedient and obedient. When the time comes, when did they fail to realize their ideas? No, just over 10 minutes later, Lin Changqing, holding a passbook, came out of the house with 2 hot eggs in his hand. He handed the eggs to the brothers separately. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, eat an egg pad first, and let's go after we finish. The third grandmother also came out of the house, and with a fat face scolded, Bad old man, good people let you do it alone. She took 2 sesame cakes from the cupboard and gave the 2 brothers Lin Mo a smile. Isn't it enough to have eggs? Xiaomo, Xiaoshu, you're gnawing on this cake. When I've packed my house, I'll go and see your father. Don't worry too much, everything in your grandfather help, I'll pay you back Uncle Hai again. Thank you Grandma, thank you Grandpa. Lin Mo sincerely thanked. Lin Shu also learned a lot, thanked. The grandmother looked at Lin Shuban's chubby face with a small look, and couldn't help but touch, without mentioning money. Lin Mo glanced at the old Lin Changqing standing next to her, silently giving a thumbs up to the old man. Qingtong village is not far from the town, and it takes more than 10 minutes to ride a bicycle. Don't look at Lin Changqing's age, his legs and feet are very neat, pedaling a bicycle is no slower than Lin Mo, and he is very close to town. But when I got to the town, I didn't get so much money. This year, for the credit unions in towns and villages, 20,000 yuan is definitely a huge sum of money. If Lin Changqing and the president of the credit union were friends, do not really want to get the money today. After getting the money, Lin Changqing counted and counted again, and after confirming that there was no problem, he carefully put his wallet on the wallet and put it on his body. Before leaving the credit union, he did not forget to look around to see if anyone noticed him. Money, he promised to lend to the Lin Mo family, but after all Lin Mo is only 15 years old, even if he has been replaced by an adult, he is still a half-sized child, no matter what considerations, he cannot give Lin Mo. Lin Changqing promised to lend money to Lin Mo and took out all the money. Lin Mo felt a little relieved in his heart. He is now worried that his father and grandma knew that Wang Yanyan would run away with the money and what would happen. The town went to the city to build a mooring road, and it was faster to ride on its own. After half an hour, Lin Mo saw the city hospital building. Lin Mo smelled the smell of disinfectant water coming out of the hospital from afar, thinking that he could see his father and grandmother who had passed away in memory for more than 10 years later, and he was both excited and inexplicably panicked. Unlike other people's cowardice in the countryside, Lin Mo is afraid that what he sees in front of him is just a ridiculous dream. With a slight poke, everything will disappear. Xiaomo, what a daze, what department of your dad will lead us? Lin Changqing sent his bicycle and pushed Lin Mo lightly. Lin Mo tranced. Oh, good. Lin Shu was young. He lived in the country since childhood and went to the primary school in the town. In addition to buying clothes for the 4 seasons, Wang Yanyan never took him to the street. He only occasionally followed his father and brother into the city a few times. Inexplicably feeling nervous and frightened, the chubby man pulled Lin Mo's hand subconsciously, hoping that the whole person would hide behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo noticed that he was strange. He quickly took hold of his hand and said softly, "Don't be afraid of the small book, wait a while after reading Dad and Grandma, I will buy you wahaha." Lin Shu stiffened his face, nodded, and hummed softly, and the fat man's hands were loosened, and he didn't grasp them so tightly. The city hospital was built after liberation. There are only 3 buildings in the second building of the surgical inpatient department. More than a decade later, Lin Mo still easily found the ward on the 3rd floor. Next to the toilet in the ward, push the door open, and there are 4 beds side by side in the small ward. An old lady with gray hair and little fat stood by the window, and her hands and feet were picking up things. The middle-aged man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. He was losing bit by bit, and he looked like he had fallen asleep. The patient was lying on the other 3 beds. Everyone whispered and talked to the world in a whisper, and their expressions were not very good. "Grandma!" Lin Mo shouted softly, an unspeakable bitterness filled his heart instantly. The old lady raised her head and saw that Lin Mo looked wrong, put down her hand, walked to the door, and pulled Lin Mo to the outside corridor, anxiously asked, "Good grandson, how about Xiaoshu's mother? She hasn't come for so long, she doesn't know your dad is waiting for money for surgery." The old lady has always disliked her daughter-in-law. Cheng Tianguang knows that she is dressed up as a demon, and she sits in the house and plays with the family. She does not care about her family at all, and she is no match for Lin Mo's mother. Just get angry. To know that she is such a thing, she would rather her son to play bachelor forever, rather than let him marry such an ineffective thing. When she thought of Wang Yanyan's misdeeds, she was so angry that she couldn't even look at Lin Chengqing's complexion. Lin Chengqing touched his nose embarrassedly, said hello to the old lady, gave Lin Mo a glance, and pulled Lin Shu standing by the corner of the wall and stopped talking. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said, "Grandma, this is not a place to speak. Let's go and talk next." "What's the matter?" The old lady didn't see Wang Yanyan to take the money. The whole person was anxious like an ant on the edge of the hot pot. Now, seeing the posture of Sun Tzu, the bad hunch in my heart suddenly increased. Lin Mo dragged the old lady to the side bridge. It was cold now and there were few people on the bridge. "Grandma." Wang Yanyan took the money and ran away. "What?" The old lady's voice suddenly sharpened, and the voice was like the old hen who was suddenly pinched in the neck, desperately heart-wrenching. "How is it possible? How can Wang Yanyan do this? Is she still human? Sinfulness, what can I do? This is your dad's life-saving money. Ooh, this old man's life is so bitter, he meets a prodigal mother-in-law, oh hello. Isn't this going to kill our family? This can be done." The old lady was crying, and if it wasn't for Lin Mo, she couldn't help but fall to the ground. "Grandma, don't cry first. Don't you think I invited the 3rd grandfather? He promised to lend us 20,000 yuan. Let me do my dad's surgery first. The surgery must not be dragged, and then drag his dad's legs. Salvation will not come." In the end, the old lady passed by the person, and was clearly distinguished. After listening to Lin Mo's persuasion, Shaking took a shampoo white and blue plaid handkerchief from her pocket, sobbing and wiping away the tears on her face. The old lady belongs to a person with natural white skin. Now she is 63, her face is still white, and she has a slightly fat face. There are fewer wrinkles than her peers. She is very kind and friendly. She looks rich and blessed. Although the clothes are a bit old, they are washed clean and no wrinkles are seen. It looks nothing like the old lady who came out of the countryside. It is not worse than the old ladies who are well respected in the city. Lin Mo looked at Grandma's tearful eyes, thinking about the grandmother's rapid oldness, and it was very uncomfortable. The old lady's kindness and amiability are also scores. As soon as the old man turned her head to look at Lin Chengqing, she hadn't spoken yet, and Lin Chengqing immediately shrugged off with her old face. "Two-table sister-in-law, Wang Yanyan's thing is that I can't bear Lin Jian. Kind of virtue." He glanced around and no one was busy. He quickly took out 2 bundles from his pocket and took a $100 bill with a temperature of 100 yuan. "What will we say later? His leg injury can't be delayed any longer." The old lady was silent for a moment. She didn't know any good people at all. She sighed and took the money. "Good grandson, don't thank your grandfather. Now that the money is borrowed, what can I do in the future?" The old lady was still heavy in her heart. Her only hope now is that her son's legs will get better, and she must not fall into disability. Lin Chengqing suspended the big rock in his heart and finally said, "Why don't the family say 2 things? Thank you. Go to the hospital quickly so that you can do Lin Jian's surgery today." The old lady ignored him and turned to Lin Mo, saying, "Mo, go find a piece of paper in a moment and give you the 3rd grandfather a debt. We must give you a lot of money in the future. Do you know the 3rd grandpa?" "Well, leave it to me." Lin Mo thought for a moment, and said to the old lady, "Grandma, Wang Yanyan, let's not tell Dad, wait for him to have the operation first." If Lin Jian knew that his family had a huge debt, he wouldn't be able to pull back his temper even if he had 9 heads of cattle. I do'n't know what would happen. Zemo mo ruamu, how the old lady didn't know her own temper, she said with a straight face. "I am about to say, you do'n't have to talk to me about it. Xiaoshu, your dad asks your mom in a while, you just say her I'm sick, the house is dead. Lin Mo said helplessly. Grandma, the small book is still small, don't be angry with him. Wang Yanyan is about to leave, and beat the small book, he is still injured. The old lady is hating Wang Yanyan, and she can hardly have a good face for Xiaoshu. However, such anger is easy to hurt. In the past life, it was precisely because of this invisible injury that Lin Shu became a sensitive and suspicious child who was sensible and insecure. Later, when Lin Shu broke out with that incident, everyone realized how much damage he had caused by his neglect. When the old lady looked at Lin Shu and wanted to cry or hide from the side of Lin Mo, her heart suddenly softened. Lin Shu was fat and chubby, with white skin and big eyes. He looked neither like Lin Jian nor Wang Yanyan, but rather like an old lady. On weekdays, the old lady doesn't like Wang Yanyan anymore, she still loves Lin Shu very much. The hearts of the people are always biased toward the growth. The grandmother of the grandchildren feels the pain as Lin Mo first, and Lin Shu second. The old lady squatted down and hugged Zhao Lin Shu. I am a pitiful grandson, how can I spread such a mom? Don't be sad, even if your mom doesn't want you, and your dad an old lady, there will be you again brother, we all hurt the book. Not sad, you know. Lin Shu with 2 teardrops in her hands, holding a small fist, nodded with her mouth closed, whining, I only want my brother, grandma and dad. It is natural for children to be close to their mothers. Lin Shuneng can say this, which shows how delinquent Wang Yanyan is. The 3 grandchildren calmed down slightly, wiped away their tears, and returned to the ward. Lin Changqing is a good person to do in the end, with money and related procedures to go to the hospital to negotiate the operation. Lin Jian was still asleep at the moment, and his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. At first glance, he knew that he was tortured by the pain of his body. Lin Mo picked up the veil next to his pillow and carefully wiped off the sweat on his forehead. With his father's appearance, Lin Mo shook his head slightly. After so many things, after so long, he remembered that only Dad was lying on the old bed with his messy gray hair desperately. His eyes were empty looking at the black and yellow mosquito net. His face was covered with gullies, every wrinkle they are all desperate, and they are soaked in excitement. How many times, he awakened from his sleep, and his mind was full of his father's blood, and then sweated in insomnia all night and night. He almost forgot his father's appearance. Lin Jian inherited his mother's good skin, but the facial features were mediocre. The whole face looked good because he had a tall nose bridge, 1.7 meters or 5 meters tall. At this stage, the Southerners are half tall. People are a little thin, and when they wear glasses, they give people a very gentle feeling, not handsome. However, compared with Lin Mo's memories, Lin Jian is almost as handsome as Sven. At that time, people generally got married early. In rural areas, many people form a family before they reach the legal age for marriage. Lin Jian was considered to be married late compared to them. He was married until he was 24 years old. He is only 39 years old now. In his previous life, he was not 43 years old until he passed away. It was in his prime, but he was tortured by the disease to make him look older than those in his 50s or 60s. When he saw his father being so young, Lin Mo felt strange in his heart, as if he was not used to it. As the saying goes, there is nothing wrong with having money and doing things well. I haven't been able to attend the doctor. I heard the accompanying nurse said that the Lin family had prepaid the hospitalization fee, and immediately took the golden time to call a few nurses to come to the ward. After careful examination, filming and testing, and after consultation with other doctors, the attending physician was very sorry to announce. The patient's left leg injury is too serious and must be amputated from the thigh, and the right leg below the knee also needs amputation, otherwise the patient there will be life-threatening. Covering her heart, the old lady spread her chair directly, her tears streaming, and she couldn't say a word. Lin Mo only felt that his eyes were suddenly dark. Could he only keep his father's half-thighs once he was reborn? What if he is taken to the provincial hospital? Is it possible to keep his leg? Lin Mo asked with clenched fists. The doctor was a little unhappy, and glanced at the Lin family's rustic dress. Yin and Yang said strangely, the medical equipment of the provincial hospital is more advanced than ours. If you send it there should be no problem with keeping the patient's right leg. Provincial hospital expenses are not comparable to those of us in small places. If there is no reimbursement, the average family may not be able to afford it. You can still earn money, and you will never have a chance to treat a disease. What about the left leg? Can the left leg be kept? If surgery is scheduled within tomorrow, there is hope to keep the left leg above the knee. So how much does it cost to get to the provincial hospital? The doctor said lightly, 5 or 50,000 or less. After the mask, the mouth scorned and left, and casually filled the sentence, if we undergo amputation here, about 20,000 is enough. 50 or 60,000, for 98 rural people, is tantamount to an astronomical figure. For many farmers without medical insurance, suffering from serious illness is equivalent to walking into the crematorium with 2 legs and waiting to swallow that breath and send it to the furnace to dissolve the ash. The old lady first heard that her son's legs could be kept, and she was still a little bit happy in her heart. When she heard about 50 to 60,000 yuan, her heart suddenly became cold, and the last hint of hope became gray. Uncle Lin Mo, Lin Cheng, I don't know when I arrived at the hospital. I stood outside the office for a long time and heard the doctor clearly. He walked in with a sad face and said to the old lady, Mom, where did the old man get so much money to come out and look down on the disease even if he sold the house? Lin Mo and Lin Shu are still small, so the whole family goes on it's broken, or else. Or something. The old lady suffocated into a firecracker. Lin Cheng was okay, and the mother was ignited as soon as she opened her mouth. Don't let me take your younger brother home to die, ah. Boss, but your younger brother, you think about your conscience, how does your younger brother treat you normally? You can speak so conscience. It's a brute, my God, why is my life so painful, I gave birth to such a brute. I'm pitiful. After talking about it, the old lady wept bitterly and cried. The doctor looked at the Lin family impatiently, and there was a slight disgust in the eyes behind the lens. This is the office, you have to pay attention to the influence, and you should be noisy to go out and noisy. And you discuss the result. We will make arrangements here, and then after the delay, the patient is not as simple as losing his leg. Lin Mo looked coldly at the doctor and helped his grandmother to leave the office. She found an empty chair in the hallway and let her sit. The old lady wiped her tears with her hand. Lin Cheng stands next to the wall and looks down at the tip of the shoe, as if the polished leatherette big-toe leather shoes have a flower on them, without saying a word. The atmosphere was so depressed that Lin Chengqing was so bored that he just wanted to smoke and took out a bag of Hongda Mountain from his pocket. Lin Cheng's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands. Sir Uncle, smoking Hongda Mountain, is Hazy honoring you again? Lin Chengqing didn't say anything, it was the default. He took a cigarette out of the cigarette case and handed it to Lin Cheng, but he thought in his heart that Lin Jian was not easy to handle. In the bottom of his heart, Lin Chengqing did not feel that Lin Mo was able to resist the 20,000 yuan debt. He had originally thought that the Lin General Assembly would give Lin Jian a head. He did it well. He opened his mouth to take the people back and ignored the death of his brother. I'm afraid Lin's heart is really worried about how to make Lin Jian return the money owed to him. Lin Chengqing is quite accurate in seeing people, and Lin Cheng really plays drums in his heart at this moment. Before returning to the village, he met the people from the neighboring village. The said mysteriously that Chen Laosan ran away. Originally, he hadn't returned to Wire. When he came to the hospital, he didn't see Wang Yanyan. When she thought about Lin Jian's trouble, she didn't seem to show her face. She suddenly understood what the man meant. Wang Yanyan and Chen Laosan broke things a little bit. The village is not a ciphertext. It has long been said that the brows of the two of them are not normal, so he would not be worried when he read the book and read his brother in the cow butt. This is good. People ran away. Most of the money for medical treatment is gone. There is a dead outside. See how this ends. Lin Cheng thought that his wife had just told him that outside, and the more she thought, the more it made sense. Lin Jian's family collapsed, and most of this old age responsibility fell on him. The old lady's body looked tough, but when the old man's body said bad, it would be bad. If the old lady had any disease, he wouldn't have much money to show her. Therefore, it is still necessary to hold the coffin in the hand of the old lady tightly, but don't let her patch it up to Lin Jian. In a sudden turn of the ECG, Lin Cheng was already diligently lighting up Lin Chengqing's cigarette in his hand. Then he lit the lighter, took his own route, took a deep breath, and began to swallow the clouds. Looking at the shallow smoke, Lin Cheng remembered that the old lady had known eccentric Lin Jian for many years, and her mood became more and more complicated. Good smoke. Lin Cheng sucked his mouth, flatteringly praised. Lin Chengqing slowly spit out the smoke ring, and slowly asked, Boss, you talk about Lin Jianxi, in the end what is going to be done? Lin Cheng pretended to be surprised. Sir, don't you really ask me about this, such a big deal, I can't do anything. I and Lin Jian have long been separated. You still let Wang Yanyan talk about his family. I want to say that my mother is getting older too, and the old man is taking care of this. She takes care of it every day, so where can she bear her body? Wang Yanyan is also true. After so many days, she doesn't show her face. I know she is a mother-in-law. I came here today, thinking about taking my mother back to live for 2 days. I don't have a say in anything else. Lin Cheng said this too skillfully. Not only did he neglect his responsibilities, but he also seemed filial. It's a pity that the words are so beautiful. Think about it carefully, the thinness of the words makes people chill. Zizi is as good as his mother, and the old lady didn't even expect any ivory from Lin Cheng's mouth. However, when he really spoke so outrageously, the old lady was still very sad. The emperor loves the eldest son and the people love the children. Yes, she also knew that she was partial to Lin Jian, but she asked herself, how could she have treated Lin Cheng and Lin Ji a little bit wrong? Which child wasn't she pulling so hard? Which child lacked them to eat, or did they wear less? In the early years of famine, she tightened her belt to drink water, eat bran, eat guanyin soil, and did not starve the 3 of them. Why is she sorry for them? Even if she prefers Lin Jian, when she asked her to separate, the boss and her husband were the same. It was also later, because Lin Mo's mother was seriously ill, she quietly squeezed money to Lin Jian a few times, and accidentally let her elder daughter-in-law meet, so that the couple have been cherishing so far. Moreover, she is partial to Lin Jian, not only because Lin Jian is a son, because of the 3 children, only Lin Jian is filial to her. Regardless of which one she lives in, only Lin Jian remembers to give her some meat to improve her life. Old folks, you have to cook a meat before she is home. Do you really think she knows nothing? To raise children, to raise children, to raise children, but the son is raised. Only in the future will only you know. The old lady thought she was lying inside and knew nothing about life and death. Seeing Lin Shu, he hurried to the old lady's side and carefully beat the old lady's back. Lin Mo was not surprised to say such things to Lin Cheng. He really wanted to say something full of human touch before he felt incredible. Even more than that, Lin Cheng did not say less or did less. Lin Chengqing flicked the ash and frowned. Lin Cheng, you can't say that, lying there is your brother of a mother. Lin Cheng said with a smile, what do you say to my third uncle? The old man borrowed thousands of pieces from my house. Did I say a word? You don't know about the situation in my house. Even if you smash the pot and sell iron, not so much money. Isn't there anything I can do? Lin Mo looked at him coldly and said, Uncle, don't worry, first borrow your money. I will promise you according to the loan note, and even give you a lot of profits. My brother borrowed thousands of dollars to calculate the interest. Lin Chengqing looked at Lin Cheng's eyes suddenly complicated. Lin Cheng did not expect that Lin Mo would not give him a face, so angrily said, adult talking, what is your child's mouth? Lin Mo said with a sneer, Uncle, I'm not small anymore. My dad is now hospitalized. I'm an adult at home. You can't be the master of my dad. I'll do it. Lin Cheng was angrily. Yes, you can do what you do. I will not intervene in your housework from now on. I want to see how big a flower you can turn out. Lin Cheng is not a person who is particularly attentive. Lin Mo hasn't missed the hidden secrets in his eyes. It is estimated that he is now happy to take the opportunity to get rid of a hot potato. Lin Cheng, you are all in your early 40s, and you actually have a face to let you down. Obviously, the old lady didn't want Lin Cheng to let go. That's why he didn't have the esteem at first. Returning to the teacher, his son didn't teach well. Lin Cheng was resolute. Rao is Lin Mo's temper, and in essence, he is not anybody who rubs the buns. He immediately has a black face. I don't know if my father's education method has any problems, but at least my father and son won't do anything about doggies. Lin Mo uncovered Lin Cheng's old man in one sentence. His son Lin Dong, also the brother of Lin Mo, was 3 years older than Lin Mo and was 18 years old this year. After graduating from junior high school, he dropped out of his studies and was used by Lin Cheng's couple to eat lazily. He refused to go outside to work. Some villages near the village did some tricks. He knows that he did it, but he didn't catch him. He couldn't help it because of his itchy teeth. Lin Moyan remembered that 2 years later, Lin Dong encountered a hard stubble in the process of theft. It was stunned that he was limped and beat for a while. After Lin Mo left his hometown, he came back only when he went to the grave every year because he had no place to live. Every time he hurried back, he went to Hong Kong and left in a hurry. I don't know much about my hometown. I only know that Lin Dong got married afterwards, but he didn't accomplish anything. He started to work again. He entered the bureau several times. He stayed in the detention center for as much time as his family. His wife took the child and remarried. Lin Mo's impression of Lin Dong was already very vague. I vaguely remembered that they had a great time together when they were young. Later, It seemed that there was a conflict because of something, so they didn't play together much. Later, he didn't have a grade in school. He was a good student who went to school on time every day. Lin Dong was mischievous and playful. He was criticized several times by the school, and then he dropped out before finishing junior high school, except for the two. At that time, almost never go together. Lin Mo lived into his 30s in his last life. In his eyes, Lin Dong is now a child, and will become like that later. Lin Cheng and the aunt have unshakable responsibilities. Lin Cheng blushed instantly, and raised his hand to hit Lin Mo. The old lady shouted sharply, you fight, you have the ability to slap it down, don't call me a mom in your life. You can't teach your son well, you dare to fight Xiaomo. Your brother is not worthy when you are a teacher. Are you worthy? How many baskets do you know? My good grandson is 100 times stronger than your son. Lin Cheng shook his hand angrily, put it down, and hated. Mom, don't forget about Dongzi, he is also your grandson. Also, don't forget how Lin Jian's teacher became a master. Why he after lying in the hospital for so many days, Aji couldn't even look at it. After that, Lin Cheng threw his cigarette **** on the ground and stomped on it, turned and strode away. Something flashed through Lin Mo's mind, but he wasn't in the mood for a moment. Grandpa, I still want to ask you a favor. Lin Chengqing sighed. You said, I can't tell you if I can help. Lin Mo looked at him seriously and said in a deep voice, I want to ask your Uncle Hai to help you make a guarantee. I want to get the house to the bank and send the money to my dad to go to the provincial hospital for a look. In 1998, it was difficult to find a loan. For rural people in Bodian who have only a few mu of collectively owned household responsibilities, loans are almost inconceivable. What should I use for mortgage? As for the country house, if you want to take it as a mortgage, the bank will not accept it. Of course, when you do business in China, you have to compete with the system. You can only say that you are serious and you lose. Lin Mo really wants to take his family's property certificate to get a bank loan. He may not get a dime, but it will be different if he changes individuals. Haven't you seen? Some of the addresses are fake companies. Loaning from a bank of 18 million is as easy as playing. Extra-legal human relations can explain the domestic situation very much. Domestic relations are often more effective than legal systems. The reason why Lin Mo mentioned Lin Hai is because Lin Hai's county network is complicated. If he comes forward to provide real estate guarantee, the loan should not be difficult to solve. Lin Chengqing looked at Lin Mo firmly, exhaled for a long time, threw his cigarette **** on the ground, stamped it out, and said in a sign language, Lin Mo, playing with bank loans is not a joke. If you can't repay the loan on time, the bank it's possible to take back the house. It's possible to do it well. It's possible to be jailed. You see, your father's leg will have to be scrapped even if he goes to the provincial hospital. It must be impossible to go there in the middle school. Let's not talk about paying the money first. It is difficult to feed your brothers. How can you live without this house? Lin Chengqing said very realistically, and the reality is often cruel. Lin Mo disagreed with shaking his head and calmly said, 3 grandpas, the house is more important than my dad's life. If my dad accepts a high amputation, he will be destroyed in the next half of his life. What is the difference from killing him? Money. If you don't have any money, you can earn it again. If you don't have any money, you won't be able to get it back. I don't want me to regret it later. When my dad is up, I won't go to school for a while. Don't worry about money. Lin Chengqing frowned. Small ink, it's not that the 3 grandpas poured you cold water, but 50 or 60,000 is not a small amount. Just your father's salary. You don't have to eat or drink, you have to get together for several years. You are only 15 years old, working, no one wants it. Where do you go to collect so much money? When the old lady heard that Lin Mo was about to drop out of school, her eyes fell fiercely. Lin Mo, you can't drop out of school. If your grades are so good, you can be admitted to college. Your grandfather used to say that our family is going to graduate, but you are a grandma. Hope, if you dropped out, did not become a bachelor, your grandmother died and you didn't have a face to see your grandpa. Oops. In the eyes of the older generation, regardless of whether they are the same thing as college students and bachelors, they all carry the word university, and they are all Guangzhong Yaozukan. Lin Mo smiled and said, is there still a small book in my family? The small book will be better than me in the future, and I can guarantee the grandfather's dream. Dr. Lu Yong can it be compared with ordinary college students? In addition, Lin Mo didn't go to university. In his last life, Chen Zhengxi got a 4-year accounting degree from a famous university in Kyoto. He learned everything he learned. Isn't it a waste of time to go to school? The school time is certainly good, but you really let an old man, who lived in his 30s return to campus and stay with the hormonal excess hair children every day. It's strange not to hold back the problem. Compared to studying, Lin Mo is more interested in making money and cooking. If you are studying in Yangshan Baishui, let Xiaoshu do it. Well, Big Brother is optimistic about you. Lin Shu looked at his elder brother's smile, and it felt like he was staring at the little chick weasel. The old lady took Lin Mo's words as relief, and was sad again. However, she also knew that Lin Mo's study in the future might be really broken. Lin Mo turned to look at Lin Chengqing and said earnestly, "Three grandpas, please help us with the loan, so that you can get the money within tomorrow. Repaying the money, I know well, I will not make it difficult for grandpa." Lin Chengqing watched Lin Mo's face fade away in an instant, and his delicate brows showed calm confidence, as if everything was under control, which made him a little convinced for no reason. Perhaps, this child really has no way to pay for this huge sum of money. The thought flashed through his mind, and even he thought it was ridiculous. Can a 15-year-old kid pick up such a big deal? When Lin Chengqing was hesitant, the old lady stood up suddenly and said with a cry, "The third one, please help us once, we will take the house too." "Oh, wait for the old man to go, I let him give you kowtow, beg you." "Hey, old sister-in-law, don't cry, I promise you not." Lin Chengqing also red eyes. "I don't have to buy a face bank, I will go to Hazy for a while, there are acquaintances in his bank, see if you can think of a way." "Thank you Grandpa 3. Lin Chengqing shook his head, sighed like, "Hey," and walked away from the hospital. When he left, the old lady fell into a chair and took Lin Mo's hand and asked, "Good grandson, do you really have a way to pay the money?" Lin Mo couldn't bear to look at the old man's worries, and he said, "I dreamed of my mom last night. She taught me some recipes. When my dad is ready, I will go to a stall to sell snacks. There is always a way to return the money." Ah, the old lady was dumbfounded, her eyes full of disappointment. I have never seen it, and I have never seen it so unreliable like her grandson. Where can a dream be taken seriously? However, having said that, her daughter-in-law would indeed eat it, and she could make a rotten red tangerine beautiful and delicious, and the whole town could not find anyone who could eat it. If Lin Mo's mom was still good, that would be great. Lin Mochong Lin Shu handed his eyes, and Chubby was so enthusiastic that he helped his brother to speak. "Grandma, my brother cooked me noodles in the morning, but it was delicious. It was better than my father took me to eat in the restaurant. Xiao Fat Dun is also a snack food. Occasionally, he went to the restaurant in the city to eat a clear noodle soup. He still remembers the taste. In his heart, it is probably one of the delicious things he has eaten." No one else knows, the old lady knows Lin Mo's cooking skills. It's not that she exposes her grandson short, Lin Mo is okay to read. What he can't cook, he only knows how to put salt in his cooking. It's salty every time, and the noodles are not half-baked or become a paste when he noodles. Just like Wang Yanyan's lazy lady, she would rather not let Lin Mo do the cooking. But now Xiaoshu actually said that Lin Mo boiled noodles is better than in the restaurant. Xiaoshu honestly never lied in front of her, and it didn't look like he was cheating. Is it possible that Lin Mo's mother really gave him a dream? The elderly are generally superstitious, especially the old rural women. Lin Mo said so casually, the old lady thought carefully, and felt more and more like that. Her old man immediately decided that when things were done on this side, she went back and asked a bodhisattva. Lin Jian's situation was not very good. He woke up several times midway, and Lin Mo gave some canteen to buy porridge. He was uncomfortable all over, barely ate a few bites, and asked some questions in a groggy way, all of which were passed by Lin Mo. The nurse replaced him with some drops and let him take painkillers, then he fell asleep again. After 1 p.m., Lin Chengqing came to the hospital with alcohol. "Xiao Mo, your Uncle Hai has contacted the bank. You are now going home to take the account book and your father's ID card, and we will go through the formalities immediately." Lin Moxie said, "Grandpa, I will take all these things. How much does the bank agree to loan?" Lin Chengqing went to eat with others at noon, and hiccuped and said, "Let's go out and talk." "It is good." Immediately, Lin Mo and the old lady came to the flyover. While no one was present, Lin Chengqing lowered his voice and said, "Your Uncle Hai gave a lot of good words. The bank stipulates, but you can only get 420,000 for this money. The old lady was a little dumbfounded, and apparently didn't quite understand what Lin Changqing said. Lin Mo was able to communicate with each other, and nodded, okay, 42,000 is 42,000. It's less than I thought. Uncle Hai must have taken a lot of care for us. When my father's affairs are handled, I must personally thank Uncle Hai. Lin Changqing was very surprised. He did not expect that Lin Mo, a student, knew that these were the first time he even heard of, and spoken rules, and he became more convinced that Lin Mo might have a great future. After listening to Lin Mo again, I would personally thank him. I felt the ironing in my heart, so I rushed to Lin Mo, and I was busy today. It's all a family, what's the politeness with Grandpa 3? Lin Changqing frowned all morning, and finally let go. Old sister-in-law, Ahai waits underneath. I'll take Xiaomo down first and let Xiaomo join him go through the formalities. After a while, I asked the hospital to equip us with a car and take the old man directly to the provincial hospital. Also, Ahai knew a friend who had an acquaintance over the provincial hospital, and he had already contacted us. As soon as we pass by, help us arrange surgery immediately. The old lady whispered, okay, I'll take care of it now. Very well, Lin Mo and Lin Changqing went downstairs together. Lin Hai took a brand new motorcycle and waved at them, and they walked over. Uncle Hai, Lin Mo thanked politely. Dad Thing, thank you so much. Lin Hai is 3 years younger than Lin Jian, has a similar height, and is much larger than Lin Jian. Because of doing business outside of the year, the whole person looks smarter and smoother than Lin Jian. Lin Hai looked at Lin Mo meaningfully, watching his delicate eyebrows flash a little nostalgia. He dropped his cigarette butts and smiled with pride. It's all a family, don't be polite. Come on, I'll show you over. The county is not rich yet. The urban area is pitifully small. There are old houses that are not planned. There are 2 planned main streets under construction. It is estimated that it will not open until the second half of the year. There are not many cars on the street. Lin Hai's uniquely shaped imported motorcycle attracted countless light. Arriving at the bank, Lin Hai Shumanshu Road stopped at the parking lot behind the bank and took Lin Mo straight to the director's office on the 3rd floor. The director's surname is Shu, and he is a relative to the bank governor, and is specifically responsible for loan matters. Lin Hai looked very familiar with him, and as soon as he entered, he shouted one brother at a time. I didn't know it was his brother. After a brief greeting, Director Shu, who was holding a beer belly, also became Uncle Shu of Lin Moko. Lin Hai had already got through all the joints beforehand. Under his guarantee, he completed the corresponding procedures very well. On the way back to the hospital, Lin Mo felt the 42,000 yuan in his bag from time to time. He felt incomprehensible in his heart. It felt like it was like a dream. With this money, will Dad's destiny change? The sharp wind like a knife cuts his face, and it feels painful, giving Lin Mo a little more realism. Lin Mo tightened his clothes tightly. Then he realized that his throat hurt badly. At this time, New York City is at midnight. In the dark room, someone suddenly awakened from the dream. He gasped in pain and wiped his face with pain. His face was full of cold sweat and tears. The pain in the cone of the dream lingered in his heart for a long time and he refused to disperse. He reached out his phone, flipped to a familiar number, tried to dial several times, and failed to press it. He tossed the phone out, and the phone carpet made a muffled noise, which was just heard by the people in front of him. The man knocked on the door and asked, Axon, what's wrong? Han Shuan hammered on the bed and said, Brother, I'm fine. Han Ziji repeatedly confirmed that Han Shuan refused to open the door, so he had to leave first. Back in the room, his wife hadn't slept yet. When he saw his complexion, he asked, Dear, what's wrong? What happened? Han Ziji worriedly said, Axon's disease seems to be severe. When I passed by the door of his room, I heard something falling inside him, and I was afraid that he would have another nightmare. Don't you already contact Dr. Winchester for psychotherapy? The glamorous woman blinked her big blue eyes, wondering. Dr. Winchester advised Axon to accept hypnosis and forget about the things in his dream, but Axon has always disagreed. Hey. His beautiful wife gently smoothed his frown and comforted with awkward Chinese warm voice. Don't worry, Shuan will get better. I wish it. The county is not too far away from the provincial capital. Lin Mo and they departed from the hospital and drove down the national highway. They arrived at the provincial hospital in more than 3 hours. Lin Hai had a lot of energy to contact his friends early in the morning. Before they arrived, Lin Mo had helped them to contact the good surgical doctors in the provincial hospital, and communicated with the attending physicians in the county hospital by phone, and had already made a preliminary surgical plan. When Lin Jian arrived, the chief surgeon and assistants got his medical records, carefully studied the X-rays of his legs, rechecked him, and revised the surgical plan again. The middle-aged doctor took the list and said with regret, "I'm sorry, the patient missed the best time for treatment. The left leg and knee must be amputated. If the family members agree to the operation, please sign here." Lin Mo's heart shattered after a look, but compared with the situation in the previous life, he felt very comforted. In any case, the right leg can still be kept. If the left leg is amputated below the knee joint, after the prosthesis is installed, it can still walk like a normal person. In the last life, there was a girl who had both legs as a prosthesis, and people could still dance. Even if the prosthetic problem cannot be considered at this stage, Dad's right leg can be at least it can be moved with a cane. Even if it is inconvenient, it does not need to be reduced to a completely unable to move everything like the previous life. The old lady looked at the doctor and handed over the list. Wuchuo looked at the doctor, and her lips were shaking. Do we really have to have an amputation? Isn't it impossible? The doctor said some very professional terms. The old lady couldn't understand it, but she also understood that Lin Jian's left leg could not be guaranteed. "Momo, do you really want to sign?" The old lady looked at her grandson with tears in her eyes. Lin Mo patted the old lady on the back and said in a deep voice, "Grandma, sign it, this is already a good result." I pity the old man. The old lady couldn't help crying anymore. Lin Moen persuaded her for a while, before the old lady shook her hand and signed her name on the list. Li Chunlian. Although the old lady's name is rustic, the three neat and beautiful small scripts made the doctor couldn't help but look at her more and praised, "The old lady's characters are so beautiful." When I changed it to usual, the old lady estimated that she would boast a few words, but now she feels that way, yes. "Doctor, my son's surgery, please pay more attention." The doctor nodded with a smile. "You can rest assured that we will work hard." After the doctor said, he left with a list, and a lot of medical staff pushed Lin Jian into the operating room. Before going in, Lin Jian was in a bad state and was still in a coma. The old lady thought that the old man had been pushed into the operating room in this way, and left without even saying a word to her. Anxious like an ant on the edge of the hot pot, he kept walking in front of the door during the operation and kept saying something to ask the gods and goddesses to bless. Lin Chengqing was afraid that the two of them, old and young, would not be able to handle things and came along with them. When his wife came over in the afternoon, he asked his wife to take Lin Shu back to the village first, and live in their house for the time being. Lin Mo's family fed 4 old hens and a big rooster, and no one in the courtyard could feed them. When he went out in the morning, Lin Mo forgot to feed. Lin Shu had the key there. "Just remember to feed them some food and get some water every day." Lin Shu was obviously not happy to stay at the house, but the children were also very sensible, and his brother and grandma would not let him go. He didn't squander like other children, only wrapped in 2 teardrops, and took them pitifully. Weeping and saying, "That brother, you come back early, I will wait for you at home." Lin Mo's heart softened with that small look, and he immediately patted his chest to ensure that he would definitely go home. Some unscrupulous brother, with a smirk in his heart dwarf oil, it turned out that his face was a scumbag brother, when he was a little crying bag. It's a pity there is no camera. If he can take a picture of him now and take it out later, the fun will be bigger. Lin Chengqing was dizzy by the old lady and said, "Old sister-in-law, don't shake it. I just asked the doctor. The operation took several hours. Come and sit down. It's not too early. You and Xiaomo are here. Wait, I will cook some noodles for you and bring them back." Lin Mo's sore throat was so bad that he said in a dumb throat, "Grandpa, you stay here to accompany your grandmother, let me go and buy it. I seemed to be a bit cold last night, so I went to buy some medicine." Lin Chengqing worried, "Do you know the way? The provincial capital is not comparable to the small and large county towns of County L. Even if he came a few times without anyone, he didn't dare to sway, fearing that he might be lost, let alone Lin Mo, a half-size son." Lin Makan smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't know the way to ask. I'm so old, I can't lose it." On the contrary, the Provincial People's Congress is very enthusiastic and generally does not follow directions. And Lin Mo is a kid, not a girl, and can't suffer a loss. "Well, be careful yourself. If you can't find the way, take 3 rounds and let him take you to the provincial hospital, you know." "Well, I know." The hospitalization fee was prepaid 50,000 yuan, and the old lady still had more than 10,000 yuan in her hand. She was afraid of being pickpocketed. She took half of it and asked Lin Chengqing to help her. "I just want to put all the money in my stomach to feel safe." The old lady took care of it for a long time, and took out $200 bills, and several pieces of $10.05 of change, and handed it to Lin Mo. Buy more for a while, and your grandfather has been busy with us all afternoon and hasn't drunk. A cold is not a minor illness. Stay close to yourself. Anyway, you have spent a lot of money at home. It's not bad. Grandma is also counting on you to earn money for my retirement. Lin Mo took the money and comforted with a smile. I know, my grandma is at ease, and I will raise your old man in the future. You can't go back, don't worry me, you know. Although knowing that Lin Mo was not a child to worry about, the old lady couldn't help but murmur. I know. There was drizzle outside, blowing the wind, wet and cold. Lin Mo tightened his clothes and went directly to the outpatient department of the provincial hospital. After a short queue, it was his turn. The doctor took his temperature and found that he had a low fever. After carefully asking about his symptoms, he was given 3 injections, several small bags of pills for 4 days. He was almost $50. Rao Shi Lin Mo went to the hospital for more than 10 years and had a cold in his skin for 300 years. He couldn't help but feel some pain. Dad's salary is only $400 or $500 a month. These small packets of pills cost him 10 days' salary, black and really black. The injection needed an injection after a meal. Lin Mo casually bought a piece of bread outside the outpatient department, bought a bottle of mineral water, and ate the bread with the mineral water. After a short break, the rain stopped and he went to the restaurant outside the hospital. Lin Mo had never been to the provincial capital several times in his previous life, and he came only a few years later. He was not familiar with the provincial route. He even asked several people before finding a Chinese restaurant near the hospital. It's already 7 o'clock. Jincheng's winter weather is dark early and the weather is cold. There are no guests in the Chinese restaurant. Lin Mo went to order a portion of mapo tofu, 2 portions of braised pork, a portion of fried pork with potatoes and salt, and a portion of sautéed cabbage, which were packed and brought back. Because of the location, the restaurant is expensive, and several dishes plus 3 servings of sufficient rice cost Lin Mo more than $30. Compared with consumption in County L, the provincial capital is much more expensive. On the way back to the hospital, Lin Mo thought that his father's surgery was done, and it was impossible to go back to the county immediately, and he had to stay here for 10 days and a half months. When Dad had the operation, Grandpa 3 would definitely go back, no matter how many things he had at home. He and his grandmother cannot stay in the hospital all the time, nor can they always buy food outside. First, it's too expensive, and secondly, my dad needs to eat some nutritious things to make up for the injury. How can I sell things outside to do it myself? Perhaps, you can trouble 3 grandpas to find a place to stay. After making up his mind, after finding a place for dinner, Lin Mo gave Lin Changqing his thoughts. Lin Changqing secretly said that the child was attentive and thoughtful, and was satisfied with Lin Mo for a while. I didn't know much before, but I thought Lin Mo was a smart and quiet person who would learn well. I didn't expect him to do things at a young age. He was more thoughtful and safe than some adults. The first college student must be him, what a pity. When I came, your Uncle Hai said, there is a house near him, he usually comes to live when he is working, he is usually empty, tomorrow I will take you to identify the place, you will be before the old man is discharged, stay at home with peace of mind. Lin Changqing said proudly in his eyes when he mentioned his son. The old lady was busy and said, why does this mean? Lin Changqing chuckled and said, what's the old sister-in-law doing with me? Your place is just like yours. It doesn't matter how long you stay. Borrowing money and helping to run the relationship again, and now lending a house to live for them, it's really helped them a lot. Even if the old lady was angry with Wang Yanyan, it would not be good for Lin Changqing to get angry again. The old lady's heart was like a mirror. Lin Changqing's pile after pile of work was equivalent to saving her son's life. Then talk about Wang Yanyan's things, that is, if you don't know how to do things, you can't take Joe for granted. Besides, Lin Changqing introduced this marriage out of good intentions, who knows that Wang Yanyan is such a thing. To blame it still had to blame Wang Yanyan, who suffered 1,000 swords fox spirit. The old lady thanked her and stopped talking about Wang Yanyan. Lin Changqing was also happy to reveal this page. The operation continued until 1:30 in the morning. Lin Jian's situation has stabilized temporarily, but it still needs a period of observation in the intensive care unit before transferring to the general ward. Lin Mo saw the father lying on the bed quietly through the window of the ward, and couldn't help but smile slightly. In any case, my dad kept at least one leg, and the fate of his family has broken away from the established trajectory. Linhai House is near the provincial hospital, and it's a short walk over 20 minutes. The house really doesn't look like someone has lived for a long time. It was simply decorated, with some basic furniture on the floor tiles and no TV. When Lin Mo went there, the house was full of dust, and it took a long time to clean it up. The house has a 3-bedroom and 1-hall structure. Each room is similar. The master bedroom has a little more furniture than the other 2 guest bedrooms. It looks like a hotel outside. Because of business relationship, Lin Hai needs to go to Jincheng from time to time to get some approval documents and do some formalities. He bought this house to facilitate his stay in Jincheng, and on the other hand, it is also for the appreciation of the house. In 1998, the mainland real estate market was tepid, and there were not many people buying houses out of appreciation. However, Lin Hai was anyway doing business in construction. The news was better than ordinary people. He had spare money in his hand and an acquaintance house. Lin Mo enviously thought that if he had money in his hands, he would definitely buy it in a dozen or 20 sets of stores and put it there properly to ensure that he would not worry about eating and dressing for a lifetime. Wishes good, reality, well, the strong man still needs to work hard. Sooner or later, there will be bread and house. With a place to stay, the old lady finally settled down. Lin Changqing sincerely thanked Lin Haiqing and praised him fiercely. Lin Changqing was so happy that he couldn't go back for a long time. Everyone in Qingtong village knows that Lin Hai is rich, but no one knows exactly how rich he is. He married his wife in the city and moved to the city to become a city person. Everyone seems to have been amazing. Who can? Thinking of a house in his provincial city. Although Chinese people believe in wealth and don't reveal it, don't you have an old saying, don't you return to Yijin? It is impossible for Lin Changqing to tell people everywhere about how capable his son is and how rich he is, but accidental was learned, and people would envy and compliment him sincerely. The satisfaction is hard to describe. For the elderly, what can be more joyful and show off than future generations? Lin Changqing couldn't hold back his pride, and repeatedly told the old lady and Lin Mo that they should never tell anyone about the house after returning to the village. It's one thing to occasionally satisfy vanity, it's not good to get into unnecessary trouble. The old lady responded with full mouth, and when Lin Changqing returned, she dragged Lin Mo and murmured, "Good grandson, it's a pity that your Uncle Hai's house is so beautiful. It's a pity to put such a beautiful house on it. It's stuck to the floor tiles, the walls are painted white, and there are beautiful chandeliers, so that the old lady of the house looks beautiful." The old lady said it was a pity, but she was envious. You said that it was the same person, and Lin Hai didn't read the book for 2 days. How could it be so good? Lin Mo sorted out the ingredients he had just bought from outside and smiled. "Grandma, when I have money later, I will buy you a villa, which is more beautiful than this." The old lady grabbed a big potato and said, "I know that I am happy. But I believe my grandson will definitely have a better future than Hazy, and Grandma doesn't need a villa. Then you will buy a grand house for Grandma. Grandma, go to Tiananmen Square every morning to see the red flag and see the chairman, and go to the Great Wall if you are fine." Hearing the word, Jingcheng, Lin Mo tranced and looked at the old lady with a miserable face. "Grandma, you really have a vision. The house in Jingcheng is much more expensive than the villa. It seems that I have to work hard." Lin Mo woke up to the present, but it only took a little more than a whole day, but he felt like he had lived all his life. Those things had happened, and the memories in his mind were clearly imprinted. Worldly, with a stale yellow color, many familiar people have become dim. Somehow, Lin Mo remembered Han Shuan again. I remembered that he heard the tearful cry in his hazy trance, and his heart suddenly became dull, with a little palpitations. Once, they met because of Chen Zhengxi, but in this life he has decided to change the trajectory of destiny between them. Forget it, everything depends on it. "Grandson, why don't your eyes be so red? Don't cry, Grandma doesn't want a house." The old lady looked up at first glance and saw the baby's grandson's eyes red, and immediately felt distressed like nothing. Lin Mo held back the crocodile tears that had not formed in his eyes, blinked and said, "I didn't cry, I was a little worried about Dad." Lin Zhongzhen is still in the observation of the intensive care unit. He has not awakened since the operation last night. The doctor said that the operation was very successful, and he was in a stable condition. In theory, there would be no problems. Let them go back to rest first. Both Lin Jian and the old lady didn't close their eyes all night. In the morning, they came to see the house with Lin Changqing again. Lin Mo took a cold medicine and slept deeply. When he woke up, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When he saw that his grandmother was still asleep, he tried to buy some vegetables from the nearby vegetable market. Grandma sighed. Yeah, if your dad knows something about Wang Yanyan, don't be mad at anything. The old man Zhang in the neighboring village is not crazy because his wife ran away with others. The old lady said more and more anxiously, almost cutting the knife into her own hands. Lin Mo busy comforted and said, it is definitely not. My father's psychological quality is much stronger than that of Zhang Laowu. Besides, does our family have a history of mental illness? You can rest assured, no. The old lady was just talking. When Lin Mo's mother died slowly because of illness, could the old man be as crazy as he was? In her heart, she likes Cheng slowly to be her daughter-in-law. She is beautiful, sensible, filial, competent and cultured, like singing a fairy in a play. But she went after all. How could she bear to see her son live a life without keeping his life, otherwise how could he rush to find a stepmother for Lin Mo? She finally asked her son Songko to promise to marry Wang Yanyan, but she was better off than marrying. Since she knew what Wang Yanyan was, the old lady regretted her intestines. Compared with the former daughter-in-law, I always feel sorry for my son. But the days always passed. I thought Lin Shu was so big, and the old days of the old family were getting more and more prosperous. The older generation is conservative, and the old lady will never tell Lin Mo that his parents are right or wrong. However, Lin Mo was not really a minor. He understood everything that Grandma didn't say. He even knew something better than Grandma. I'm worried that my dad's left leg will be amputated. The middle school will definitely not want him anymore. What should he do in the future? If he really wants to spend time at home, he can't stand it. Lin Jian did not have the smelly problems of the intellectuals of the era. He could be his teacher at school and change his clothes and pants at home. The farm work was not worse than the others in the village. Otherwise, he would be a Yan Wang with his meager salary and laziness. Probably can afford a house. Lin Jian is the kind of person who can't live idle. In his previous life, he lost both legs. He did some manual work in bed to make up for his family. You really let him do nothing at home every day. He is definitely more uncomfortable than sick. Can't stand anyway. It's better to keep Xiaoming than anything. The old lady sighed. The grandchildren and grandchildren chatted, and they packed up the ingredients. Lin Mo went to the vegetable market too late and could not buy any good food. He only bought some radishes, green cabbage, dried mushrooms, potatoes and other vegetables, a few pounds of thigh bones and a pound of lean meat. A little hen came back, and rice, oil, seasoning and the like. Lin Hai, a man, just sleep here, so don't expect to cook. The tools in the kitchen are quite complete. Half old, probably because the last owner stayed, and even the rest of the rice could not be found. The young hens are well killed in the vegetable market, they are very fat, and there is a lot of oil in their stomachs. Although the patient needs to be supplemented when he recovers from a serious illness, he must never eat too greasy things. Lin Momel sharpened the kitchen knife in the kitchen to cut out the oil in the chicken belly. Chicken fat is a good thing. When you make soup without broth, add some to the dish and the taste will be different immediately. After cutting out the chicken fat, Lin Mo cut the chicken off, boiled off the blood and water, and put the whole piece in the pan and cooked it on fire. Cook the chicken broth, pour it into a small casserole, pour the rice that has been soaked in it, wait for the water to boil, and simmer slowly on a low heat. Dried shiitake mushrooms have more flavor than fresh shiitake mushrooms. Some people like that taste, while others hate it very much. Lin Jian just happened to be the kind of person who doesn't care. After the mushrooms were soaked, Lin Mo washed them carefully, squeezed the water off, took a few flowers and shredded them into filaments. When the porridge was almost boiled, put the shiitake mushrooms and chicken shreds in it and put on the lid. Slow fire. Because of the uneven ingredients, Lin Mo can only stew a simple version of shiitake mushroom and chicken porridge. Dad's current situation, drinking this porridge is tonic. Then, he washed the lean meat, cut into small pieces, and marinated the cooking wine for a while. When the oil in the pan was hot, put the slices, peppercorns, and dried peppers into the bowl to fry the aroma, and then pour the small pieces of meat stir fry, add watercress, a little old soy sauce. After frying the aroma, put the grandma's prepared potato pieces and put them in. After a little frying, add the appropriate amount of water and boil over high heat, turn to medium heat, it will be common for a while the scent of potato roast flew out. Originally, my grandmother was too old to eat such spicy food, but her old man was already used to eating spicy food, and suddenly changed her taste. She instead became unaccustomed to eating. 20 minutes later, the dishes were cooked. Lin Mo transferred the appropriate amount of salt, sprinkled with a little celery, started a pot, and prepared a large bowl of potato roasts with all flavors and flavors. Just sniffing that spicy and fresh fragrance, the old lady swallowed subconsciously. How can the skill of a good grandson feel better than her lifelong meal? Then Lin Mo boiled a small bowl of chicken oil, boiled it, scooped up the excess oil, and simply sautéed a mushroom and greens in the pan. I made a large bowl of cabbage soup with oil residue and a little chicken oil, mixed with water and ginger. At this time, the porridge was almost cooked. Lin Mo put a little salt in it, stir well, turn off the heat, took 2 large bowls, put 2 bowls out, put a little chopped green onion in the bowl. The fragrance suddenly became 2 points thick. The old lady looked at the table with 2 dishes and 1 soup, and her eyes were straight. Is this really a dream for the grandson? When the old lady tasted 3 dishes one by one, and then drank a few big mouthfuls of porridge, she instantly felt that her good grandson would definitely earn the tens of thousands of dollars, as he said. These dishes taste absolutely amazing. Lin Mo didn't tell the old lady that he hadn't done a real trick yet to make these dishes. 20 minutes later, the dishes on the table were eaten clean. The old lady does farm work all year round. Although she is old, her meal is better than Lin Mo. Lin Mo believes in the way of keeping in good health. He only eats 8 points and his grandmother has no scruples. In addition, he has been eating hard for the past 2 days. Most of the 3 dishes went into the old lady's mouth and drank 2 large bowls of porridge. After eating, the old lady could not sit on the chair, and said to Lin Mo with a mouthful, "Good boy, your mother really gave you a dream." The old lady Guan was superstitious, but some things hadn't been seen in person after all. It would be so easy to believe Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo lied without a blink of an eye. Grievances said, "Grandma, you don't believe me and I should believe that I can make dishes. If my mother doesn't teach me in dreams, can I make such delicious food?" The rebirth was too weird, and there was nothing worth elaborating in the last life. Lin Mo did not intend to let his family know that the dead mother was just a shield. Lin Mo had not yet reached his first birthday, and his mother died of illness. From an early age to the grandmother, he listened to his grandmother talking about how delicious his mother's cooking is. When he was a child, he didn't seem to have the talent to do this. Until something happened at home, he dropped out of school and started to learn to cook. Beginner cooking is to learn from the high school cafeteria master. At that time, Dad's legs were amputated. The school dismissed him. The relationship with his father was quite good. A leader saw that his house was really difficult, so he asked him to go to the school cafeteria to help wash dishes and wash dishes. He was also allowed to pack and take home to eat. Lin Makan is sensible and looks very good. In addition to the tragedy at home, all the uncles and aunts in the cafeteria are full of love. Instead of squeezing him out, they help him everywhere. Among them, the cafeteria master and contractor Li Jun and the old lady were turning around several kinsmen's relatives. He was entrusted by the old lady and he would teach Lin Mo to cook when he had the chance. Mr. Li was a famous chef in the town. He has a family culinary skills and good craftsmanship. However, whenever there is a red and white wedding reception in each family, he will be invited to take a charge. His cooking is recognized as delicious. Later, when he was old, the only daughter married well and had a lot of savings in the family. He brought out 2 apprentices who could each independently hold a banquet, and he simply did not wash his hands. Fortunately, he was born with hard work and spent 2 years at home and went to the hospital several times. He couldn't stay idle. He contracted the canteen of the middle school in the township. After a few years of operation, he was completely ill and walked with a spirit of wind. 2. Master Li is a very patient person. With his advice, Lin Mo puts his usual study skills into cooking, thinking of learning Master Li's skills, whether it is a banquet or opening a restaurant in the future. Okay, always let the family live a good life. Unfortunately, things are counterproductive. However, destiny turned a corner, and Lin Mo finally took the road of opening the pavilion. During the prosperous Tang dynasty, Lin Mo not only hired many master chefs with special skills, but also bought many recipes such as family secrets and royal secrets through various channels. The master chefs Lin Mo did not steal the teacher, but those recipes are all in his mind. Even if Lin Mo is good at always being a home-cooked food, with these recipes, are you still worried that the food is not delicious? What's more, home cooking seems to be simple. It's really easy to make a good meal and make it delicious. You can taste the taste of home in one bite. It's no easy task. The old lady burped and missed. Don't say, the taste of these dishes is really like making it slowly. Lin Mo continued to bluff. My mother taught me a lot of dishes, and I will make it for Grandma when conditions are met in the future. The old lady's eyes turned red. Didn't you say that? It's a pity that the old man can marry such a good wife slowly for a lifetime. Lin Mo's words touched the old lady's nerves, and the old lady couldn't help but talk about his mother's affairs. After speaking, she sighed. If it's too good, how could there be such a thing today? Lin Mo laughed. That little book can't be my brother. The old lady laughed and said, a man is a big devil and he is talking nonsense. No matter how bad Wang Yanyan is, Xiaoshu is still a good boy. How can an adult be blamed on a child? Lin Mo didn't know if his mother-in-law had been given a myth by her grandmother. For the role of mother, Lin Mo's impression was that he was as irresponsible as Wang Yanyan or as hysterical as Chen Zhengxi's mother, and was bent for so many years. Lin Moshi could not imagine what it would be like to form a family with a woman in the future. Of course, like men, Lin Mo has no courage to mention to his family. After washing the pots and pans, Lin Mo and the old lady used a large thermos to fill the hot porridge and took them to the hospital. When I arrived at the hospital in the evening, the doctor told them that Lin Jian had already awakened twice in the afternoon. The patient's condition was better than expected. When he woke up again at night, he could feed some liquid food properly. Observe another day tomorrow, and he could be transferred to the general ward the day after tomorrow. The old lady couldn't help but read the Buddha several times, and Lin Mo was also very happy. After he went back to the clinic and got a shot back, Lin Jian was already awake and the old lady was feeding him porridge. Dad, Lin Mo shouted softly. Lin Jian's face was pale, but his expression was a little agitated. There was something in his mouth that echoed, hey. Grandma, let me come. Okay. The old lady handed the bowl to Lin Mo and retreated to the side. Back in time, my father lay in front of him alive. Lin Mo shook his hand slightly with the spoon. He gently blew the porridge and carefully put the spoon in front of his father. Lin Mo's nose was slightly sour as he watched his dad eat his own porridge. Lin Zhonggong woke up and couldn't eat too much. He had no appetite at first, but the taste of porridge was so delicious that he unknowingly drank a small bowl and felt it was not enough. This small bowl of porridge is a special batch of doctors, you can only drink so much if you have enough. Lin Mo picked up the tableware and washed it outside, then went to the boiler room to get hot water. Lin Jian asked the old lady, Mom, what about Yanzi? As soon as she mentioned that Wang Yanyan's old lady was almost out of breath, but she was worried that her son could not understand it, his face changed, and he didn't say a word for a long time. Lin Jian was honest and loyal but not stupid, and asked, Mom, is there something wrong with your family? The old lady could not bear it for a long time, and it seemed that the peas ran Wang Yanyan away with people. In a sense, it was only her that was appropriate to speak about this matter. It was for this reason that Lin Mo excused himself. After hearing this, Lin Jian felt that his eyes were black, and the solar meridian suddenly hurt. He admits that he can't forget to slow down emotionally, and is a bit cold to Wang Yanyan, but for so many years, he has never let Wang Yanyan eat a little bit of bitterness, because he feels that he has treated him emotionally, and he will make up for her from other aspects. She asked for money, he gave it. She wanted to play, he let it. She was lazy, he grabbed the things inside and outside the house. Underwear and underwear were washed clean for her. There are people outside, he will bear, wait for her to change her mind. Even if you really do and want Wang Yanyan to live with me, then you can raise it upright and he will never treat her divorce. In the 11 or 12 years, why did husband and wife do so unforgiving? What is the difference between this practice and breaking his life? The patient's own heart is relatively fragile. Lin Jian couldn't help but think about it, and his face became bad immediately. The old lady was busy and said, Old man, don't think about it, Momohe still counts on you. I'm still waiting for you to support me. Middle-aged men carry several mountains on them, which is unbearable for some people, and is the driving force for hard work. Lin Jian is the latter, and his empty eyes slightly twitched. Mom, don't worry, I won't think about it. When I see the doctor's money, who is asking? Your uncle lent us 20,000, and helped us to borrow 50,000 in the bank, and the bank over 8,000, but only 40,200. Lin Jian's mouth was bitter, and his family originally owed 10,000 yuan of accounts. After all, interest was calculated after all. More than 80,000 yuan of accounts. What did he use? It's not enough to sell him apart. Lin Mo just hit the water and brought it in. He put the hot water bottle next to him. Dad, don't worry about money, I will find a way to pay it back. Lin Zhonglin said, if you still study, what can you do? When I go back, I will go through the suspension of school and go to a stall to sell snacks. I made some sausage bacon and sold it in the city. I can make a lot of money. Lin Jian looked at his son's delicate and beautiful fireworks without a face, and smiled and said, "At your level, are you afraid of others being poisoned?" Dad was still in a mood to joke, proving that he was not completely desperate, and Lin Mo's big stone finally fell. The old lady raised her eyebrows with pride. "My good grandson's craftsmanship is good. All his meals are made by him this afternoon. My stomach is still rising. Just now that you drink that bowl of porridge tastes good, it's all my good grandson." Lin Jian slapped his mouth subconsciously. The porridge tasted really good just now, and when it was so good, it slowly returned and I ate it. Why did Momo suddenly cook? He remembered that 3 days ago, his son cooked vegetables and there was a scorched smell. It's slowly entrusting him with dreams and teaching him to do it. Lin Jian suddenly widened his eyes and lost his voice. How is it possible? The old lady was superstitious, and immediately bluffed her face and said, "Why is it impossible? Slowly be kind-hearted, and she can spare your grandfather to suffer. Then you can tell yourself, if it is not slow, why did my grandson suddenly learn? My grandson made the dish, I ate it, and it's a taste to do it slowly." Lin Jian was too much stimulated today, his eyes flushed and his throat hoarse. "Lin Mo, what the asterisk is going on?" Lin Mo didn't expect that he was insulting, and now he became a tough ride. He didn't expect that he would have the same taste as his mother. When he was cooking, and now he can only die. He blinked his eyes and said innocently, "It's my mom who gave me a dream and asked me to take good care of my dad and grandma. Well, there are small books. And what else?" Lin Jian looked at his son's look as if it was not hypocrisy, and actually believed 3 points. "Mom taught me a lot of dishes. She said that her family is difficult now, and she has no way to help us. She can only pass this skill on to me and help me get out of trouble." Lin Mo said very seriously, "Even himself I'm a little bit convinced that he might be born again, maybe it's his mother's blessing." Lin Jian remembered his deceased wife with tears in his eyes. "Slowly do more work." Lin Mo waited for the opportunity to persuade, "Dad, don't be upset. If Mom let her see you like this, she should be sad." Tears slowly slipped down the corners of Lin Jian's eyes, and in his dim eyes, he looked at his son's face as if his wife was dying, and there was an illusion that he slowly came back to him. Sad. Whether his son is telling the truth or falsehood, at this moment, he chooses to believe unconditionally. Lin Jian had just finished the operation. He was in low energy and was too stimulated, so he fell asleep. Probably influenced by Lin Mo, he really dreamed that Cheng was slow. When he woke up, he could not remember what the dead wife said to him in the dream, but after that, he no longer doubted that Lin Mo suddenly appeared more ability. In the evening, the old lady insisted on staying up for vigil on the grounds that the old man felt less, and Lin Mohan left her first, but left. Although he promised the old lady to go home directly, he left the hospital and took a corner to slip to the night market. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a fat nurse came to check the room. The fat nurse had a sharp nose. As soon as she entered the ward, she smelled that the mushroom porridge was too weak to smell. She sucked in her saliva and asked, "Auntie, what are you eating? Why is it so fragrant?" The old lady smiled and said, "Nothing, just mushroom porridge." The fat nurse checked it well, but he lingered and left, and a pair of big eyes stared at the thermos. The old lady was busy and said, "Sister, there is a little porridge left in the thermos cup. It was originally intended for the patient, but it hasn't been poured out. You can drink it if you don't want it. You stay up late at night and it's hard." The fat nurse knew it was not good, but her weak will did not withstand the temptation of food, and her fat hands were embarrassed to rub. How is this so embarrassing? The old lady brought the thermos to her hand. What's so embarrassing? You remember to give the thermos to Auntie in return. Fat nurses follow suit. Good. Despite the bad weather, Jincheng night market is still lively, selling snacks, clothing, small department stores, antiques, etc., as well as performing folk juggling. The streets are full of people, bustling. Lin Mo's sore throat had just disappeared, and he dared not eat heavy snacks in the night market. He shook it twice and prepared to buy some clothes for a change of clothes on the stall. This time I came too hurriedly, and the 3 of their grandchildren didn't bring any clothes except their bodies. When he was in the hospital just now, he had consulted a doctor. With Lin Jian's current situation, even if he wanted to transfer back to the county hospital, it would have to be at least half a month later. How can they not change their clothes for half a month? The dealers in Jincheng have more channels to buy goods than the sellers in County L. The quality of the clothes on the stalls is certainly not much better, but the price is 30% cheaper than that in County L. Lin Mo selected the quality of her clothes and looked pretty good. After fighting with all the aunts and aunts, she finally successfully robbed 4 sets of clothes. As a good brother, how could Lin Mo fall behind his baby brother? The materials for the winter clothing are kept there, and the price is expensive. These 4 sets of Lin's mouths were worn out before they were cut into 150 yuan for sale. They also asked the lady boss to ask for 2 pairs of socks to add to her. Looking back, there was someone who talked to the boss, why did he buy it so cheap? No way, this piece of clothing had to be 5 cheaper. The proprietress who sold Lin Mo already felt that she was losing money. Zonko said, I am happy to count him as a good-looking guy. I am willing to count him as a bargain. This one is sold for less than 30. The man hesitated to see again and again that he really couldn't cut the price before he bought it. It was not enough to have a coat. Lin Mo turned around a few times and went to another stall to buy some underwear and socks. He also bought a pair of warm shoes for his grandmother. If it was not enough, he planned to buy himself a pair of sneakers. The business in the night market is very hot. Lin Mo thought of staying in Jincheng for more than 10 days. It's time to wait for the Chinese New Year at the end of January this year. Snack. The night market is only open until 11 o'clock in the evening. After sleeping, it is just right to go to the hospital to take care of my dad during the day. After thinking about it, Lin Mozi decided to ask the market managers first. The management told Lin Mo that many stalls in the night market are fixed, but there are also some short-term mobile stalls, but the location is not so good. The entrance fee varies from 5 to 2 yuan a day. Depending on the area, the specific location is arranged by the management. Lin Mo deliberately went to those mobile stalls. Most of them were at corners, the lighting was not good, the flow of people was relatively small, the business was so sloppy, mostly selling small accessories. Several locations are slightly better, and the price is estimated to be more expensive. There are all kinds of snacks in the night market. Lin Mo felt that if he wanted to sell, he would probably not be refined. They didn't stay in Jincheng for a long time, and it was impossible to buy tools arbitrarily. Uncle Hai had a large iron pot there, and a large honeycomb coal stove was thrown on the balcony. There seems to be a small tricycle in the community gatekeeper. He rented it to pay his rent, he should agree. There are a lot of delicious snacks in Lin Mo's head, but it's really not much to make simple and easy to meet the taste of Jincheng people. Lin Mo first thought of spiked potatoes and spicy cumin small potatoes. Potatoes have a wide audience, which is easy to cook and easy to store. As long as they can adjust the taste, they can be very good. There are no small potatoes sold in the night market, only some of the pot potatoes. The 2 methods are similar. Both need to be cooked and peeled, fried and seasoned, but the small potatoes are obviously fragrant and delicate. Similarly, the peeling process of small potatoes is very slow and cumbersome. He didn't have much time to get it. As for the mace potatoes, it has always been a popular snack in Jincheng, not only selling more people in the night market, but also selling around the school, not rare. However, from another perspective, a mass snack is easy to open the market in a short time. And he believes that the taste he tuned out is definitely not worse than anyone else, and it should not be difficult to plunder some customers from others. What's more, the mackerel potatoes are sold in the night market, only to see the spicy taste. The taste and dishes are far less rich than later generations, there is much room for improvement. Carrying a lot of things, the rain gradually began to grow. Lin Mo did not wrong himself, called a tricycle to take him back to his place. Lin Mo came home, took a hot bath, and washed all the clothes he bought to dry. If the weather is not clear, don't think of putting on dry clothes for 3 or 4 days. In the evening Lin Mo kept thinking about stalling things. He slept soundly all night and woke up at 5 in the morning. While wearing clothes, he secretly laughed at how much he lived and went back, thinking that the merger and acquisition of the tens of millions of clubs had never been insomnia like it is now. A food stall selling nothing really happened. Think about it for a while, but this is a self-starting business, can't you be excited? Lin Mo was brushing his teeth slowly, looking at the flower young tender boy in the mirror with shameless thoughts. The labor and management are only 15 years old. Excited. What is abnormal? Hulu spit out the foam in his mouth, washed his face with cold water, and pulled his hair into the soil. The young man in the mirror showed a thick and bright smile of the second too. He looked at the white swaying teeth. Pouting, the smile has become strange and familiar with grace and grace. When you are old, you can change your skin, and you can't really change back to being simple and worry-free when you were a boy. Moreover, after 15, his life became ridiculous, and his mental state did not practice to return to the realm of simplicity. It's just fine. Lin Mo tapped his cheeks on the mirror with his fingers, his smile disappeared, and the delicate face was only cold and indifferent, and his brows were more like family members than before. This is the real self. Yesterday I bought the chicken and the cob bones which have not been processed. Lin Mo thought that Dad and Grandma seemed to like mushroom and chicken porridge, so they peeled the hen raw and boiled it. They shed a few mushrooms and prepared to cook the porridge for a while. After the whole chicken was cooked to 8, he chopped off the chicken, boiled the thigh bones with blood, put ginger, a little rice wine, and other seasonings, and threw it into the big pot with the chicken rack and cooked. After the water was boiled for a while, turn to low heat and simmer slowly. Dad's leg injury is very serious. In the early stages, he should not eat greasy things. It should be based on a light diet such as vegetable and fish soup. This pot bone is used to boil soup, which is convenient for cooking later. Lin Mo picked some chicken thigh meat, and shredded the shiitake mushrooms, shredded them into filaments, and used them for boiling porridge for a while. Chicken skin is a good thing. Some people don't like it, others can't. Lin Mo intends to keep a steamed fengyi. There was not too much blood and water, but it was a pity to throw it away. Lin Mo decided to wait for a while before the porridge was boiled and use them to burn potatoes. The big bones are cooked, and a lot of meat can be chopped down, and the meat is eaten directly. After 7 o'clock, the sky was still not bright. Lin Mo looked at the time almost, with only 50 yuan left in his pocket, he went to the vegetable market. Grandma gave him money for medical treatment that day, and it was not enough to buy things last night. The $50 in his body were his accumulated savings over the years. There are not many in the vegetable market. Vegetable vendors have already put fresh vegetables and fruits early on. Vegetables in Jincheng are much richer in winter than in L County. Vegetable sellers brought a lot of greenhouse vegetables back from the field. All kinds of vegetables should be available. Lin Mo has been engaged in the food and beverage industry for many years, but he knows no more than vegetables in greenhouses. In particular, organic vegetable green agriculture is not popular at this time, and the relevant national control is not in place. In order to promote the ripening of these vegetables, vegetable farmers dare to use any medicine. He has been tortured to death by cancer. There are not many seasonal vegetables at this time, nothing more than pumpkin, cabbage, green cabbage, radish, potato, yam, etc. Among them, yam and cabbage have the effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, which is more suitable for dads to eat. Relatively long, Lin Mo bought more. Pumpkins and potatoes were also bought, and 2 pounds of lean meat was cut, and a pound of pork belly was beaten into flesh. Lin Mo always likes to eat fish, but the fish must be eaten fresh. Obviously there is no such condition, he only bought 3 pounds of crucian carp. The vegetable market sells kimchi. Lin Mo chose the house and it looks pretty good. He bought some cowpea and radish and some tofu. Go home in a hurry, the porridge has been cooked, and the broth must be simmered for a while. Lin Mo cut the chopped cowpea into chopped minced meat, took a little bit of meat, fried it with dry chili, and a few minutes later, a sour and delicious rotten meat cowpea was ready. Lin Mo drank 2 large bowls of porridge with tofu. After the meal, the big bone broth was almost finished. He filtered the big bones and the chicken rack and the crumbs in the pot, and put the broth aside to wait for it to congeal automatically. I bought a mug with porridge yesterday and prepared to go to the hospital. As soon as I walked downstairs, I saw my grandma came back. "Grandma, why are you back?" The old lady saw him with a sigh of relief and said, "It's past 9 o'clock. You haven't passed yet. I'm worried if something is wrong with your house. I'll come back and see." Lin Mo later realized that she was a half-old child in her grandmother's eyes. When she first came to Jincheng, she might be abducted. The abduction was still the second. The old lady's hospital listened to people saying that gas poisoning would kill people, while people heard that gas would explode, and it was also a car accident and robbing people. She was worried all night. It was not good to see her grandson in the morning. After the medical staff checked Lin Jian, she hurried back in a hurry. Lin Mo apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandma worried you. I went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables in the morning, and it passed without paying attention." "Okay, nothing is fine." The old lady kept Lin Jian all night, and worried about Lin Mo. He took a nap all night, and was in a bad spirit. "Grandma, I'll just go to the hospital by myself. You can go home and rest. The porridge is warmed in the pot and the dishes are left for you on the table. Remember to eat. Don't worry about lunch. I will go home on time. Do." The old lady looked at the baby son Sue's filial piety, and her heart was both sweet and sad. She wanted to say that she would make lunch. She thought that she wouldn't use that kind of stove at all. "Okay, you must pay attention to safety on the road. What is happening to your father? Do you remember to call the doctor to know? Okay, I know. Lin Mo arrived at the hospital and Lin Jian was still asleep. He didn't disturb him. He sat quietly next to him and thought about how to set up things with his grandmother. A fat nurse pushed the door in, and Small Eyes looked at Lin Mo's blue thermos at hand, hesitated. Lin Mo walked to the door and whispered, "Beauty, is there anything wrong?" The fat nurse suddenly blushed, and looked at Lin Mo, who puzzled Jun Jiji and Wu Wu and said, "Am I really a beauty?" After that, even she couldn't stand it, and fled. Lin Mo laughed awkwardly. After a dozen years, beauty was just a random name. Unexpectedly, he casually said that he scared the little nurse away. God knows that he really doesn't mean anything. After a while, Lin Jian finally woke up and he looked much better than yesterday. Because the doctor had done an examination for him before, Lin Mo helped him briefly wash. "Dad, I brought you the porridge, it's still hot, would you like to drink it now?" Lin Mo asked after packing it properly. Lin Jian has been eating liquid food these days, and is impatient with hunger. "If you don't say I haven't thought it, I'm really hungry." Lin Mo unscrewed the lid, the delicate scent of mushrooms and chicken flew out suddenly. Lin Jian swallowed subconsciously. Lin Mo poured the porridge into a small bowl and tried it. The temperature was just right. He took the spoon and fed it to Lin Jian's mouth. "It's delicious," Lin Jian said vaguely while eating. Lin Mo smiled happily. What's better than seeing the satisfaction of a loved one? After Lin Jian finished the porridge, Lin Mo hesitated and said, "Dad, I went to the night market last night and I want to go to the night market too. Sell snacks." Lin Jian was stabbed hard in his heart and couldn't help blaming himself. If he could be more careful, why would he break his leg? Why is the son of good academics and superiors reduced to street vendors? His mother was a lot of age and had to suffer for him, and the family still owed huge sums of money. All blamed him. He dragged down his family. Lin Mo saw his face showing pain, and quickly said, "Dad, don't think about it, we are a family, we should have been blessed and shared the same hardship. You were born and raised, you are sick, I am waiting for you. Things are just right." Lin Jian's eyes were slightly wet, and he reached out and touched Lin Mo's hair top. "Good boy, it's your dad that's dragging you down." Lin Mo couldn't help but think of the guilty old man's guilty appearance before his father took drugs and committed suicide. There was a sudden pain in his heart, and there was a red thread in his eyes. He took his father's hand and held it tightly. "Dad, you have never been dragged down by me. It is not, nor will it be in the future. Letting you, Grandma and Xiaoshu live a good life is a big wish of my life, and it is also my responsibility." Lin Mo's voice is not loud, but full of undoubted taste. Lin Jian was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that his son faded overnight, as if he could withstand his tender shoulders when the sky fell down. He was pleasantly surprised that his son was far more tenacious, strong, mature and sensible. The sons have taken the initiative to carry the burden of the family. What other face does he complain about? But he only broke his half leg. There are more disabled people in the world, and everyone else can live well. Why can't he? It's just half a leg missing. When he recovers, there are still many things he can do in the future. He still doesn't believe it. He is a big man and he will really become a son's burden when he is in his prime. "Momo, don't worry, Dad will get well. It's Dad's responsibility to take care of you. This responsibility is not even when you take it. Even this semester, when the next semester starts, you still go to school as usual, and your family owes debts. Dad will find a way to pay it back." Guan Linjinba may not let his son go back to school now, but in his current situation, it is unrealistic to rely on the mother alone without the care of his son. Lin Mo knew that Lin Jian's character was very stubborn, and often he made a decision that would not easily change. At this point, both his father and his son were similar people. Lin Mo is an adult at heart. Even if he knows that his father's ideas are unlikely to be realized, he can't be as hard as his father like a rebellious boy. He chooses to roundabout and temporarily compromise. Talk about things after going to school. Lin Mo returned to the topic just now. "I still want to go to the night market to set up a stall. Whether I can make money or not, I treat it as an exercise, Dad, okay." Lin Jian looked at his son's earnest gaze, and his heart was dull and uncomfortable. Hesitating for a moment, he said, "It is not easy to set up a stall." Lin Mo saw that he was a little loose, and was busy hitting the railroad while he was hot. "It's because it's not easy, you should receive exercise. Dad, you can rest assured that I have done a preliminary investigation and I will do my best." Seeing that his son was so sensible, Lin Jianxi didn't know how to say no to him, so he had to say, if you want to do it, just do it, do what you can and don't exhaust yourself. Well, that grandma. Your grandma, let me tell her. Okay, thank you Dad. Oh, you kid. After so many days in hospital, Lin Jian finally showed a knowing smile on his face. At noon, Lin Mo took advantage of his father's sleep to return to the residence and began to prepare lunch. Originally, I wanted to roast the chickens in the morning before they got into the water. Lin Mo washed them again. They cut 2 large potatoes. After the water was fried with watercress, they were put in potato pieces and slightly fried. On. Lin Hai's home kitchen is very good. Lin Mo found a steamer from the cabinet and put the raw chicken skins in the morning into the plate. The slab of carrots was adjusted to the taste. After the water was boiled, put the plate in the steamer steamed on the pot. He washed a Chinese cabbage, shattered the leaves directly with his hands, and set aside. At this time, the potatoes were almost burned. Lin Mo chopped celery and green onions and sprinkled them evenly. He opened the lid of the steamer, and the steamed phoenix was almost ready. He turned off the fire, and the other pot was heated with a little oil. He took the plate from the steamer, turned the plate upside down, poured the steamed vegetables into another plate, poured the hot oil on the phoenix clothes, and sprinkled with chopped green onion coriander. A strong salty fragrance escaped. In the morning I bought a few crucian carp and spit bubbles on the surface of the floating basin. Lin Mo found a pair of scissors to cut the crucian carp and cut the scales with a knife. Carassius auratus scales are small, and it is not easy to scrape them without special tools. Rao Shi Lin Mo also took some time. After processing the scales and washing the crucian carp, he stuffed slices and pepper grains in their stomachs, put them in a casserole, dripped a little rice wine, and simmered slowly in clear water. The stewed crucian carp tastes ordinary or even fishy in this way, and the color is not pure milky white, but the nutritional value is high, so it is suitable for supplementing Dad. When Lin Moho finished the cabbage soup, her grandmother was already up. Grandma, why don't you sleep more? The old lady was embarrassed to say that she smelled the smell of the dishes and woke up, but said, you are too old to take a nap. I took a nap last night. I came back to sleep in the morning for so long. Is your father all right? It's good. I brought him porridge in the morning. He drank it all. The doctor said that tonight, and he will be transferred to his ward tomorrow morning. Talking kung fu, Lin Mo took the cabbage soup from the pot and partly filled it into the bowl. Partly poured into the thermos. That's fine, let's hurry to eat. After eating, I will go to the hospital to see your dad. It is good. Several family dishes once again succeeded in supporting the old lady. Most of the bone marrow in the cob went into Lin Mo's stomach, and he couldn't help it. This year, the pigs were not completely bred with feed like the later generations. The meat taste is authentic, and the bone marrow is also very fragrant. Lin Moran had no image licking his mouth secretly. Anyway, the stick bones were cheap, and went to stew a pot, and have a good meal. After the meal, the crucian carp soup was not enough. The old lady let the Lin Mo family watch it. She went to the hospital first. Taking advantage of the hard work, Lin Mo successfully persuaded the janitor to rent the tricycle to him at night, $3 a night. During the lease, if there is any damage to the tricycle, Lin Mo is responsible for repairing it. Then, he rode a tricycle to the vegetable market to buy dozens of pounds of potatoes and many spices and tools. When he returned to the community, the uncle of the guard had helped him buy honeycomb coal. Uncle and his son sold honeycomb coal. Therefore, after Lin Mo bought 300 large honeycomb coals in one breath, the uncle in the back of his residence made room a small place for Lin Mo to place these coals. Lin Mo got these right and returned to his place. The crucian carp soup in the casserole has been simmered and squishy. Under the action of and rice wine, it has been simmering for so long. There is almost no smell. The cup was taken to the hospital. I don't know how Lin Jian told the old lady that the old lady totally agreed with Lin Mo to set up the stall, and only repeatedly told Lin Mo not to be too tired. In the afternoon, she went back to help Lin Mo to scrape potatoes, pick vegetables, do all the preparations, and actively asked Lin Mo to teach her how to use the gas stove. She would be responsible for 3 meals a day. In the evening, everything was ready. Lin Mo pulled a cart on a tricycle and slowly came to the night market. After finding the management staff, paying the relevant expenses and sending the management staff a package of Hongda Mountain, they were arranged to a relatively good temporary stall in a lot. When night fell, after a hard day of work, people unloaded their burdens and masks and slowly poured into the brightly lit night market. The Lin Mo stall is just next to a fatty rice noodle stall. This stall tastes average, with few customers and associated with Lin Mo business. More than half an hour after the night market started, the first customer finally came to the door. The comers were two 16 to 7-year-old girls, but they were more mature than 20-year-old women. The two of them went to Lin Mo's face completely. "Little boy, how about selling potatoes?" the short-haired girl asked with a smile. Next to her, her companion squeezed her eyebrows and smiled. "1 yuan apiece," Lin Mo replied with a professional smile. The two girls looked straight, and this smiled better than the stars on TV. "Bring us two. What do you want?" When the two girls heard it, they felt a little strange. "Isn't the spiked potato only spicy? What's your taste here?" Lin Mo laughed. "There are 4 flavors: spicy, sour, sweet and spicy, and cumin. Then I want a hot and sour. I want to spice up, and give me more pepper. The potatoes are crispier." "Okay." Lin Mo poured the full-fledged potato strips into the oil pan and fried them for a while. The potatoes were poured into 2 small pots, and the special seasoning was added. "Stir well." The two girls watched Lin Mo's graceful movements without losing their graceful movements. How can this person even look good in cooking? "Okay, $2 in total, thank you for your patronage." Lin Mo smiled and squinted the potato in the plastic pocket. The two were in the middle and second phases, and the rebellious girl is blushing, and the short-haired girl took 2 steals from her pocket and threw them on the Lin Mo car. 2. Lin Mo didn't know, so he frowned, and when he saw the next guest at the door, he immediately put on a professional smile again. There are a lot of delicious mouths in the night market, and most of them come out together in groups. This year, regardless of the fact that men and women have not yet formed the concept of not eating dinner to lose weight, the night market food stall business is particularly good. After Lin Mo's sales situation opened, it was not long before he became too busy. Many diners originally had the idea of early adopters, wanting to taste the taste of other flavors of mackerel potatoes, but I didn't expect to stop talking. The hot and sour taste is made with finely chopped and soaked wild mountain pepper. Unlike acetic acid, wild mountain pepper has a thick and spicy acid, and wild mountain pepper itself is much more spicy than ordinary hot pepper noodles. It can spicy out in a few bites. The rich sour and spicy taste makes the spicy jincheng people directly addicted, and some extremely spicy and delicious tastes are all wild peppers in the bag. Sweet and spicy tastes are popular among children. Sweetness itself is a kind of greasy taste when eaten too much, but at the same time, a moderate amount of sweetness also has a good freshening effect. When sugar and chili are combined together, the greasy can easily be masked by spicy, and then become a kind of fresh, mixed with green onion parsley, and Lin Mo special sauce, then the children can be conquered even if they pick up their mouths even if they eat it. Can't help but applaud. The method of cumin is very simple, in fact, it is just adding cumin powder to the ordinary spicy taste. You can also add cumin powder without putting spicy seeds. An ordinary potato with fangs, and cumin powder, immediately added a barbecue flavor, which is no worse than roast potatoes on a barbecue stall. Spicy taste is common, and there are many buyers. After all, not everyone is willing to try the taste. However, after the delicious mouths have tasted it, they will immediately find the difference, the same spicy taste, but Lin Mo tastes obviously rich here. The spicy combination of the spicy flavor is very obvious. I know that the ingredients are very authentic. People who eat spicy jincheng all the year round can easily taste the difference between chili and chili. Lin Mo was accustomed to high-end diets in his previous life, and he was unwilling to deduct customers from the ingredients. He used all good oils and seasonings. The potatoes are also good big potatoes in the market, and the cost is much more expensive than other small stalls. In the night market, the price of spiked potatoes is basically stable, 5 or 2 bags are $1, and Lin Mo can't open the stall for a few more days. It is not easy to raise the price rashly. There are only as many as 2/3 of other small stalls. A potato can earn about 50 cents, which is no more than other vendors. There were still many customers who thought that they were too little and shouted that they would not come to buy Lin Mo again next time, but after they had tasted it, they turned around and lined up again. On the first day of trial operation, Lin Mo was short on preparation of potatoes. Not long after the night market entered the peak period, Lin Mo was robbed of 3 barrels of potatoes with the car. Many customers said seriously that they haven't had an addiction, so Lin Mo will prepare more goods tomorrow. Lin Mo was satisfied, and was happy to step on a tricycle and go home. He poured the waste oil in the pot to the guardian uncle, and gave him a copy of the potato chips he left in advance, and paid him the rent for the day. The old man was happy to see his teeth, and he was happy to help Lin Mo pack the car. Get on things. Lin Mo brought the barrels and spices back home, and all the rest were deposited with the doorman. Back home, He cleared the money in his pocket and sold a total of 16 yuan. After shaving off all the expenses today, he made a net profit of more than 7 yuan. From the perspective of future generations, 7 yuan is not enough for a decent Western meal, but it can be put into the present. The hard work on the construction site is only 20 or 30 yuan a day, and the average daily salary of my father is only 15 or 6 yuan. 7 There are already a lot of dollars. Anyway, there are entries. Lin Mo was satisfied with stacking the table neatly and putting them together. After looking at 10 o'clock, he simply took a shower and washed off the fumes of his body. Yesterday, the clothes were not dry, so he had to wear the body just now. Taking a hair dryer to dry her hair in a hurry, she hurried to the hospital. Old man, you said Momo sells things alone, wouldn't it be a problem? The old lady turned around in the ward several times, fidgeting. Lin Jian didn't worry, but he had confidence in his son and comforted him. Mom, don't worry about it, don't you mean that Momo still eats potato chips and won't sell them? Who is worried about this? The old lady worriedly said. I'm worried that Jincheng's public security is not good, in case something happens. Bah, our family is dead, there must be nothing. Mom, Jincheng is a provincial city, and the security is much better than that of our county. Momo is a boy anyway, and there is no harm in exercising more. That's what I said, the old lady suddenly yelled. No, I still have to look at my grandson, otherwise I won't be relieved. Lin Mo smiled and pushed the door in. Grandma, Dad. Hey, my dear son, I can see you. The old lady held Lin Mo's hand, as if she hadn't seen her baby grandson in decades, and asked earnestly, is it going well today? Is it sold out? It doesn't matter if it's not sold out, we can't eat it ourselves. Lin Mo helped the old lady to sit down and said, Grandma, the potatoes are all sold out. What, it's all sold out? The old lady's eyes widened, and she helped prepare the potatoes herself, but it was dozens of pounds. The business is better than I expected. It is not enough to sell today. I have to prepare more tomorrow. The old lady immediately smiled and said, my good grandson is capable. No one is embarrassing you today. No, everyone looks at my young age and takes care of me. That's good, that's good. The old lady finally hung a big rock in her heart. So how much money did you make today? Don't say let grandma guess, at least 15 yuan. Lin Mo laughed. No, grandma will give you another chance. When the old lady saw that he had a good look, she immediately doubled the number. Is it 3? Lin Mo still smiled and shook his head, circled his fingers and compared to a 7, and now even his son, who was not very optimistic about his son, went to stall Lin Jian, his eyes widened. 7 yuan, ouch, you didn't make grandma happy. You earned 7 yuan for those barrels of potato. The old woman's eyes were round. She usually grows vegetables to the town and sells them. She sells more than 10 yuan, which is too much. She can't think of a few barrels of unremarkable potatoes that can make so much money. Lin Mo smiled and said, and it's a net profit. We will prepare more potatoes tomorrow, at least we can earn more than 1 yuan. The provincial economy is much more developed than that of the county, and people are gradually becoming more affluent. The county town seems to be very expensive, but it is very common to get here. At this time of rapid economic development, capital is rapidly accumulating in the hands of a small number of people, and countless wealth myths have sprung up in this era. Both Lin Jian and the old lady showed unbelievable looks at the same time, which obviously exceeded their cognition. Although Lin Jian is a teacher, he is honest and teaches in rural middle schools. There are no relatives and friends who are rich, and his knowledge is limited. The old lady finally recovered from the shock, and immediately decided, I will go with you tomorrow, so that you can't be busy alone. The old lady's mind is very simple, dozens of hundreds of profits a day, if no one the red eyes are strange, Momo is so young, what should I do if I want to be bullied? What about Dad? The stall business was better than expected. Lin Mo was indeed a bit busy, and he almost took the money several times today. Lin Jian said, what can I do here? I can rest assured if your grandma is watching. The old lady took over the words. Tomorrow afternoon, you go to the night market first. I will give your dad the meal, wait for the doctor to check it, and then go find you. Lin Mo looked at them eagerly and nodded, okay. He stayed in the hospital for a little while, and the old lady went home. At the same time, the other side of the ocean is in the morning, and the winter sun has just risen shortly. Unlike the warm sunshine outside, Han's living room is extremely tight. Axon, you are an adult, and I respect your decision. But, as a father, I hope you can complete your studies in the country, and then go to the country to go to the country. Han Sheng Shen Sheng said, the vaguely discernible style of youth, the face is majestic and kind. Han Shuan has made up his mind to travel across the ocean. Dad, I can also finish my studies in the country Z. Brother Han looked at his obsession and couldn't help but get angry, pointing at him. Do you study computer science? Can the computer level of country Z be comparable to that of the country? For a dream of nothingness, you even abandon your family and travel across the ocean. I see you, the brain is broken. The second brother of the Han family extinguished the cigarette butts in his hand and said in earnest, Axon, I suggest that you still accept the advice of Dr. Winchester and accept hypnotherapy. Han Shuan's hands clenched nervously, pursing his lips, and after a while, he shook his head gently. Impossible. Mother Han and the three sisters of Han's family couldn't help but see a red tide. Mother Han said sadly, I blame me, I shouldn't give you that pair of rings. She originally wanted to give a pair of heirlooms to her younger son, but she knew that she had a strange illness. Han Shuan shook his head. Mom, it's not about ringing things. Isn't Master Hongyuan saying that? It's fate, it's doomed, nothing special. I believe I can find him. The Han family all sighed silently, and after all the persuasion was invalid, they had to send Han Shuan to the plane to the country Z. The moment the plane took off, all the uneasiness and restlessness in Han Shuan's heart subsided miraculously. After an old lady joined, Lin Mo suddenly relaxed. He is in charge of fried potato seasoning. The old lady is responsible for collecting money. The old lady is old, and almost no one can evade votes from her hands. In a few days, Lin Mo could earn more than 100 almost every day. Originally, because of the huge debts, the old lady and Lin Jian were always disturbed, and there was a lot of depression in Mayu. Lin Jian was in his prime and worked all year long in the field. His body was very good, he was in a good mood, and his wounds healed well. After transferring to the general ward, under Lin Mo's food guide, the family members of the enthusiastic patients saw that Lin Mo and the old lady were busy enough to go in and out every day, and they also took the initiative to help take care of Lin Jian. Lin Jian's injury was mainly on his two legs. Apart from the inconvenience of movement, the rest was nothing. But because the legs can't move at all, what's particularly troublesome when going to the toilet? In the end, Lin Mo was young, and his body was not as strong as other boys. It was choking to carry Lin Jian to the bathroom. Well, the family members of several patients in the same ward are very enthusiastic and often take the initiative to help Lin Jian, so Lin Mo and the old lady are very grateful. On Tuesday, Lin Changqing took Lin Shu to Jincheng to see Lin Jian. Xiao Xuandan arrived at the hospital. When he saw Lin Jian, he rushed to him, and he wowed with a cry. Lin Jian coaxed him for a while before he stopped choking and stopped. A pair of slightly shrunken chubby hands holding Lin Jian's arm would not let go, as if afraid that Lin Jian wouldn't want him anymore. Xiao Xuandan lost a lot of weight, and Xiao Yuan's face was not as grunty as before. It's not that Lin Changqing's family deducted him. Speaking of it, Lin Changqing's family's standard of living is much better than that of Lin Zhangjia's. Every day, fish, meat, fruits are never broken. The reason is that Lin Shuxin's mind is more sensitive than other children. He listens to gossip in the village every day. Among these gossips, Lin Shu was scared and even panicked. His father wanted to pass him on to Lin Hai. Lin Shuren was small and could not tell the truth of these rumors, but the children were not at all ill-intentioned. The people in the village thought that others were small, and they all talked in front of them. Wang Yanyan ran away with the wild man. Lin Jian went to Jincheng to see his legs for tens of thousands. Lin Shuqing stayed at the house of Lin Changqing, and Lin Changqing always wanted a grandson, but his daughter-in-law refused to give birth. This series of things, really it's too easy to make people think. Gradually, no matter how Lin Changqing explained to people, it was rumored in the village that Lin Jian wanted to pass on his younger son to Lin Hai. Said to be, Passover, is actually similar to, sell. There are no sons. I am afraid that no one will fall into the pots and burn incense after death. It is not uncommon for the country to pass a son from the sideline to set up the portal. Xiao Fadun listened a lot, although his brother promised that he would not sell him, he couldn't hold back his fears. There were many people in the ward, each talking with his family in a low voice. Lin Changqing put the fruit he bought next to him, took a chair and sat next to him, and smiled. Old man, I am relieved to see you are fine. Lin Jian felt the top of Lin Shu's head and thanked, Uncle San, this time I'm so grateful to you and Lin Hai. If it weren't for you, hey. The family doesn't speak two words. Your main task now is to raise your body and relax your heart. Xiaoshu, Xiaomo and sister-in-law are still pointing at you. Okay, I know. Lin Changqing saw that Lin Jian had a good look. It didn't seem to be constricted. He hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice tentatively and asked, "What are you going to do with Wang Yanyan?" Lin Jian looked stiff and sighed. "She has already taken the money. I don't know where she went. What can I do?" Lin Changqing said worriedly. Before she left, she also asked the villagers to borrow a lot of money. Now everyone is saying this. Lin Jian clenched her fist secretly. How much did she borrow? I don't know the exact amount. There are probably thousands of dollars. Uncle, go back and tell everyone that I will find a way to pay back the money. Okay. Lin Changqing shook his head and blamed himself. Hey, it's really a sin, blame me. I had to know that she was such a person, and I wouldn't introduce her to you when I said anything. Lin Jian busy said, Sir Uncle, you have helped us enough. I don't blame you on this matter. By the way, Wang Peng asked me to bring you $1,000. He said that their family could not get any money. He said, he is sorry for you. Wang Peng was Lin Jian's helper. Now his old house is demolished and only 2 rooms are crumbling. The money for repairing the house has been given out to Lin Jian. This 1,000 yuan was just the money he received from the construction site. The money was handed over to Lin Changqing for him to send him over. He was divorcing him for this matter. This is not to blame Wang Peng, but also to blame me for being careless. I can't collect Wang Peng for this money anymore. Uncle, you can help me. Send him back. After all, it is not easy for everyone, and the situation of Wang Peng's family is not good. It was hard to get enough money to repair the house, and this kind of thing happened. Guan Linjian is a victim, and he doesn't have the heart to really rely on Wang Peng. Moreover, Wang Peng has really worked hard. Is it Lin Changqing who said? Wang Peng said that you have the right temper. You know, I am only responsible for bringing money to you. As for not receiving it, you should tell him yourself. He said. He stuffed a stack of banknotes in the envelope hard. Lin Jian's hands. Lin Jian had to collect the money first, and Lin Changqing asked to clear the money in person. Then, Lin Changqing took out another envelope and handed it to Lin Jian. This is 3,500 yuan. It's the villagers, your colleagues, and the students. The Jincheng is too far away. Everyone doesn't familiar with the road. Just ask me to bring you the money and wait for you to return to the county, and everyone will come to see you again. Lin Jian was holding a heavy envelope, his eyes slightly wet. Everyone is bothered to work. In many cases, it is not important for patients to have more money, but less important. Lin Changqing smiled and said, one side has difficulties in all aspects of support, this should be the case. The two chatted for a while. Lin Mo came with a heavy lunch. When I first saw Lin Shu and Lin Changqing, I was surprised. Grandpa, why are you here? It's okay at home, just come and see your dad. The little bookman thinks you are thinking hard. As soon as he finished the exam, I just took him over. Looking at the new year, after careful calculation, it is indeed time for elementary school vacation. Lin Shu was a little embarrassed and yelled, brother. Lin Mo put 2 super large thermos cups next to him, picked up Lin Shu on one hand, twisted his face and said, are you obedient and obedient at home? The little thing lost a lot, and Lin Mo felt a bit of distress in his heart. Lin Shu ducked. Brother, let me go, I'm already an adult, you can't pinch my face. Where did Lin Mo willingly spare him, thinking that Lin Shu had grown taller in the future, and more he wanted to tease the chubby. As long as you are an adult, I didn't know who was drawing maps on my bed the year before last. It's because I drank too much water. No, you clearly promised me not to mention this thing again. The chubby face flushed with rage, and the chubby face bulged. Lin Mo looked innocent. Are there any? Really? I forgot, not counting. Lin Shu looked at his brother with an injured face. When did his brother become so shameless? Lin Jian looked at the brothers without any trouble, and his heart was swept away. He smiled and said, Momo, don't worry about playing with Xiaoshu, it's not too early. You first bring the 3 grandpas and the young book to go to lunch. Lin Mo put down Lin Shu and said, okay. Lin Changqing was polite, and later was persuaded by Lin Mo to go home and cook for him. Before leaving the hospital, Lin Mo distributed the stewed yam rib soup to others in the ward and asked them to help take care of Lin Jian. Everyone agreed. On the way back, Lin Shu whispered to Lin Mo, brother, I don't want to go back, I want to stay and take care of my dad, is that okay? He was worried that Lin Mo refused, and added quickly, I have asked my grandma to help me. I took care of it, and I took a leave with Teacher Wu. When I got back, I went directly to her home to get notices and winter vacation homework. Okay. Lin Shu learned Lin Lin to be spoiled, but he was a big boy. If she can't learn, she twists the sugar like a movement, so he has already made himself goosebumps. Sure enough, Lin Lin was right, coquettish is a technical job. Lin Mogo smiled and said, small things, I think it's quite thoughtful. If you want to stay, just stay. Lin Shu stayed at home alone, and he was really not at ease. He can imagine the gossip in the village. Everyone may be careless, but the harm to the children is real and profound. He didn't want the chubby little guy to become somber and sensitive in the future. Lin Shu didn't expect Lin Mo to agree so easily, cheering with joy, brother, how nice you are. Lin Mo smiled and rubbed the top of his head. Beside, a bright black car flew by, and when the man suddenly turned his head, Lin Mo happened to lead Lin Shu into the alley. When the people in the bus hurried out and rushed over, they only saw an empty alley. Master, what's wrong? Han Shuan frowned and shook his head slightly. It's okay, I'm looking dazzled. He couldn't even see the faces in his dreams. How could he easily get on the street? Those trance dreams are being fulfilled one by one. Maybe he should wait like 3 years in the dream, and he will really appear in his life. But is he really willing? What if he was robbed by someone else? He didn't even know where he was. He didn't even know what he looked like. Where should he go to find him? Perhaps he is really crazy. Han Shuan clenched his fists, thumped the big tree next to him, his hands and his blood flesh instantly blurred, but he didn't seem to know the pain, staring deep into the alley, and hadn't spoke for a long time. Forget it, let's go. The wind gently blew away his decadent voice. Brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Shu asked Lin Mo when he suddenly stopped. Lin Mo froze for a moment, and said, it's okay, I just jumped my eyelids. For a moment, he thought he heard Han Shuan's voice. So which of your eyelids jumps? Grandma said that the left eye jumped fortune and the right eye jumped. Lin Mo was amused by his serious tone. Both jump, this is a natural phenomenon. Don't learn grandma superstition at a young age, you know. Oh. Back at the residence, the old lady had already gotten up. With her assistance, Lin Mo used the ingredients at home and made a cooked pork, a boiled piece of meat, crystal radish, Kong fried potato shreds, cabbage meatball soup, and Lin Chengqing tasted it for the first time. Lin Mo's craftsmanship is out of breath. After a meal, Lin Shu's stomach stretched round, and he felt that he was too clever to decide to stay. After lunch, Lin Chengqing went to the hospital to see Lin Jian again and took Lin Jian's advice back to L County. Lin Jian lived in the hospital these days and said nothing in his mouth, but hated Wang Yanyan in his heart. However, he was generous and did not really want to treat Wang Yanyan, but wanted to find her and completely break the relationship with her. At the beginning, he and Wang Yanyan received the marriage certificate. She is now running away with the old Chen Chen with money. It is hard to guarantee that she will not regret coming back to make troubles in the future. Chen Laosan's lip-slipping tongue walking is idle, but it is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Once the money in Wang Yanyan's hands has made him cheat clean, I don't know what will happen in the future. If it was as he expected, the middle of Lin Shuji would be greatly hurt anyway. Even if he had never loved Wang Yanyan, Lin Shu was his own flesh and blood, and he loved his baby son. How could he have the heart to see him being hurt by his own mother repeatedly? Lin Mo, after hearing Lin Jian's entrustment, quietly gave him a note before sending Lin Chengqing into the car. 3 grandpas, I accidentally heard Wang Yanyan mention it several times. She probably went here. Lin Chengqing glanced at the address on the note. It was a well-known big city in the southern province of Ji. It gathered a large number of migrant workers from other provinces. It was really not easy to find someone alone. The address on this note was extremely detailed. Maybe I can find someone. Are you sure you remember the address on the note correctly? Lin Chengqing is looking forward to chasing back Wang Yanyan, not to say goodbye. The Lin family now has so much debt and can pick up money from her. Lin Jian's days are better. Lin Mo nodded and said, there should be nothing wrong. I heard her mention it several times. By the way, when you call the police, 3rd grandpa, remember to tell the police that Wang Yanyan was abducted by Chen Dacheng. The address on the note was from Lin Mo's previous life. It took a lot of effort to ask private investigators to find that Wang Yanyan and Chen Dacheng lived there for a long time, but I do know if they first settled in Ji to save time, but no matter what is such, it is always stronger than the haystack. L County security is not particularly good, but it is not particularly bad. At least, There are not many vicious cases of trafficking in women. Although Lin Changqing is only a small village official, there are still some relationships in the county. Through his relationship, Chen Dacheng has abducted a woman. As long as the address is correct, it is not particularly difficult to catch Chen Dacheng and Wang Yanyan. Lin Changqing instantly understood Lin Mo's meaning, and looked at Lin Mo more and more in his heart, and immediately took away the paper, and his mouth was full. Lin Changqing was sent away, and Lin Mo hurried back to prepare food for the stall tonight. Back at the residence, Grandma had already cut most of the pots of potatoes. "Grandma, what about the little book? The hospital accompanies your dad." The old lady did not lift her head back and flew in her hand. Her elderly people are full of energy now. For her, she can earn more than $100 a day. It is a family life hope, and she is not willing to delay for a moment. Where can he help my father to relieve boredom? Lin Mo washed his hands, took a knife, and sat next to his grandma to cut potatoes. "Momo, you said that in a few days, your father will be discharged back to County L, and our stall is over," the old lady said worriedly. According to the old lady, the consumption situation in County L is far from being comparable to that of Jincheng. The price of a piece of spiked potatoes in L County is that it will not be sold so well. Lin Mo lightly laughed. Grandma does not want to. The old lady saw Lin Mo disapprovingly, glanced at him, and sighed, "Of course I can't bear it. I earn more than $100 a day. No longer selling potatoes, we can sell something else." The old lady's eyes lit up. "What are you selling?" Invisibly, the old lady no longer regarded Lin Mo as a child, but vaguely regarded him as the backbone. "When we go back, it's probably around the 12th lunar month. People in the city don't kill pigs, but they have to prepare sausage and bacon for the new year, don't I? I'm going to wait back. We went to the village to buy a few pigs and got bacon and sausage go to sell in the city." Lin Mo wanted to sell sausage and bacon for the new year. However, the time is too fast. It is estimated that only a batch of goods can be shipped. The old lady looked at Lin Mo with anxiety. "Can it be sold well? For a few pigs, it would cost thousands to buy it. If you don't want to make money first, if you lose it, you will lose money." Lin Mo laughed. "Grandma, don't you believe me yet?" The old lady thought about it, and the big potato could make more than $100 a day in the hands of his grandson. He had a big idea, and he might make money. The old lady laughed and said, believe, of course I believe." The old and the young chatted and prepared things unconsciously. As usual, the old lady went to the hospital to deliver food before going to the night market. In order to save time, the old lady who has always been frugal rides a tricycle back and forth. When you pay for it, it is called a pain. Well, when she went to deliver food, she would also bring more than a dozen bags of potato chips to the hospital and sell them to fat nurses and her food friends. Lin Mo sometimes enveloped the night market administrators, and the stall was temporarily stabilized, because the business was good, and some gangsters had trouble with him before, but was later blocked by a girl who often took care of him. That girl was the first Lin Mo to take care of his business truant from school on the day of her opening. There was probably something to do with her at home, and the little asterisk especially bought her account. "I do and know how," she said to those people. After that, they never came to Lin Mo for trouble. On the contrary, they loved to buy Lin Mo potatoes at Lin Mo. Every time they bought at least 20 to 30 yuan, Lin Mo paid a lot of money every time. Lin Mo Ting thanked the girl for leaving a free mace potato for the girl every day. In his eyes, the girl was a little girl. With his emotional intelligence, how could he see that the girl was interesting to him? On the contrary, the old lady was so bright that she saw the girl's thoughts. The old man directly took out the grandchildren's eyes and looked at the little girl. The little girl was embarrassed even if she was spicy and arrogant. "I dare not go to the Lin Mo stall to get potato chips, and let her good friend do the work every time. There is no mischief to trouble Lin Mo, but his business is booming, and some people can't stand it anymore." Lin Mo Gang rode a tricycle to his stall, and found that the nearby poorly sold fat rice noodle stall was selling wolf-tooth potatoes. They relied on a large area and put a simple billboard at the door. The 4 flavored mackerel potatoes on the billboard are exactly the same as Lin Mo's. In fact, since Lin Mo launched the tamarind potato stalls at the night market have been serving these flavors for almost a few days. Unfortunately, these people are reluctant to use the ingredients, and no one can match Lin Mo. The owner of the fatty rice noodle shop has always had a bad business. He has been in the food business for many years, and he can probably calculate that Lin Mo makes money every day. Where can he not be jealous? He was guarded from 5 or 6 in the afternoon to 11 or 2 in the evening. When the business was good, he only earned more than 50 yuan. Most of the time, he was about 30 to 40. His couple worked hard for a month and did not work as well as others. Look at Lin Mo again, and get back to work. People can earn 100 or 200 a night, and can work for him for several days. He looked at Lin Mo and sold the mashed potatoes, which was nothing special. It was better than others to use better seasonings. He also used these seasonings. With his many years of experience in the eating and drinking business, he still did not believe that he tuned out the taste. On a furry child. Lin Mo's business is good, but the efficiency of the honeycomb coal stove is really limited. People often have to wait for a long time to buy a potato. Now, there is a stall selling mashed potatoes with the same taste. Some customers who are not patient and loyal are naturally reluctant to wait in line. Originally, Lin Mo was able to sell out his stall at 10 o'clock. On this day, he sold it until 11, before he sold out the potato chips he had prepared in the afternoon. On the way home, the old lady was sitting in a tricycle with her body, and said indignantly, "I said that the old Lu was not well-meaning, nothing to help us. I think he was sincere to steal the teacher to learn art." Lao Lu is the owner of individual rice noodle stalls, and has been working hard to help their grandparents a few days ago. Lin Mo smiled cunningly. "I'm still afraid that he won't steal the teacher to learn art." The old lady was puzzled. "Grandson, what do you mean?" "He can buy those ingredients, but grandma, don't forget, the sauce is made by me. Without this sauce, old Lu will never be able to adjust the taste of our house." The old lady was suddenly happy and scolded. "Well, he deserves it. This is called evil and evil. But I plan to tell Lao Lu the sauce recipe." "What, are you crazy?" "Grandma, do you think I will give him nothing? Lang Mo Tuo Lin Mo is not going to sell it anymore and will leave Jincheng. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to make a small profit?" In the past life, he bought all kinds of secret recipes, but it did not cost less. The old lady was not stupid, and immediately understood Lin Mo's meaning. "Oh, my house is still smart. Momo, how much do you plan to sell him the formula?" "At least 1,800. This year, the price is high, and the sauce recipe is not too strange, just added 2 flavors. Ordinary people can't think of being able to freshen Chinese herbal medicines, plus the special cooking method. The sauce is very thick shong, selling this price is not too bad. He is extremely short of money, and he can't let go if he can earn 1 more point." The old lady may not be able to sell so much money, but she is very happy to say, "It's cheaper than the old bastard." The grandchildren went back with a smile. At night, the old lady went to the hospital to watch the night. Lin Mo woke up Lin Shu, who was sleepy, and took him back to his place together. After taking a shower for him and changing clothes for him, Xiao Linshu was very happy. He held his brother's arm at night and slept abnormally. Some kept pressing stones on his heart and finally fell to the ground. Lin Mo poked his red fat baby's fat face, with a smile on his lips, and fell asleep. During the day, there was Lin Jian in the Lin Shu hospital to accompany Lin Jian. The little guy relieved the boredom and errands. He was white and fat and lovable. His mouth was sweet and the family members in the ward were willing to help their father and son. "My wife has many things." At the night market, after Lu changed his selling of mashed potatoes, he did reach a small part of Lin Mo's business. However, no matter how he seasoned, the taste was still not as authentic as Lin Mo's. Some loyal customers often bought it from him once. He will not take care of him again. After just 3 or 4 days, his business was once again cold, and he returned to the day when he earned $30 or $40 a day. However, if he has earned hundreds of dollars a day, how can his mind calm down? Looking at Lin Mo's predecessor, a small tricycle, a crowd of customers, and then seeing 2 or 3 kittens in his huge stall, old Lu suffocated a world show. After smoking for a long time, he didn't understand why he used the seasoning to be clearly the same as Lin Mo, but he couldn't make it so delicious. No, sauce. In the electric light flint, old Lu suddenly realized that the key to the problem was Lin Mo's dark sauce. Probably because of his unwillingness, old wife Lu went to Lin Mo's side to sneak the enemy, and came back to mysteriously and said to old Lu mysteriously, "The guy next door will leave in 2 days." Old Lu was shocked. "What, are they leaving?" "Yes, the old lady said she was sick because of her son, so she went to Jincheng to see a doctor and sell things by the way. Her son is much better now, and he will be transferred back to the county town in a few days, and he will not sell mashed potatoes." The woman lowered her voice a little excitedly. "When they leave, our business will be fine." Old Lu Shin nodded arrogantly. and didn't say much until he went home in bed at night. "Lao Luwu, how are you? Don't you stay here tonight?" His wife finally found him wrong. Old Lu stared at the ceiling, staring blankly and saying, "You said I want to be able to buy that kitty recipe, can we turn it over?" "What do you mean?" "Look, there is no such special sauce recipe, even if we make it with good seasonings, we can't make Lin Mo's taste. If we had that recipe, as soon as Lin Mo left, our whole night market would be home to our wolf-tooth potatoes. Authentic, no one else can do that taste, then it will be the only one. 1 or 200 income a day, 4 or 5,000 a month, we can also go to parks and schools in the day to set up a stall, you say how much money you have to make in a month." Old Lu's voice carried an urgent and infinite yearning. His wife understood what he meant in an instant, his eyes widened, excited and worried and asked, "Does Lincoln sell the formula to us?" "I hope so. It stands to reason that Lin Mo, a 15-6-year-old child, if he wants to change to another person, don't say to buy," even if he lied to old Lu, he had the confidence to deceive the formula into his hands, but he could not help Lin Mo, there is no end. "Do'ent look at Lin Mo looks good and usually polite, but when he doesn't speak quietly and looks at you, those cold eyes seem to be able to see you through, and it's not like a normal born boy at all. That kind of momentum." Old Lu couldn't describe it, anyway, he felt more powerful than the officials he had seen. The old wife Lu was obviously tempted, and said, "If you said he would sell the formula to us, what would it cost?" Old Lu pouted, "At least thousands. But he refused to sell us another word. Tomorrow you go to explore," the wife's tone. "Okay, wrap me." The next night, when Lin Mo and their concession closed, the old wife Lu went to the old lady to explore the tone. The old lady listened to Lin Mo's words and deliberately suspended him with no appetite, neither saying yes nor saying no, only saying that she couldn't be the master and had to go back and ask her son. It was another 2 days in a flash, and old Lu knew that Lin Mo and they were going to leave in these 2 days, and he couldn't hold back anymore. When Lin Mo closed his booth at night, he ran over. "Kobayashi, what do your father think about the sauce recipe?" Lin Mojian saw it was almost time to close the net, and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, honestly, my father did not want to sell our family's ancestral secret." Old Lu was anxious. "But your dad is living in the hospital now, which day does not cost money. Child, listen to the uncle, sell the formula to the uncle, anyway, you can exchange some money to calculate a few money." "I think so too," Lin Mohuafeng said, "it depends on what price Uncle Lu can offer. If Uncle Lu's price is reasonable, I can persuade my father." As soon as Lu knew that there was a door, he said, "You talk about it first, how much do you think is sincere?" As soon as he said it, Lao Lu regretted it a bit. How can he give the initiative to Lin Mo? Lin Mo smiled deeply on his face, 3,000. If Uncle Lu gave me $3,000 at a price, I promise to persuade my father, and the sauce recipe will only be sold to you, and I will never go to Jincheng to sell wolves again. Tooth potatoes. Lin Mo said that every word is full of temptations for Lao Lu, but he is used to do business to pay the price on the spot. Lao Lu shook his head immediately and exclaimed, 3,000. Xiao Lin, your asking price is too high. Click here, where did I get so much money? In this way, how about your uncle paying 1,000 for your current difficulties? The old lady was listening next to her, immediately pretending to be angry and said, 1,000. Huh, how about you calling Hanako? Don't say my son, even the old lady, I won't agree. Momo, do'ent grind with him, we won't sell the recipe, let's go back. Quote. Old Lu was anxious and blurted out, don't, 3,000 is 3,000. Lin Mo said it's okay, this formula only sells me alone. After he finished, he looked around with surprise and saw no one noticed. They just let their mind down, and looked at the things that were going to happen. He didn't want to kill Cheng Chengjin halfway to break his good deeds. Lin Mo glanced at the old lady, both of them flashed a smile in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, you prepare the money, I will come early tomorrow afternoon. When you give me the money, I will teach you how to make its seed sauce recipe. Old Lu wished well, although the price was much more expensive than expected, but as long as he had a formula, he wouldn't worry about earning money, and he also smiled a little more sincerely on his face. Yes, then we're done. On the way home, the old lady was so happy that she didn't close her mouth, and she kept mumbling along the way, I still have a good grandson. Single quote. When I got the money the next night, the old lady counted the thick and voluminous, 4 liters. Throughout the night, there was a kind of unrealistic dreaming. To be honest, even Lin Mo did not expect that things would go so smoothly. Old Lu Bai wanted to get a recipe. After selling the recipe to old Lu and teaching him, Lin Mo never went to the overnight market again. Lin Jian's injury recovered well, and the hospital has agreed to transfer him back to the county hospital. During the treatment at the provincial hospital and the county hospital, the medical expenses totaled 52,000. Lin Mo borrowed money from the bank in Lin Changqing, and there were 16,000 left. Over the past half-month, he sold more than 2,000 pieces of mackerel potatoes, and Lin Changqing brought another 3,500 yuan. $2,000 for the old lady, and $3,000 for selling the formula. After spending this time on living expenses, there are still a total of 25,000 at home. It is not enough to use this money to pay off debts. Lin Mo intends to use this money to make a small amount of money a year ago. As for the money owed to Lin Changqing and the bank, we will delay it for a while and wait until the income stabilizes in the coming year, and then pay it back slowly. Determined, these 2 days Lin Mo has been busy contacting his father for transfer. On the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, the family finally returned to L County. Lin Jian was destined to have a new year in the hospital, so that he could return to familiar with the county town. From time to time someone came to visit him and talk to him. He was in a better mood than Jincheng and his spirits were also strong. At the end of Lin Shu's exam, he was given a double percentage. The teacher only gave him 3 small compositions and a book for winter vacation homework. He accompanied his dad in the hospital while doing homework. The homework was almost done. Dad gave him pre-preparation homework and taught him mathematics in the 5th and 6th grades. Lin Shu was sensible and not naughty like other boys. Although the conditions in the ward were very poor, he was still able to calm down and read books to study, which made his father feel relieved. Aunt Lin Mo lived in the city, and her home was just 10 minutes away from the hospital. On the day Lin Jian came back, she came to see him with Zhang Chushuang's face, and gave $200. The old lady wanted to live at her house and took care of Lin Jian nearby. Without saying anything, she could not stop her. The old lady immediately flushed her eyes with anger, and just like everyone else, she just made an excuse to leave. Lin Mo frowned aside. After she left, she said to the old lady, "Grandma, Ergu's house can't live in a small house. Let's see if we can rent a place near the hospital. Dad is not a day or two. We can be discharged from the hospital in the first day of the Chinese New Year." The old lady wiped her eyes and said, "I know she still hates me." Lin Jian persuaded, "Mom, the second sister doesn't mean that, don't think about it. She was crawling out of my stomach. I don't know what she was thinking about. Don't persuade me anymore. I know she won't forgive me in her life. But she doesn't want to think about it. In fact, she can live such a good day today. Unexpectedly, I actually gave birth to such a conscience." The old lady choked. Lin Mo didn't know much about the last generation of things, so it's not easy to intervene. He had to say to the old lady, "Grandma, you are waiting here now. I'll see if there is a house in the old hotel nearby." An old factory building was converted into a hotel, and many family members of the patients rented a house there. The conditions were fair, but the price was a bit expensive. "Go ahead, pay attention to safety on the way." "I see, Grandma." Just after Lin Mo's forefoot left, Lin Jian's eldest brother Lin Cheng and his wife Yu Huifang came. Before the **** was warmed up, he asked when Lin Jian would pay back the money. Lin Jian was upset by his brother and sister-in-law's ruthless attitude and got stomachache, and immediately paid back the money owed to them and even the profit. There was a daughter-in-law, and the old lady kept face for her eldest son. She didn't say anything, and she felt very sad. After they left, the atmosphere in the ward became depressed again. As the new year approached, Han Shuan was alone in his country, and his family was particularly uneasy. He called several times a day to urge him to return to China. He had just arrived in country Z and wanted to find someone who had no clue at all where he would go back. He was an old man, spoiled by his many-year-old brothers and sisters, and because he was tortured by strange illness all year round, his family let him, and he had no way to take him. So he had to compromise and let him go to the Chen family for the new year. The Han family and the Chen family have had a deep relationship with each other since their ancestors. Before the turmoil, the country Z was ranked as the #1 family, and the in-laws from generation to generation. During the turmoil in the late Qing dynasty, the Han family's family traveled across the ocean and moved their families to the country at all costs. After hundreds of years of painstaking management, they finally became one of the famous celebrities in the country. Chen Jialiu had good luck when standing in the team. After the liberation, both the military and political sides had high children, but after a long decade of turbulence and turmoil, only Chen Zhengxi of the Chen family survived successfully. With more than 10 years of business, and Mr. Chen barely being a founding veteran, now Chen Zhengxi can be regarded as a prince. The Han family has been away from the country for a long time, and after the long period of turbulence, no one has returned to the country. There are not many relatives and friends in the country. The Chen family can barely be regarded as one because they have family relationships. For various considerations, the Han family asked the Chen family to take care of Han Shuan, and let him go to the Chen family to spend the new year with them. Han Shuan didn't reject the arrangement at home, but he didn't know what happened. As soon as he saw Chen Zhengxi, the crown prince of Chen's family, he had no reason to give birth to a wicked fire. Every cell in the whole body clamored for the pain. Han Shuan is only 18 years old now, although he is spoiled by his family, but how can a child who has come out of the family's famous family have no intentions? In a blink of an eye, he gloomed out of the gloom, and shook hands with Chen Zhengxi, friendly. Han Shuan, there is no place in Beijing where I am not familiar with. You want to go to play anywhere, but I can accompany me at any time. Chen Zhengxi has a good impression of Han Shuan, who is well educated. Han Shuan was quite indifferent to Chen Zhengxi because of his strange feeling in his heart. Well, good. Let's go in, my mom and dad have been waiting for you. Chen Zhengxi regarded Han Shuan's indifference as arrogance and didn't care. It is good. Somehow, seeing Chen's father Chen Mu, Han Shuan's inexplicable anger in his heart, especially seeing Chen's smiling face, he only felt extremely hypocritical, uncomfortable. Han Shuan offered the jade ornaments and jewels he bought, politely saying, Uncle Chen, Aunt Tian. Be careful, not respectful. Tian Qingyu was originally in his early 40s and was very well maintained. In addition, he had a good appearance and outstanding temperament. It looked like a young woman in her 30s, with a slightly gentle smile. Xiaoxun, you can see your uncle and aunt. We are very happy. What other gifts do we really bring? Come and sit. Tian Qingyuhan said enthusiastically. Even the always serious Chen father smiled. Han Shuan suppressed the weird disgust at the bottom of his heart and sat next to him with a cold face. He froze for over an hour. Originally, according to his family's request, he would temporarily stay at the Chen's house, but he couldn't stay for a moment now, but refused the Chen family's gracious retention. Han Shuan left the Chen's house after having dinner symbolically and returned to his previous hotel. Anthony, help me buy a 3-bedroom apartment near Qingda. No requirements, I hope to be able to stay. It depends on you. As soon as he hung up the phone, Han Shuan received his elder brother's overseas phone call. Xiao Shuan, didn't you say that the Chen family lived for a while? How did you move out? Han Shuan took a sip of red wine, put down the glass, and said, I don't like their family, it's too hypocritical and too artificial. Brother Han knew that his younger brother was wayward, and no one could make him change things, so he persuaded him to say, then you should come back and spend the new year with us. You are alone, everyone is worried about you. Han Shuan said with a smile, don't, the imperial city is pretty good. Really, don't worry about me. I'm doing well here. By the way, did I send you the gift back? Received, everyone likes it. Has the enrollment procedures of Qingda University helped me do it? It's done, don't talk about it, we all hope that you can come back for the Chinese New Year, your parents are older. Okay, I will consider it again. Who made you think about it? You have to come back. Let's talk later, I'm sleepy, I'll go to bed first, when will I say it tomorrow? After finishing the speech, Han Shuan responded without elder brother, and slammed the phone. He drank the red wine left in the glass, and after a brief rinse, lay quietly on the bed. In the dark, somehow, when he remembered Jincheng that day, there was a strong wave in his heart. Maybe he was looking for a real Jincheng. But shouldn't the place where they meet in 3 years? In thought, Han Shuan gradually fell into a vague dream. Han Shuan, what do you want? I don't want to do anything, I just want you not to mess with Junshi. It's none of your business between Junshi and me. He is my friend, I'm in charge of his affairs. I advise you to leave him early with a good acquaintance. The Chen family is not something you can provoke. Even if you can't provoke it, it's my business. What's your business? Don't know what's wrong. He's already outside, is he worth your maintenance? With vague dreams and fierce quarrels, Han Shuan, as a bystander, seems to be able to realize that the adult in the dream suppressed his anger, distorted reverie, and loved but not suppressed. A shrill trumpet sound awakened Han Shuan. He woke up with sweat, and there seemed to be a slight warming of the man's body temperature in his arms. Mo. Han Shuan blurted out, and his heart suddenly hurt. Lin Mo suddenly awakened from his dream. He looked outside. It was still early, wrapped in a quilt and slept again. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember what I dreamed of last night, but I felt a sense of loss in my heart. This feeling did not last long, and the door was knocked loudly. He opened the door and saw an acquaintance, laughing. "Zhao Bozhao, come in and sit down." Old Zhao grinned, revealing a smoky black tooth. His two cheeks fluttered slightly, and waved his hand. "No, no. Xiao Mo, let me ask you a pig. I've already asked you. The price has been a bit over the past 2 days. Expensive. The hairy pig has risen to 6 yuan, but I guarantee that all are 200 pounds of fat pigs, which fully meet your requirements." Lao Zhao is the only pig dealer in Qingtong village. He also killed pigs during the New Year. It is less than 10 days before the Chinese New Year. The country has already done a good job of killing pigs in the countryside. He laid back half a month ago. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo would actually ask him to help him buy 5 or 6 fat pigs, saying that he killed the bacon and sold it to the street to sell. Originally, he didn't believe Lin Mo's words and gave him 5 on the spot. Deposit of $100. He saw that Lin Mo was so determined that he helped him with dozens of pig-raising families overnight and helped him find 6 big fat pigs according to his requirements. Lin Mo didn't expect him to say hello like this, and immediately said happily, 6 yuan is 6 yuan, but, Zhao Bo, can these 6 pigs help me kill them today? Killing pigs is an individual effort. Old Zhao has been a pigsmith for a lifetime, and he still has this ability. You have to be too anxious. I haven't boiled the pot yet. I guess it will be a little late after finishing it today. However, there are your brother Biao helped me, it should be no problem. That's good, Zhao Bo, you wait for me, I'll go get the money right away, and we'll buy the pigs now. In a blink of an eye, the new year is coming. Lin Mo must sell all of these pork bacon sausages years ago. Urgent. Good, you go. Lin Mo had already promised his father and grandma early in the morning to sell bacon and sausages. When he returned from this trip, Lin Jian gave him 10,000 yuan, which was basically just enough. At this time, the pigs raised in the country are all free range, and the number of piglets raised by their own sows will be raised. There is no scale and basically no feed. One pig is raised for half a year. However, for the rural people at this time, the income channel is very poor, and raising pigs is the main income of the family. After a busy year, it is possible to save a few pigs for big money. Everyone values them very much. Lin Mo bought 6 fat pigs in one fell swoop, and suddenly became a big news in the village. It coincided with the agricultural leisure, and many people in the village ran to see the excitement. Pig blood wong is a good thing, but the 6-headed pig blood wong is really too much. Lin Masuo simply let a few households usually have a close relationship, so the family took it back. After reporting to Li, everyone spontaneously helped Lin Mo to transport the 6 pigs and pork back to his home, and borrowed many of his big pots. Back home, the guys helped to put the cut pork pieces on the plastic film. According to Lin Mo's request, Lao Zhao cut the amount of meat into 3 pounds. For this reason, Lin Mo paid him twice the manual fee. After finishing this, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo left 8 enthusiastic uncles and aunts for dinner. Knowing that Lin Mo was about to kill pigs, the old lady came back from the hospital today, so the old lady prepared dinner. There are twice cooked pork, liver and kidney stir-fried, braised pork, pork skin stewed snow peas, mao shuiwang, bean curd, boiled winter melon, crispy peanuts. The number of samples is not large, and the weight is very large. The old lady's skills are not as good as those of Lin Mo's professional chefs, but they are not bad. After a meal, everyone eats oil and is very satisfied. After the meal, Lin Mo thanked everyone. Today, thank you very much aunts and uncles. Everyone smiled and said, it's a good time to do something. Thank you, your father didn't help us. Lin Mo smiled and said, I still want to ask everyone to do a favor, but this is not a busy one, I will pay you the wages. Everyone knows what Lin Mo wants them to do, and he quickly quits. All relatives say, help you make bacon sausages, how can you get paid? Just take care of the food. Lin Mo shook his head. Everyone is kind enough to take my heart, but I am embarrassed by the hard work and let everyone do it. In this way, from tomorrow, you come to help me, I pay you 30 yuan a day, how? Now I am doing odd jobs on the job site. I am only a dozen or 2 less. I have to be a little bit skilled to get 30 yuan a day. After listening to Lin Mo's remuneration, everyone froze for a moment before they looked at each other. This is too much. At this time, the old lady said, "Not much, just for everyone to help us today, this point of pay is nothing. We can't wait for a few days to celebrate the new year, as long as you are willing to help us get the goods out of the year before. I'd like to thank you all." Everyone listens to the old lady saying this. What else can they say, looking at the Chinese New Year? Who doesn't want to make 2 more years ago and use it during the new year? Immediately, everyone agreed that they would help Lin Mo to get the goods out of the market. It's customary to make bacon sausages for the new year. Don't worry about money. Before years ago, you had to hang a few yellow crispy bacon and put a few sections of red sausages. Especially in the countryside, as long as the conditions are good enough to go to other people, they will kill the pigs for the new year, make a house of bacon sausages, keep them well, and put them in June and July of the following year. The taste can hardly be described in words. Bacon is made by almost every household. It seems simple, but in fact it has a lot of attention. The first is the selection of materials. Good bacon requires fat but not greasy, salty and refreshing. The pigs fed by pure grain and weeds in the countryside have excellent meat quality, and they are not uniformly produced by the slaughterhouse. Lin Mo was worried about not being able to buy irrigated pork in the market, so he spent a lot of effort to acquire rural fat pigs and supervised himself. Secondly, bacon tastes better, and this process of pickling is extremely critical. There are extremely strict regulations on the amount of salt, refined nitrate, pepper, cinnamon, star anise, etc. used for each pound of meat. The curing time, turning the meat, during the curing period, washing and drying after the curing period, each step will affect the final taste. After that, it is baking. People in the county use bacon to cook bacon, so the meat is baked. The color is golden and red, and it is easy to store. On the basis of Lin Mo charcoal baking, many cypress sticks are added. Under high temperature baking, the cypress sticks will form smoke, and the roasting will become smoked grilled. In this way, the bacon is not only beautiful in color, but also the meat itself. The cypress tree has a unique fragrance, smoked, smell, delicious. The selection of bacon was very picky, which caused Lin Mo to have more than 200 pounds of leftovers. The leftovers are all fat and thin, with a high proportion of fat and meat, which is just right for sausages. He asked people to cut all the pigskin in these scraps, and then sliced the meat. He added wine, chili noodles, pepper noodles, sugar, 5-spice powder and other seasonings according to his own recipe, and marinated it to make Sichuan spicy. I borrowed the sausage machine from Lao Jiao to load the marinated meat into the small intestine and dry it with water vapor. Lin Mo had good luck. The weather has been very good near the new year. It is easy to dry the bacon and sausage. Next, it is smoked. Lin Mo's family had never used the pigsty once. The house was built relatively low. The pigsty was taller on all 4 sides. There was only a concrete window on all 4 sides, which could be blocked by fixing a wooden board directly. Due to limited space, he didn't want to smoke a bacon to light the house, so he took the pork in 2 batches and smoked it. During this period, Lin Mo asked people to use scrap fine steel bars to weld them into several large nets, which can be placed on the pigsty. Charcoal and cypress branches are placed under the steel mesh, and the meat is placed on the top. The height is just right. As long as you turn it hard, you don't have to worry about uneven heating. Bacon that is carefully smoked in this way not only has a good color, but also a very fragrant taste. When everyone put the charcoal on the floor and set it on fire, and then put the cypress branches in time, the white smoke filled the whole smoked room. When the unique flavor of the bacon slowly escaped, the big stones in the heart finally dropped. To be honest, the villagers are not very optimistic about Lin Mo tossing these sausages and bacon. In their view, what can Lin Mo's child know? The villagers have made bacon for several lifetimes. It's okay to put some salting and pickling in anyone's home. Even if he puts so many miscellaneous spices in it, he's not afraid of spoiling the meat. The charcoal is roasted directly, and the smell of wet cypress sticks has penetrated into the meat. Can the meat be delicious? That's smoky. Don't make it black and white, but it's all over. And the sausage, with so many seasonings, it smells very fragrant, but don't finish it because it's too complicated to add sour. When I came here to help Lin Mo, all of them were in a good relationship, and the wages were collected, but everyone hoped that Lin's family would be good. To this end, many people on the way either directly or euphemistically persuaded Lin Mo not to toss about. Lin Mo knew everyone's good intentions, but he didn't dare to fool the villagers with his mother's affairs. He only said that the bacon and sausage recipes were learned from books and kept. Most people in Qingtong village do not read until junior high school. There are many people in elementary school culture, and there are many people who have not studied in a day. The high level of education in the village is the slow process of dispatching to the village to do educated youth. When he passed away, he finished his high school and studied as a teacher Lin Zhonggao. Everyone has special respect for educated people. Therefore, Lin Moi said that those methods were learned from books, and everyone's doubts and worries became curiosity. The temperature in the smoked room must be high, and the bacon must be turned over from time to time. Lin Mo often had to go in and look at everyone's work, because he had a good cold, otherwise the smoke method, according to his previous lung, he went to the hospital directly. Realizing that she had been bothered by the illness, Lin Mo happily rolled in bed several times in private. Most of the day passed, and the first batch of bacon was finally ready. When the smoked golden red bacon was taken out of the smoke roasting room, everyone's eyes were straight. Although every family will kill pigs and make bacon as long as they can get through, no one can make such a good color. In the evening, Lin Mo let people cook a pot of bacon, and when cut into a bowl, each piece of meat was crystal clear, thin, rosy and delicate. When it was eaten in the mouth, the bacon's unique salty fragrance spread instantly, fat but not greasy, thin but not firewood. There is also a light scent of cypress branches mixed with various spices of the bacon itself, which is so beautiful that everyone hates to swallow the tongue together. Try the smoked and grilled sausages with the remaining fire. They are medium fat, spicy and fragrant. The mouthpiece is tender and crispy. It is not as old as its own sausage. Everyone has lived for decades and has never had such a delicious sausage. Served, I'm considered a service. The talents are the talents. The things they make are different from ours. This taste is absolutely exquisite. The middle-aged man even ate 3 big chopsticks and bacon sausages. Xiaomo, I bet you can make a lot of money by selling these sausage bacon. That's what you want me to say. Xiaomo, you have to get this early, you will definitely make more money. My son's daughter-in-law works outside the province and brought me a letter to say that he will work overtime in the factory this year and I can't go home for the Chinese New Year. I also plan to send them some sausage and bacon in the past few days. I will buy it for you. How much do you sell others, and how much do you count me? Lin Mo smiled and said, 3 aunts are too polite. You have helped me so many days, how can I make you money? So, I only charge you the cost. Price. Brother Huzi and sister-in-law are not easy outside, just it's my heart. The fat woman smiled and said, ouch, I said Xiaomo's kindness. Yes, all 3 aunts listen to you. Next, 2 other families who did not kill the pigs asked Lin Mo to buy some bacon sausages. Lin Mo agreed to only charge them the cost price. Everyone happily ate dinner, and then smoked and baked half of the bacon sausage at night. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, it took a total of 5 days to make all the bacon sausages. Wait for all the bacon sausages to be taken out to dry in the empty room, and the charcoal fire in the smokehouse will be extinguished. Lin Mo settled the wages for everyone, because they worked overtime tonight. Each of them paid 6 days of wages, and each family gave them a piece of bacon and 6 sausages. The guys were happy. He said that Lin Mo was too polite, and said that if there is something he wants them to help in the future, he says. Lin Mo smiled and inherited one by one. It's 3 o'clock in the evening to send everyone away. Lin Mo fell asleep, and as the alarm sounded at 7 o'clock in the morning, he had to crawl out of bed. Wash your mouth and stuff yourself a simple breakfast. I pulled out the tricycle from the overhaul 2 days ago, took 50 bacon, loaded 2 boxes of sausages on the car, brought them from someone else's house, and last night I left a lunchbox full of cut bacon sausages. Take it together, bring enough change, and rush to the county vegetable market in a tricycle. At this time, there were only 2 big vegetable markets in L County, one west and one east. Lin Mo chose the west one, which was closer to the hospital. The old lady helped him. Guan Lin Mo felt that it was unnecessary, but he couldn't hold back the elderly. The stall was an old lady who spent a lot of time renting it out in the past 2 days. Leaning against the front door entrance, the location is very good, but $100 a day makes the old lady feel distressed. At 8 o'clock, Lin Mo finally arrived at the vegetable market, and the old lady was already waiting there. As soon as she looked at the color of bacon in the car, and then smelled the scent, her face suddenly showed a big smile, and she had put it down in the past few days. With the approaching of the Chinese New Year, there are especially many New Year buyers. People in the city are no more than those in the countryside, and there are few people who kill pigs for the New Year. Many people are too lazy to make their own bacon sausages. It's just that everyone is worried about the price increase of pork during the Chinese New Year. They have already bought Chinese New Year's bacon sausages early in the morning. Although there are many vegetable sellers in the vegetable market, few people visit Lin Mo stalls. Sister, how do you sell bacon? A customer came over and asked when Lin Mojia's bacon was so attractive. Because Lin Mo was tender, everyone regarded the old lady as a master. The old lady smiled and said, $20 for bacon and 1 catty, and 16 sausages. Your price is too expensive. The previous ones only sold for 15, cheaper. I will buy you more. It's all made of good pigs, and the cost is there, not less. Because Lin Mo has missed the best time to make bacon, the pork is expensive, the materials are sufficient, plus labor costs, the cost of a pound of bacon is not less than 12, and the sausage is about 10 yuan. The old lady said that the price is already his except the bottom line. But your price is too expensive. Forget it, I'll take care of another house. The mother-in-law said he was going, but she was hesitant. She buys vegetables all the year round, and at a glance, she can see that Lin Mo's bacon sausage is indeed different from other homes. Just looking at that, she knows that it is enough. Lin Mo opened the lunch box and arrived in front of her and said, Mother-in-law, you are busy walking first, try our bacon first. After you taste it, you know that we haven't sold you expensive. When the grandmother heard that there was free bacon to taste, she was so happy that she took a big one and bit her bite, and her expression changed instantly. When she subconsciously wanted to take the second piece, Lin Mo had already taken back the lunch box. Your sausage smells very fragrant, let me try it. I will buy some delicious things together. Lin Mo laughed. Okay. After eating the sausage again, the old lady immediately bought 2 pieces of bacon and returned 3 pounds of sausage. She is a retired veteran and does not lack money, but she is afraid that Lin Mo's car does not sell samples delicious, so she buys less and wants to go back and taste the taste first. Going home at noon, she cut a piece of bacon, washed a few sausages and boiled it. After eating, she immediately asked her son to accompany her to buy it for dozens of pounds and come back for the new year so that she could buy another big pig head. The mother-in-law just thought about the smell of the pig's head, and she could not help but rush out. As a result, when she and her son arrived, there was still someone on the Lin Mo stand. When she asked the vegetable seller next to her, someone told her that the Lin Mojia bacon was not only sold out, but also had many reservations. She wanted to buy something, and she had to hurry early tomorrow. At the beginning, many people sold the bacon sausages because of their beautiful color. They tasted good and tasted good. They tried to buy a bit of mentality and went back to try it. As a result, they were all conquered by delicious food. The next day, Lin Moduo tripled the goods, and the results ended earlier than the previous day. The only high-end hotel in L County ordered him 150 kilograms of bacon and 50 kilograms of sausage directly. As we approached the new year, there were many enterprises and institutions in the big hotel banquet every day. I didn't expect anyone to ask for the delicious taste of it. There were several table leaders who ordered the 2 dishes halfway through the meal. The hotel owner thought that during the spring festival, many people would come to the hotel to feast guests, and temporarily asked Lin Mo to make a reservation for 200 pounds of bacon and 100 pounds of sausage, and asked him if he had any kinds of cured meat. As a result, he only made dozens of pounds of miso meat and soy liver and was bought by the hotel. The day before New Year's Eve, hundreds of pounds of bacon sausage were swept away. Lin Mo left 10 pounds of sausage, a big pig head, and 4 bacon and 2 sauce elbows for the Chinese New Year. From buying fat pigs to selling bacon, Lin Mo was half dead every day, and he only slept 5 to 6 hours a day on average. Everyone was thin, and the results were gratifying. In less than 10 days, a total of money was earned. More than 5,000. From Lin Jian's accident to the day before New Year's Eve, almost a month before and after, Lin Mo earned more than 10,000 yuan. The old lady is no longer worried about the huge debts of her son. In private, she quietly chats with Lin Jianian from time to time. Who can make tens of thousands of dollars a month? Only her grandson. He could have Lin Mo so capable and filial to his son. Lin Jian distressed his son while he was running around, but also sincerely proud of his son. However, as far as his heart is concerned, he still hopes that Lin Mo can continue his studies. In the concept of their generation, especially when he is still a teacher, he always believes that only studying can only be considered as a leader if he is admitted to university. Lin Mo told him many times about this issue. He doesn't want to go to school anymore. He can teach himself the knowledge in school. Where can Lin Jian agree that the father and son have been rationally bargaining for many times, and Lin Jian temporarily agreed to suspend his school for 1 year, and then go directly to the third and second semesters after 1 year, and then take the middle school entrance examination. At the beginning, Lin Mo was not sad about studying at the university, but then I thought, in any case, I can't just get a junior high school diploma in my life, so I am not going to let the Ivy League University out of business Han Shaoran look flat. This is a bit of a rush, and I will have to get a college diploma in the future. The big deal is that we will report to the accountancy profession in the future. Fortunately, we have once obtained intermediate-level accountant qualified witnesses and have management experience. As long as we are admitted to the university, we should skip classes in the future. Determined, Lin Mo is not so repulsive about going to school in the future, and will also turn over the textbooks in his free time. On New Year's Eve, Lin Jian is destined to spend only in the hospital. According to the traditional customs of County L, if you owe money to others, you must return the money to others before New Year's Eve, otherwise you will be out of luck next year. Lin Jian's idea is the same as Lin Mo's. The big part of the debt will be put in next year. I will try to find some ways to pay back the bits and pieces of money owed to my relatives and friends first, and then borrow that part from Wang Yanyan. 4. At this time, the rent for the shop in L County is still very cheap. The money is enough for Lin Mo to start a small business. On New Year's Eve, the old lady was taken home by the eldest son for the new year. Regardless of how Lin Cheng arranges in private and how unhappy the old lady is partial, she still needs face. Years still have to be with the old lady group. Compared to the year of the league, Lin Cheng wanted to know how Lin Mo made those flavors. Just listening to the rumor that Lin Mo had earned thousands of dollars in 10 days, Lin Cheng couldn't help. The old lady didn't guard her eldest son, and told the truth. Momo can make such delicious food because he slowly entrusts him with dreams and teaches him in dreams. Lin Cheng, this is a ghost. I'd rather believe that you taught him how many years Cheng slowly passed away. Momo just shouted at her when she passed away. Mom is really, it's not too bad to mention a person who died so many years after the Chinese New Year. Lin Cheng was unhappy. Do you believe it or not, I've been making bacon sausage for a lifetime, is that the taste? Let her say that Momo shouldn't give the boss any bacon. It's good to eat others without saying anything. Lin Cheng shook his head honestly. That's not right. The old lady ate a bite of braised carp, which was so fishy that she couldn't compare it with Momo. She simply dropped her chopsticks and stopped eating. Mom, why didn't you eat it? Okay, I'm full, you eat slowly. After that, the old lady took out a red cloth bag and handed it to the side who had eaten meat without talking. Lin Dong laughed. Dong Dong, take this, it was Grandma who gave you the money for your New Year and took it. Lin Dong swung his left hand and said, Grandma's money, you can figure it out for yourself. I'm all grown up and I can't ask you to make New Year money. Lin Cheng's wife Shu Hong said quickly, what stupid words. Don't worry about how much money is, it's always your grandmother's heart. Your mother will take care of it for you. Then she took the red envelope from the old lady with a smile. The old lady pouted, and originally wanted to educate Lin Dong to let him learn a craft in the beginning of the year. Do'ent get rid of it all day, so Shu Hong is so distracted that he can't even speak. Lin Dong glared at her, feeling that he was quite faceless. Shu Hong turned a blind eye, and because of Sheng Tang's reason, turned around and left the red cloth bag to see that it turned out to be Zhong 50, and suddenly smiled. The old lady was so generous this year. Only 18 pieces were sealed last year, which has tripled this year. For a moment, the smile on Shu Hong's face stiffened. Lin Lao's family has 2 children, and they have only one family. They dare to love the old lady to send money to the old family. No wonder she is so generous this year. Shu Hong's misinterpretation of the old lady's feelings for a while. The old lady did not like the weird atmosphere in the old people, and returned to Lin Mo's house overnight, offering sacrifices to their family. Lin Mo and his son were reunited in the hospital. On New Year's Eve, as long as the patient can barely go home, almost no one will stay in the hospital overnight. Therefore, the usual, lively and bustling, hospital is finally deserted, and only 3 of them, father and son, are in the ward of the Lin Jian Institute. The old lady Lin Mo afternoon rented a lot of delicious food from the stove, including crispy chicken, pork head, sausage, braised carp, sirloin with carrots, hot fat sausage, lotus box, honey yam, white fungus soup. If the conditions are not limited, Lin Mo wants to cook more dishes. However, these 10 dishes are enough for their father and son to eat round belly. The doctors and nurses on duty sniffed out the scent from their wards. It smelled good. They couldn't help coming over to rub the rice. After a taste of Lin Mo's craftsmanship, their grievances on New Year's Eve duty disappeared in a few hearts. With the disappearance of their grievances and the dishes on the plate, there was no drop of soup left on the plate after eating. Lin Shu liked lotus root box and honey juice yam. He looked at them and wiped out the two dishes he loved. Xiaodan dared to be angry and sulked. Lin Mo was amused by his pitiful appearance, and whispered in his ear, "What kind of food do you like? Brother will make it for you tomorrow." He still remembers that Han Shuan likes to eat honey yam. A big man actually likes to eat sweets, and nobody said it. In the past, every time during the Spring Festival, Han Shaoran had to die with him and he had to spend time with Chen Zhengxi. He also ordered a bunch of dishes and asked him to make them by himself. Han Shaoran is probably going back to enjoy the life of his family's young master. Lin Mo feels a bit lonely. Chubby suddenly put on a smiley face, nodded with emphasis. Lin Jian looked at the brothers intimately and couldn't help but smile. Just as Lin Mo was worried that Wang Yanyan's things would affect Xiaoshu, Lin Jian, as a father, worried that Lin Mo would be estranged and even complained about Xiaoshu. He was gratified that he was not only worried about superfluousness, but Momo was also obviously less pampered than before. The book is so overwhelming that sometimes he has the illusion that he treats Xiaoshu as a son. With a short mouth, a young doctor somehow got a black and white TV set that can enter the museum and hugged him into Lin Jian's ward, helping him debug it. The elderly black and white televisions can only receive two stations, one county television station and one central station, which coincides with the Spring Festival. The local television stations completely broadcast the Spring Festival gala programs. The two stations are exactly the same. The doctor helped tune a clear channel. After a while, some people in other wards heard that Lin Jian's ward could watch TV. Several family members of patients came. Everyone watched together. From time to time, they made laughter and laughter. Gradually, the hospital was deserted. Taste. At the same time, because Han Shuan was unwilling to stay with the Chen family, he was urged by several telephone calls a day at home, and he had to fly back to China to spend the New Year with his family. I don't know if it was because of Jincheng's strong emotional fluctuations, and Han Shuan was always distracted this year. The old family reiterated the old saying, but he did not accept hypnosis treatment. He naturally refused, so he had a quarrel with his elder brother Han Ziji, and flew back to the Z country before the Spring Festival. Before leaving school, Han Shuan Jingcheng didn't know many people, most of them made friends with his family. He does not lack friends, how could he be willing to associate with these people? In the new year, he was very boring in Beijing alone, and occasionally attended some banquets with other people on request. As it happened, someone ordered honey yam. Han Shuan didn't even bother to eat this kind of sweet or pull a few things. This time, he actually tasted a big piece. After eating, the ghost messenger said, "Unfortunately, it's not that taste." It just so happened that Chen Zhengxi was next to him. After listening, he smiled and asked, "So what do you want?" Han Zunwu said to himself, "He has a taste of home." Chen Zhengxi smiled and said, "I really know that there is a family that can make the taste you said. When you are free, I can go with you." "I will be free tomorrow." Chen Zhengxi was stunned for a moment. He had asked Han Shuan countless times, only this time he promised to be cool. Han Shuan really likes to eat honey yam so much, or is it because of other reasons? At night, Han Shuan had a night dream. As usual, all the plots in the dream are always vague. Waking up from Yingying Chuo's dream, he only remembers that the boss named Momo did not want to send him a plate of fragrant honey yam. His mood followed the sweet fragrance. The taste became captivating, but behind the secret excitement and joy, there was no loneliness. When he woke up, Han Shuan's heart was only empty. He lay on the bed for a long time before putting on his clothes and walking to the gym next door. After a simple warm-up, he punched against the sandbag for a while. The fierce and cruel appearance was as cold as usual. It stands to reason that Han Shuan, a family member who is favored by his family and does not need to assume heir responsibilities, is now the age of rebellion. But because of the torment of the strange disease, his young man was removed from life, making him far more mature and stable than his peers. It's just a young man's heart, no matter how calm he is from outsiders. Inside, he is just a young man who is tossed by strange dreams. It is precisely because the strange dream has brought him too much influence that the psychologist will repeatedly recommend him to hypnotize and wash away his vague and bizarre memories. I would like to ask, who is willing to watch his lover pass away in his dreams again and again, but he is helpless and heartless. He was unwilling. He couldn't even see the person's appearance, he couldn't remember the person's name. Day after day in the dream, the person was always shrouded in the mist, he could not see anything clearly, but he was so strong. Yes, he can't forget to get close to that person.